social crime to its far sources, he could not say that it was the thing men have called the system that was crushing him to the earth, that it was the packers, his masters who had bought up the law of the land and had dealt out their brutal will to him from the seat of justice. He only knew that he was wronged, and that the world had wronged him, that the law, that society with all its powers had declared itself his foe, and every hour his soul grew blacker, every hour he dreamed new dreams of vengeance, of defiance, of raging, frenzied hate. The vilest deeds, like poison weeds, bloom well in prison air. It is only what is good in man that wastes and withers there. Pale anguish keeps the heavy gate, and the warder is despair. So wrote a poet to whom the world had dealt its justice. I know not whether laws be right, or whether laws be wrong. All that we know who lie in jail is that the wall is strong, and they do well to hide their hell, for in it things are done that Son of God nor Son of Man ever should look upon. 118. Chapter 17. At 7 o'clock the next morning Jurgis was led out to get water to wash his cell, a duty which he performed faithfully, but which most of the prisoners were accustomed to shirk until their cells became so filthy that the guards interposed. Then he had more duffers and dope, and afterward was allowed 3 hours for exercise in a long, cement-walked court roofed with glass. Here were all the inmates of the jail crowded together. At one side of the court was a place for visitors cut off by 2 heavy wire screens, a foot apart, so that nothing could be passed into the prisoners. Here Jurgis watched anxiously, but there came no one to see him. Soon after he went back to his cell, a keeper opened the door to let in another prisoner. He was a dapper young fellow, with a light brown mustache and blue eyes and a graceful figure. He nodded to Jurgis, and then, as the keeper closed the door upon him, began gazing critically about him. "Well, pal," he said, as his glance encountered Jurgis again, "good morning." "Good morning," said Jurgis. "A rum go for Christmas, eh?" added the other. Jurgis nodded. The newcomer went to the bunks and inspected the blankets. He lifted up the mattress and then dropped it with an exclamation. "My God," he said, "that's the worst yet." He glanced at Jurgis again. "Looks as if it hadn't been slept in last night. Couldn't stand it, eh?" "T didn't want to sleep last night," said Jurgis. "When did you come in?" "Yesterday." The other had another look around and then wrinkled up his nose. "There's the devil of a stink in here," he said suddenly. "What is it?" "It's me," said Jurgis. "You buys piles. Didn't they make you wash?" "Yes, but this don't wash." "What is it?" "Fertilizer." 118. "Fertilizer, the deuce, what are you?" "I work in the stockyards, at least I did until the other day. It's in my clothes." "That's a new one on me," said the newcomer. "I thought I'd been up against M. All what are you in for?" "T hit my boss." "Oh, that's it. What did he do?" He treated me mine." "I see, you're what's called an honest working man." "What are you?" Jurgis asked. The other laughed. "They say I'm a cracksman," he said. "What's that?" asked Jurgis. "Safes and such things," answered the other. "Oh," said Jurgis wonderingly, and stared at the speaker in awe. "You mean you break into them, you?" "Yes," laughed the other, "that's what they say." He did not look to be over 22 or 3, though, as Jurgis found afterward, he was 30. He spoke like a man of education, like what the world calls a gentleman. "Is that what you're here for?" Jurgis inquired. "No," was the answer. "I'm here for disorderly conduct. They were mad because they couldn't get any evidence." "What's your name?" the young fellow continued after a pause. "My name's Dwayne, Jack Dwayne. I've more than a dozen, but that's my company one." He seated himself on the floor with his back to the wall and his legs crossed, and went on talking easily. he soon put Jurgis on a friendly footing. He was evidently a man of the world, used to getting on, and not too proud to hold conversation. With a mere laboring man, he drew Jurgis out and heard all about his life, all but the one unmentionable thing, and then he told stories about his own life. He was a great one for stories, not always of the choicest. Being sent to jail had apparently not disturbed his cheerfulness. He had done time twice before, it seemed, and he took it all with a frolic welcome, what with women and wine and the excitement of his vocation. A man could afford to rest now and then. Naturally, the aspect of prison life was changed for Jurgis by the arrival of a cell mate. He could not turn his face to the wall and sulk. He had to speak when he was spoken to, nor could he help being interested in the conversation of Duane, the first educated man with whom he had ever talked. How could he help listening with wonder while the other told of midnight ventures and perilous escapes, of feastings and orgies, of fortune squandered in a night? The young fellow had an amused contempt for Jurgis as a sort of working mule. He too had 120 felt the world's injustice, but instead of bearing it patiently, he had struck back. And struck hard. He was striking all the time. There was war between him and society. He was a genial freebooter, living off the enemy, without fear or shame. He was not always victorious, but then defeat did not mean annihilation, and need not break his spirit. Withal, he was a good-hearted fellow, too much so, it appeared. His story came out not in the first day, nor the second, but in the long hours that dragged by, which they had nothing to do but talk, and nothing to talk of but themselves. Jack Duane was from the East. He was a college-bred man, had been studying electrical engineering. Then his father had met with misfortune in business and killed himself, and there had been his mother and a younger brother and sister. Also, there was an invention of Duane's. Jurgis could not understand it clearly, but it had to do with telegraphing, and it was a very important thing. There were fortunes in it, millions upon millions of dollars, and Duane had been robbed of it by a great company and got tangled up in lawsuits and lost all his money. Then somebody had given him a tip on a horse race, and he had tried to retrieve his fortune with another person's money and had to run away, and all the rest had come from that. The other asked him what had led him to safe breaking. To Jurgis, a wild and appalling occupation to think about. A man he had met, his cell mate, had replied, one thing leads to another. Didn't he ever wonder about his family? Jurgis asked. Sometimes, the other answered, but not often. He didn't allow it. Thinking about it would make it no better. This wasn't a world in which a man had any business with a family. Sooner or later, Jurgis would find that out also and give up the fight and shift for himself. Jurgis was so transparently what he pretended to be that his cellmate was as open with him as a child. It was pleasant to tell him adventures. He was so full of wonder and admiration. He was so new to the ways of the country. Duane did not even bother to keep back names and places. He told all his triumphs and his failures, his loves and his griefs. Also, he introduced Jurgis to many of the other prisoners, nearly half of whom he knew by name. The crowd had already given Jurgis a name. They called him "He Stinker." This was cruel, but they meant no harm by it, and he took it with a good-natured grin. Our friend had caught now and then a whiff from the sewers over which he lived. But this was the first time that he had ever been splashed by their filth. This jail was a Noah's Ark of the city's crime. There were murderers, hold-up men, and burglars, embezzlers, counterfeiters and forgers, bigamists, shoplifters, confidence men, petty thieves and pickpockets, gamblers and procurers, brawlers, beggars, tramps and drunkards. They were black and white, old and young, Americans and natives of every nation under the sun. There were hardened criminals and innocent men too poor to give bail, old men and boys literally not yet in their teens. They were the drainage of the great festering ulcer of society. They were hideous to look upon, sickening to talk to. All life had turned to rottenness and stench in them. Love was a beastliness, joy was a snare, and God was an imprecation. they strolled here and there about the courtyard. And Jurgis listened to them. He was ignorant and they were wise, they had been. Well, everywhere and tried everything. They could tell the whole hateful story of it, set forth the inner soul of a city in which justice and honor, women's bodies and men's souls were for sale in the marketplace, and human beings writhed and fought and fell upon each other like wolves in a pit in which lusts were raging. Fires and men were fuel, and humanity was festering and stewing and wallowing in its own corruption. Into this wild beast tangle these men had been born. Without their consent, they had taken part in it because they could not help it. That they were in jail was no disgrace to them, for the game had never been fair. The dice were loaded, they were swindlers and thieves of pennies and dimes, and they had been trapped and put out of the way by the swindlers and thieves of millions of dollars. To most of this Jurgis tried not to listen. They frightened him with their savage mockery, and all the while his heart was far away where his loved ones were. Calling now and then in the midst of it, his thoughts would take flight, and then the tears would come into his eyes, and he would be called back by the jeering laughter of his companions. He spent a week in this company, and during all that time he had no word from his home. He paid one of his 15 cents for a postal card, and his companion wrote a note to the family, telling them where he was and when he would be. Tried, there came no answer to it, however, and at last, the day before New Year's, Jurgis bade goodbye to Jack Duane. The latter gave him his address, or rather the address of his mistress, and made Jurgis promise to look him up. Maybe could help you out of a hole some day, he said, and added that he was sorry to have him go. Jurgis rode in the patrol wagon back to Justice Callahan's court for trial. One of the first things he made out as he entered the room was Teta Elsbieta and little Katrina, looking pale and frightened, seated far in the rear. His heart began to pound, but he did not dare to try to signal to them, and neither did Elsbieta. He took his seat in the prisoner's pen and sat gazing at them in helpless agony. He saw that Ona was not with them, and was full of foreboding as to what that might mean. He spent half an hour brooding over th. And then suddenly he straightened up and the blood rushed into his face. A man had come in. Jurgis could not see his features for the bandages that swathed him, but he knew the burly figure. It was Connor. A trembling seized him, and his limbs bent as if spring. Then suddenly he felt a hand on his collar and heard a voice behind him. "Sit down, you son of a—" He subsided, but he never took his eyes off his enemy. The fellow was still alive, which was a disappointment in one way, and yet it was pleasant to see him all in penitential plasters. He and the company lawyer who was with him came and took seats within the judge's railing, and a minute later the clerk called Jurgis' name, and the policeman jerked him to his feet and led him before the bar, gripping him tightly by the arm, lest he should spring upon the boss. Jurgis listened while the man entered the witness chair, took the oath, and told his story. The wife of the prisoner had been employed in a department near him, 122, and had been discharged for impudence to him. Half an hour later he had been violently attacked, knocked down, and almost choked to death. He had brought witnesses. "They will probably not be necessary," observed the judge, and he turned to Jurgis. "You admit attacking the plaintiff?" he asked. "Him?" inquired Jurgis, pointing at the boss. "Yes," said the judge. "I hit him, sir," said Jurgis. "Say your honor," said the officer, pinching his arm hard. "Your honor," said Jurgis obediently. "You tried to choke him?" "Yes, sir, your honor." "Ever been arrested before?" "No, sir, your honor." "What have you to say for yourself?" Jurgis hesitated. What had he to say? In 2 years and a half he had learned to speak English for practical purposes, but these had never included the statement that someone had intimidated and seduced his wife. He tried once or twice, stammering and balking, to the annoyance of the judge, who was gasping from the odor of fertilizer. Finally, the prisoner made it understood that his vocabulary was inadequate, and there stepped up a dapper young man with waxed mustaches bidding him speak in any language he knew. Jurgis began, supposing that he would be given time. He explained how the boss had taken advantage of his wife's position to make advances to her and had threatened her with the loss of her place when the interpreter had translated. This the judge whose calendar was crowded and whose automobile was ordered. For a certain hour interrupted with the remark, "Oh, I see. Well, if he made love to your wife, why didn't she complain to the superintendent or leave the place?" Jurgis hesitated, somewhat taken aback. He began to explain that they were very poor, that work was hard to get. "I see," said Justice Callahan, "so instead you thought you would knock him down." He turned to the plaintiff, inquiring, "Is there any truth in this story, Mr. Connor?" "Not a particle, Your Honor," said the boss. "It is very unpleasant, they tell some such tale every time you have to discharge a woman." "Yes, I know," said the judge. "I hear it often enough. The fellow seems to have handled you pretty roughly. 30 days and costs. Next case." Jurgis had been listening in perplexity. It was only when the policeman who had him by the arm turned and started to lead him away that he realized that sentence had been passed. He gazed round him wildly. 30 days, he panted. 123. And then he whirled upon the judge. "What will my family do?" he cried frantically. "I have a wife and baby, sir, and they have no money. My God, they will starve to death. You would have done well to think about them before you committed the assault," said the judge dryly, as he turned to look at the next prisoner. Jurgis would have spoken again, but the policeman had seized him by the collar and was twisting it, and a second policeman was making for him with evidently hostile intentions, so he let them lead him away. Far down the room he saw Elzbieta and Katrina, risen from their seats, staring in fright. He made one effort to go to them and then, brought back by another twist at his throat, he bowed his head and gave up the struggle. They thrust him into a cell room where other prisoners were waiting, and as soon as court had adjourned they led him down with them into the Black Maria and drove him away. This time Jurgis was bound for the Bridewell, a petty jail where Cook County prisoners served their time. It was even filthier and more crowded than the county jail. All the smaller fry out of the latter had been sifted into it, the petty thieves and swindlers, the brawlers and vagrants. For his cellmate Jurgis had an Italian fruit seller who had refused to pay his graft to the policeman and been arrested for carrying a large pocket knife, as he did not understand a word of English. Our friend was glad when he left. He gave place to a Norwegian sailor who had lost half an ear in a drunken brawl and who proved to be quarrelsome. Kersey enjoy Jurgis because he moved in his bunk and caused the roaches to drop upon the lower one. It would have been quite intolerable staying in a cell with this wild beast, but for the fact that all day long the prisoners were put at work breaking stone. 10 days of his 30 Jurgis spent thus, without hearing a word from his family. Then one day a keeper came and informed him that there was a visitor to see him. Jurgis turned white and so weak at the knees that he could hardly leave his cell. The man led him down the corridor and a flight of steps to the visitor's room, which was barred like a cell. Through the grating Jurgis could see someone sitting in a chair, and as he came into the room the person started up, and he saw that it was little Stanislavas. At the sight of someone from home, the big fellow nearly went to pieces. He had to steady himself by a chair, and he put his other hand to his forehead as if to clear away a mist. "Well," he said weakly. Little Stanislavas was also trembling and all but too frightened to speak. They sent me to tell you," he said with a gulp. "Well," Jurgis repeated. He followed the boy's glance to where the keeper was standing watching them. "Never mind that," Jurgis cried wildly. "How are they?" "Owner is very sick," Stanislavas said, "and we are almost starving. We can't get along. We thought you might be able to help us." Jurgis gripped the chair tighter. There were beads of perspiration on his 124 forehead and his hand shook. "I can't help you," he said. "Ona lies in her room all day," the boy went on breathlessly. "She won't eat. Anything, and she cries all the time. She won't tell what is the matter, and she won't go to work at all. Then a long time ago the man came for the rent. He was very cross. He came again last week. He said he would turn us out of the house. And then Marija. A sob choked Stanislavas and he stopped. What's the matter with Marija? Cried Jurgis. She's cut her hand, said the boy. She's cut it bad this time, worse than before. She can't work and it's all turning green, and the company doctor says she may. She may have to have it cut off, and Marija cries all the time. Her money is nearly all gone too, and we can't pay the rent and the interest on the house, and we have no coal and nothing more to eat, and the man at the store, he says. The little fellow stopped again, beginning to whimper. Go on, the other panted. In frenzy, go on. I will, sobbed Stanislavas. It's so cold all the time, and last Sunday it snowed again, a deep, deep snow, and I couldn't get to work. God, Jurgis half shouted, and he took a step toward the child. There was an old hatred between them because of the snow, ever since that dreadful morning, when the boy had had his fingers frozen and Jurgis had to beat him to send him to work. Now he clenched his hands, looking as if he would try to break through the grating. You little villain, he cried, you didn't try. I did, wailed Stanislavas, shrinking from him in terror. I tried all day. 2 days, Elzbieta was with me, and she couldn't either. We couldn't walk at all. It was so deep, and we had nothing to eat, and oh, it was so cold. I tried, and then the 3rd day Ona went with me. Ona. Yes, she tried to get to work too. She had to. We were all starving, but she had lost her place. Jurgis reeled and gave a gasp. She went back to that place, he screamed. She tried too, said Stanislavas, gazing at him in perplexity. Why not, Jurgis? The man breathed hard 3 or 4 times. Go on, he panted finally. T went with her, said Stanislavas, but Miss Henderson wouldn't take her back. And Connor saw her and cursed her. He was still bandaged up. Why did you hit him, Jurgis? There was some fascinating mystery about this, the little fellow knew, but he could get no satisfaction. Jurgis could not speak. He could only stare, his eyes starting out. She has been trying to get other work, the boy went on, but she's so weak she can't keep up. And my boss would not take me back, either. Ona says he knows Connor, and that's the reason. They've all got a grudge against us now, so I've got to go. 125. Downtown and sell papers, with the rest of the boys and Katrina. Katrina. Yes, she's been selling papers too. She does best because she's a girl, only the cold is so bad, it's terrible coming home at night, Jurgis. Sometimes they can't come home at all. I'm going to try to find them tonight and sleep where they do. It's so late and it's such a long ways home. I've had to walk and I didn't know where it was. I don't know how to get back either. Only Mother said I must come because you would want to know, and maybe somebody would help your family when they had put you in jail so you couldn't work, and I walked all day to get here and I only had a piece of bread for breakfast, Jurgis. Mother hasn't any work either because the sausage department is shut down, and she goes and begs tea houses with a basket, and people give her food, only she didn't get much. Yesterday it was too cold for her fingers, and today she was crying. So little Stanislavas went on, sobbing as he talked, and Jurgis stood, gripping the table tightly, saying not a word, but feeling that his head would burst. It was like having weights piled upon him, one after another, crushing the life out of him. He struggled and fought within himself, as if in some terrible nightmare, in which a man suffers an agony and cannot lift his hand nor cry out, but feels that he is going mad, that his brain is on fire. Just when it seemed to him that another turn of the screw would kill him, little Stanislavas stopped. You cannot help us, he said weakly. Jurgis shook his head. They won't give you anything here. He shook it again. When are you coming out? 3 weeks yet, Jurgis answered. And the boy gazed around him uncertainly. Then I might as well go, he said. Jurgis nodded, then suddenly recollecting, he put his hand into his pocket and drew it out shaking. "Here," he said, holding out the 14 cents. "Take this." "To them." And Stanislavas took it, and after a little more hesitation, started for the door. "Goodbye, Jurgis," he said, and the other noticed that he walked unsteadily as he passed out of sight. For a minute or so Jurgis stood clinging to his chair, reeling and swaying. Then the keeper touched him on the arm, and he turned and went back to breaking stone. 126. Chapter 18. Jurgis did not get out of the bridewell quite as soon as he had expected. To his sentence there were added court costs of $1.50, he was supposed to pay for the trouble of putting him in jail, and not having the money, was obliged to work it off by 3 days more of toil. Nobody had taken the trouble to tell him this, only after counting the days and looking forward to the end in an agony of impatience. When the hour came that he expected to be free, he found himself still set at the stone heap, and laughed at when he ventured to protest. Then he concluded he must have counted wrong, but as another day passed, he gave up all hope and was sunk in the depths of despair, when one morning after breakfast a keeper came to him with the word that his time was up at last. So he doffed his prison garb and put on his old fertilizer clothing, and heard the door of the prison clang behind him. He stood upon the steps, bewildered. He could hardly believe that it was true, that the sky was above him again and the open street before him, that he was a free man. But then the cold began to strike through his clothes, and he started quickly away. There had been a heavy snow, and now a thaw had set in. Fine sleety rain was falling, driven by a wind that pierced Jurgis to the bone. He had not stopped for his overcoat when he set out to do up Connor, and so his rides in the patrol wagons had been cruel experiences. His clothing was old and worn thin, and it never had been very warm. Now, as he trudged on, the rain soon wet it through. There were 6 inches of watery slush on the sidewalks, so that his feet would soon have been soaked, even had there been no holes in his shoes. Jurgis had had enough to eat in the jail, and the work had been the least trying of any that he had done since he came to Chicago, but even so, he had not grown strong. The fear and grief that had preyed upon his mind had worn him thin. Now he shivered and shrunk from the rain, hiding his hands in his pockets and hunching his shoulders together. The Bridewell grounds were on the outskirts of the city, and the country around them was unsettled and wild. On one side was the big drainage canal, and on the other a maze of railroad tracks, and so the wind had full sweep. After walking a ways, Jurgis met a little ragamuffin whom he hailed. "Hey, Sonny," the boy cocked one eye at him. He knew that Jurgis was a jailbird by his shaven head. "What yer want?" he queried. "How do you go to the stockyards?" Jurgis demanded. "T don't go," replied the boy. Jurgis hesitated a moment, nonplussed. Then he said, "I mean, which is the way?" "Why don't yer say so then?" was the response, and the boy pointed to the northwest across the tracks. "That way." "How far is it?" Jurgis asked. "I dunno," said the other. "Meb 20 miles or 17. So 20 miles, Jurgis echoed, and his face fell. He had to walk every foot of it, for they had turned him out of jail without a penny in his pockets. Yet when he once got started, and his blood had warmed with walking, he forgot everything in the fever of his thoughts. All the dreadful imaginations that had haunted him in his cell now rushed into his mind at once. The agony was almost over. He was going to find out, and he clenched his hands in his pockets as he strode, following his flying desire, almost at a run. Ona, the baby, the family, the house. He would know the truth about them all, and he was coming to the rescue. He was free again. His hands were his OWN, and he could help them. He could do battle for them against the world. For an hour or so he walked thus, and then he began to look about him. He seemed to be leaving the city altogether. The street was turning into a country road leading out to the westward. There were snow-covered fields on either side of him. Soon he met a farmer driving a 2-horse wagon loaded with straw, and he stopped him. "Is this the way to the stockyards?" he asked. The farmer scratched his head. "I dunno just where they be," he said, "but they're in the city somewhere, and you're going dead away from it now." Jurgis looked dazed. "I was told this was the way," he said. "Who told you?" "An boy." "Well, meb he was playing a joke on ye. The best thing ye kin do is to go back. And when ye get into town, ask a policeman. I'd take ye in, only I've come a long ways and I'm loaded heavy. Get up." So Jurgis turned and followed, and toward the end of the morning he began to see Chicago again. Past endless blocks of two-story shanties he walked along wooden sidewalks and unpaved pathways treacherous with deep slush holes. Every few blocks there would be a railroad crossing on the level with the sidewalk, a death trap for the unwary. Long freight trains would be passing, the cars clanking and crashing together, and Jurgis would pace about waiting, burning up with a fever of impatience. Occasionally the cars would stop for some minutes, and wagons and streetcars would crowd together waiting, the drivers swearing at each other or hiding beneath umbrellas out of the rain. At such times Jurgis would dodge under the gates and run across the tracks and between the cars, taking his life into his hands. He crossed a long bridge over a river frozen solid and covered with slush. Not even on the river bank was the snow white. The rain which fell was a diluted solution of smoke, and Jurgis' hands and face were streaked with black. Then he came into the business part of the city, where the streets were sewers of inky blackness, with horses sleeping and plunging, and women and children flying 128 across in panic-stricken droves. These streets were huge canyons formed by towering black buildings, echoing with the clang of car gongs and the shouts of drivers. The people who swarmed in them were as busy as ants, all hurrying breathlessly, never stopping to look at anything nor at each other. The solitary, trampish-looking foreigner, with water-soaked clothing and haggard face and anxious eyes, was as much alone as he hurried past them, as much unheeded and as lost as if he had been 1,000 miles deep in a wilderness. A policeman gave him his direction and told him that he had 5 miles to go. He came again to the slum districts, to avenues of saloons and cheap stores, with long dingy red factory buildings and coal yards and railroad tracks, and then Jurgis lifted up his head and began to sniff the air like a startled animal, scenting the far-off odor of home. It was late afternoon then, and he was hungry. But the dinner invitations hung out of the saloons were not for him. So he came at last to the stockyards, to the black volcanoes of smoke and the lowing cattle and the stench. Then, seeing a crowded car, his impatience got the better of him, and he jumped aboard, hiding behind another man, unnoticed by the conductor. In 10 minutes more he had reached his street and home. He was half running as he came round the corner. There was the house at any rate, and then suddenly he stopped and stared. What was the matter with the house? Jurgis looked twice, bewildered. Then he glanced at the house next door and at the one beyond, then at the saloon on the corner. Yes, it was the right place. Quite certainly he had not made any mistake, but the house was a different color. He came a couple of steps nearer. Yes, it had been gray, and now it was yellow. The trimmings around the windows had been red, and now they were green. It was all newly painted. How strange it made it seem. Jurgis went closer yet, but keeping on the other side of the street. A sudden and horrible spasm of fear had come over him. His knees were shaking beneath him, and his mind was in a whirl. New paint on the house and new weatherboards, where the old had begun to rot off, and the agent had got after them. New shingles over the hole in the roof, too, the hole that had for 6 months been the bane of his soul, he having no money to have it fixed and no time to fix it himself, and the rain leaking in and overflowing the pots and pans he put to catch it, and flooding the attic and loosening the plaster. And now it was fixed, and the broken window pane replaced, and curtains in the windows, new white curtains, stiff and shiny. Then suddenly the front door opened. Jurgis stood, his chest heaving as he struggled to catch his breath. A boy had come out, a stranger to him, a big, fat, rosy-cheeked youngster, such as had never been seen in his home before. Jurgis stared at the boy, fascinated. Ted, he came down the steps whistling, kicking. Off the snow, he stopped at the foot and picked up some, and then leaned against the railing, making a snowball. A moment later, he looked around and 129 saw Jurgis, and their eyes met. It was a hostile glance, the boy evidently thinking that the other had suspicions of the snowball. When Jurgis started slowly across the street toward him, he gave a quick glance about, meditating retreat, but then he concluded to stand his ground. Jurgis took hold of the railing of the steps, for he was a little unsteady. What are you doing here?" he managed to gasp. "Go on," said the boy. "You," Jurgis tried again. "What do you want here?" "Me," answered the boy angrily. "I live here." "You live here?" Jurgis panted. He turned white and clung more tightly to the railing. "You live here? Then where's my family?" The boy looked surprised. "Your family?" he echoed. And Jurgis started toward him. This is my house," he cried. "Come off," said the boy. Then suddenly the door upstairs opened and he called, "Hey Ma, here's a fellow says he owns this house." A stout Irishwoman came to the top of the steps. "What's that?" she demanded. Jurgis turned toward her. "Where is my family?" he cried wildly. "I left them here. This is my home. What are you doing in my home?" The woman stared at him in frightened wonder. She must have thought she was dealing with a maniac. Jurgis looked like one. "Your home," she echoed. "My home," he half shrieked. "I lived here, I tell you." "You must be mistaken," she answered him. "No one ever lived here. This is a new house. They told us so. What have they done with my family?" shouted Jurgis frantically. A light had begun to break upon the woman. Perhaps she had had doubts of what they had told her. "I don't know where your family is," she said. "I bought the house only 3 days ago, and there was nobody here, and they told me it was all new." "Do you really mean you had ever rented it?" "Rented it," panted Jurgis. "I bought it, I paid for it, I own it, and they, my God. Can't you tell me where my people went?" She made him understand at last that she knew nothing. Jurgis' brain was so confused that he could not grasp the situation. It was as if his family had been wiped out of existence, as if they were proving to be dream people who never had existed at all. He was quite lost, but then suddenly he thought of Grandmother Magiskian, who lived in the next block. She would know. He turned and started at a run. Grandmother Magiskian came to the door herself. She cried out when she saw Jurgis, wild-eyed and shaking. Yes, she could tell him. The family had 130 moved. They had not been able to pay the rent, and they had been turned out into the snow, and the house had been repainted and sold again the next week. No, she had not heard how they were, but she could tell him that they had gone back to Aniel Juknian, with whom they had stayed when they first came to the yards. Wouldn't Jurgis come in and rest? It was certainly too bad. If only he had not got into jail. And so Jurgis turned and staggered away. He did not go very far round the corner. He gave out completely and sat down on the steps of a saloon and hid his face in his hands and shook all over with dry, racking sobs. Their home, they had lost it. Grief, despair, rage overwhelmed him. What was any imagination of the thing to this heartbreaking, crushing reality of it, to the sight of strange people living in his house, hanging their curtains to his windows, staring at him with hostile eyes? It was monstrous, it was unthinkable. They could not do it, it could not be true. Only think what he had suffered for that house, what miseries they had all suffered for it, the price they had paid for it. The whole long agony came back to him. Their sacrifices in the beginning, their $300 that they had scraped together, all they owned in the world, all that stood between them and starvation, and then their toil, month by month, to get together the $12, and the interest as well, and now and then the taxes and the other charges and the repairs and what not. Why, they had put their very souls into their payments on that house. they had paid for it. With their sweat and tears, yes, more, with their very lifeblood, Deed and Tana's had died of the struggle to earn that money. He would have been alive and strong today if he had not had to work in Durham's dark cellars to earn his share, and Ona, too, had given her health and strength to pay for it. She was wrecked and ruined because of it, and so was he, who had been a big, strong man 3 years ago, and now sat here shivering, broken, cowed, weeping like a hysterical child. They had cast their all into the fight, and they had lost. They had lost. All that they had paid was gone, every cent of it, and their house was gone. They were back where they had started from, flung out into the cold to starve and die froze. Jurgis could see all the truth now, could see himself, through the whole long course of events, the victim of ravenous vultures that had torn into his vitals and devoured him, of fiends that had racked and tortured him, mocking him, meantime jeering in his face. Ah, God, the horror of it, the monstrous, hideous, demoniacal wickedness of it. He and his family, helpless women and children, struggling to live, ignorant and defenseless and forlorn as they were, and the enemies that had been lurking for them, crouching upon their trail and thirsting for their blood, that first lying circular, that smooth-tongued slippery agent, that trap of the extra payments, the interest, and all the other charges that they had not the means to pay and would never have attempted to pay, and then all the tricks of the packers, their masters, the tyrants who ruled them, the shutdowns, and the scarcity of work, the irregular hours and the cruel speeding up, the 131 lowering of wages, the raising of prices, the mercilessness of nature about them, of heat and cold, rain and snow, the mercilessness of the city, of the country in which they lived, of its laws and customs that they did not understand. All of these things had worked together for the company that had marked them for its prey and was waiting for its chance. And now, with this last hideous injustice, its time had come, and it had turned them out bag and baggage, and taken their house and sold it again, and they could do nothing. They were tied hand and foot. The law was against them. The whole machinery of society was at their oppressor's command. If Jurgis so much as raised a hand against them, back he would go into that wild beast pen from which he had just escaped. To get up and go away was to give up, to acknowledge defeat, to leave the strange family in possession, and Jurgis might have sat shivering in the rain for hours before he could do that, had it not been for the thought of his family. It might be that he had worse things yet to learn, and so he got to his feet and started away, walking on, wearily, half-dazed. To Aniel's house in back of the yards was a good 2 miles. The distance had never seemed longer to Jurgis, and when he saw the familiar dingy gray shanty, his heart was beating fast. He ran up the steps and began to hammer upon the door. The old woman herself came to open it. She had shrunk all up with her rheumatism since Jurgis had seen her last, and her yellow parchment face stared up at him from a little above the level of the doorknob. She gave a start when she saw him. "Is Ona here?" he cried breathlessly. "Yes," was the answer, "she's here." How Jurgis began and then stopped short, clutching convulsively at the side of the door. From somewhere within the house had come a sudden cry, a wild, horrible scream of anguish, and the voice was Ona's. For a moment Jurgis stood, half paralyzed with fright. Then he bounded past the old woman and into the room. It was Aniel's kitchen, and huddled round the stove were half a dozen women. Pale and frightened, one of them started to her feet as Jurgis entered. She was haggard and frightfully thin, with one arm tied up in bandages. He hardly realized that it was Marija. He looked first for Ona, then, not seeing her, he stared at the women, expecting them to speak, but they sat dumb, gazing back at him, panic-stricken, and a second later came another piercing scream. It was from the rear of the house and upstairs. Jurgis bounded to a door of the room and flung it open. There was a ladder leading through a trap door to the garret, and he was at the foot of it when suddenly he heard a voice behind him and saw Marija at his heels. She seized him by the sleeve with her good hand. Panting wildly, "No, no, Jurgis, stop." "What do you mean?" he gasped. "You mustn't go up," she cried. 132. Jurgis was half-crazed with bewilderment and fright. "What's the matter?" he shouted. "What is it?" Marija clung to him tightly. He could hear Ona sobbing and moaning above, and he fought to get away and climb up, without waiting for her reply. "No, no," she rushed on. "Jurgis, you mustn't go up. It's the child." "The child," he echoed in perplexity. "Antanas." Marija answered him in a whisper, "The new one." And then Jurgis went limp and caught himself on the ladder. He stared at her as if she were a ghost. "The new one," he gasped. "But it isn't time," he added wildly. Marija nodded. "I know," she said, "but it's come." And then again came Ona's scream, smiting him like a blow in the face, making him wince and turn white. Her voice died away into a wail. Then he heard her sobbing again, "My God, let me die, let me die." And Marija hung her arms about him, crying, "Come out, come away." She dragged him back into the kitchen, half carrying him, for he had gone all to pieces. It was as if the pillars of his soul had fallen in. He was blasted with horror. In the room, he sank into a chair, trembling like a leaf, Marija still holding him and the women staring at him in dumb, helpless fright. And then again Ona cried out. He could hear it nearly as plainly here, and he staggered to his feet. "How long has this been going on?" he panted. "Not very long," Marija answered, and then, at a signal from Aniel, she rushed on. "You go away, Jurgis, you can't help. Go away and come back later. It's all right." "It's who's with her?" Jurgis demanded, and then, seeing Marija hesitating, he cried again, "Who's with her?" She's all right," she answered. "Elzbieta's with her." "But the doctor," he panted, "someone who knows." He seized Marija by the arm. She trembled, and her voice sank beneath a whisper as she replied, We have no money." Then, frightened at the look on his face, she exclaimed, "It's all right, Jurgis. You don't understand. Go away, go away." Ah, if you only had waited. Above her protests, Jurgis heard Ona again. He was almost out of his mind. It was all new to him, raw and horrible. It had fallen upon him like a lightning stroke. When little Antanas was born, he had been at work and had known nothing about it until it was over, and now he was not to be controlled. The frightened women were at their wits' end. One after another they tried to reason with him, to make him understand that this was the lot of woman. In the end they half drove him out into the rain, where he began to pace up and down, bareheaded and frantic. Because he could hear Ona from the street, he would first go away to escape the 133 sounds and then come back because he could not help it. At the end of a quarter of an hour he rushed up the steps again, and for fear that he would break in the door they had to open it and let him in. There was no arguing with him. They could not tell him that all was going well. How could they know? He cried. Why, she was dying, she was being torn to pieces. Listen to her, listen. Why, it was monstrous. It could not be allowed. There must be some help for it. Had they tried to get a doctor, they might pay him afterward, they could promise. We couldn't promise, Jurgis, protested Marija. We had no money, we have scarcely been able to keep alive. But I can work, Jurgis exclaimed. I can earn money. Yes, she answered, but we thought you were in jail. How could we know when you would return? They will not work for nothing. Marija went on to tell how she had tried to find a midwife, and how they had demanded $10, $15, even $25, and that in cash, and I had only a quarter, she said. I have spent every cent of my money, all that I had in the bank, and I owe the doctor who has been coming to see me, and he has stopped. Because he thinks I don't mean to pay him, and we owe Aniel for 2 weeks rent, and she is nearly starving, and is afraid of being turned out. We have been borrowing and begging to keep alive, and there is nothing more we can do. And the children, cried Jurgis. The children have not been home for 3 days. The weather has been so bad. They could not know what is happening. It came suddenly, 2 months before we expected it. Jurgis was standing by the table, and he caught himself with his hand. His head sank and his arms shook. It looked as if he were going to collapse. Then, suddenly Aniel got up and came hobbling toward him, fumbling in her skirt pocket. She drew out a dirty rag, in one corner of which she had something tied. "Here, Jurgis," she said, "I have some money, Palok see." She unwrapped it and counted it out, 34 cents. "You go now," she said, "and try and get somebody yourself, and maybe the rest can help. Give him some money. He will pay you back someday, and it will do him good to have something to think about, even if he doesn't succeed, when he comes back. Maybe it will be over." And so the other women turned out the contents of their pocketbooks. Most of them had only pennies and nickels, but they gave him all. Mrs. Alsiewski, who lived next door and had a husband who was a skilled cattle butcher, but a drinking man, gave nearly $50, enough to raise the whole sum to $1.25. Then Jurgis thrust it into his pocket, still holding it tightly in his fist, and started away at a run. 134. Chapter 19. Madame Haupt-Hebam ran a sign, swinging from a second-story window over a saloon on the avenue. At a side door was another sign, with a hand pointing up a dingy flight of stairs. Jurgis went up them, 3 at a time. Madame Haupt was frying pork and onions, and had her door half open to let out the smoke. When he tried to knock upon it, it swung open the rest of the way, and he had a glimpse of her, with a black bottle turned up to her lips. Then he knocked louder, and she started and put it away. She was a Dutch woman, enormously fat. When she walked, she rolled like a small boat on the ocean, and the dishes in the cupboard jostled each other. She wore a filthy blue wrapper, and her teeth were black. "What is it?" she said when she saw Jurgis. He had run like mad all the way, and was so out of breath he could hardly speak. His hair was flying and his eyes wild. He looked like a man that had risen from the tomb. "My wife," he panted. "Come quickly." Madame Haupt set the frying pan to one side and wiped her hands on her wrapper. "You want me to come for a case?" she inquired. "Yes," gasped Jurgis. "Have yous come back from a case?" she said. "I have had no time to eat my dinner." "Still, if it is so bad." "Yes, it is," cried he. "Vel den, perhaps, vot you pay." I, how much do you want?" Jurgis stammered. $25. His face fell. "I can't pay that," he said. The woman was watching him narrowly. "How much do you pay?" she demanded. "Must I pay now, right away?" "Yes, all my customers do." I haven't much money," Jurgis began in an agony of dread. "I've been in trouble and my money is gone, but I'll pay you every cent just as soon as I can. I can work." "What is your work?" Have no place now. I must get one, but How much have you got now?" He could hardly bring himself to reply. When he said $1.25, the 135 woman laughed in his face. Would not put on my hat for $1.25, she said. "It's all I've got," he pleaded, his voice breaking. "I must get someone. My wife will die. I can't help it. Eyes." Madame Haupt had put back her pork and onions on the stove. She turned to him and answered out of the steam and noise, "Get me $10 cash, unso. You can pay me the rest next month." Can't do it. I haven't got it," Jurgis protested. "I tell you I have only $1.25. The woman turned to her work. "I don't believe you," she said. "Dot is all to try to sheet me. Vot is de reason a big man like you has got only $1.25. I've just been in jail," Jurgis cried. He was ready to get down upon his knees too. "The woman and I had no money before, and my family has almost starved. Veer is your friends. Dot ought to help you." "They are all poor," he answered. "They gave me this. I have done everything I can." "Haven't you got nothing you can sell?" Have nothing, I tell you, I have nothing," he cried frantically. "Can't you borrow it, den? Don't your store people trust you?" Then, as he shook his head, she went on, "Listen to me. If you get me, you will be glad of it. I will save your wife and baby for you, and it will not seem like mooch to you in the end. If you loose dem now how you tink you feel den, und here is a lady dot knows. Her business I could send you to people in dis block, und Dave would tell you. Madame Haupt was pointing her cooking fork at Jurgis persuasively, but her words were more than he could bear. He flung up his hands with a gesture of despair and turned and started away. It's no use, he exclaimed, but suddenly he heard the woman's voice behind him again. T will make it $5 for you. She followed behind him, arguing with him. You will be foolish not to take such an offer, she said. You won't find nobody go out on a rainy day like dis for less. Why I half never took a case in my life so cheap as dot. I couldn't pay mine room rent. Jurgis interrupted her with an oath of rage. If I haven't got it, he shouted. How can I pay it? Damn it, I would pay you if I could, but I tell you I haven't got it. I haven't got it, do you hear me? I haven't got it. He turned and started away again. He was halfway down the stairs before Madame Haupt could shout to him, Wait, I will go mit you, come back. He went back into the room again. 136. It is not good to think of anybody suffering, she said, in a melancholy voice. I might as well go mit you for nothing as what you offer me, but I will try to help you. How far is it? 3 or 4 blocks from here. 3 or 4, und so I shall get soaked. God in Himmel, it ought to be worth more $1 and a quarter und a day like dis, but you understand now. You will pay me the rest of $25 soon. As soon as can. Sometime dis month. Yes, within a month, said poor Jurgis. Anything, hurry up. Where is the dollar and a quarter? Persisted Madame Haupt relentlessly. Jurgis put the money on the table, and the woman counted it and stowed it away. Then she wiped her greasy hands again and proceeded to get ready, complaining. All the time, she was so fat that it was painful for her to move, and she grunted and gasped at every step. She took off her wrapper without even taking the trouble to turn her back to Jurgis and put on her corsets and dress. Then there was a black bonnet which had to be adjusted carefully, and an umbrella which was mislaid, and a bag full of necessaries which had to be collected from here and there, the man being nearly crazy with anxiety in the meantime. When they were on the street, he kept about 4 paces ahead of her, turning now and then, as if he could hurry her on by the force of his desire, but Madame Haupt could only go so far at a step, and it took all our attention to get the needed breath for that. They came at last to the house, and to the group of frightened women in the kitchen. It was not over yet, Jurgis learned. He heard Ona crying still, and meantime Madame Haupt removed her bonnet and laid it on the mantelpiece, and got out of her bag first an old dress and then a saucer of goose grease, which she proceeded to rub upon her hands. The more cases this goose grease is used in, the better luck it brings to the midwife, and so she keeps it upon her kitchen mantelpiece or stowed away in a cupboard with her dirty clothes, for months and sometimes even for years. Then they escorted her to the ladder, and Jurgis heard her give an exclamation of dismay. God in Himmel, what for half you brought me to a place like dis? I could not climb up dot ladder. I could not get through a trap door. I will not try it. Why, I might kill myself already. What sort of a place is dot for a woman to bear a child? Up in a garret, mit only a ladder to it. You ought to be ashamed of yourselves. Jurgis stood in the doorway and listened to her scolding, half drowning out the horrible moans and screams of Ona. At last Aniel succeeded in pacifying her, and she essayed the ascent. Then, however, she had to be stopped, while the old woman cautioned her about the floor of the garret. They had no real floor. They had laid old boards in one part to make a place for the family to live. It was all right and safe there, but the other 137 part of the garret had only the joists of the floor and the lath and plaster of the ceiling below, and if one stepped on this, there would be a catastrophe. As it was half dark up above, perhaps one of the others had best go up first with a candle. Then there were more outcries and threatening, until at last Jurgis had a vision. of a pair of elephantine legs disappearing through the trap door, and felt the house shake as Madame Haupt started to walk. Then suddenly Aniel came to him and took him by the arm. "Now," she said, "you go away. Do as I tell you. You have done all you can, and you are only in the way. Go away and stay away." "But where shall I go?" Jurgis asked helplessly. "Don't know where," she answered. "Go on the street if there is no other place. Only go and stay all night." In the end, she and Marija pushed him out of the door and shut it behind him. It was just about sundown, and it was turning cold. The rain had changed to snow, and the slush was freezing. Jurgis shivered in his thin clothing and put his hands into his pockets and started away. He had not eaten since morning, and he felt weak and ill. With a sudden throb of hope, he recollected he was only a few blocks from the saloon where he had been wont to eat his dinner. They might have mercy on him there, or he might meet a friend. He set out for the place as fast as he could walk. "Hello, Jack," said the saloon keeper. When he entered, they call all foreigners and unskilled men Jack in Packingtown. "Where have you been?" Jurgis went straight to the bar. "I've been in jail," he said, "and I've just got out. I walked home all the way, and I've not a cent, and had nothing to eat since this morning, and I've lost my home, and my wife's ill, and I'm done up." The saloon keeper gazed at him, with his haggard white face and his blue, trembling lips. Then he pushed a big bottle toward him. "Fill her up," he said. Jurgis could hardly hold the bottle. His hands shook so. "Don't be afraid," said the saloon keeper. "Fill her up." So Jurgis drank a large glass of whiskey, and then turned to the lunch counter. In obedience to the other's suggestion, he ate all he dared, stuffing it in as fast as he could, and then, after trying to speak his gratitude, he went and sat down by the big red stove in the middle of the room. It was too good to last. However, like all things in this hard world, his soaked clothing began to steam, and the horrible stench of fertilizer to fill the room. In an hour or so, the packing houses would be closing, and the men coming in from their work, and they would not come into a place that smelt of Jurgis. Also, it was Saturday night, and in a couple of hours would come a violin and a cornet, and in the rear part of the saloon, the families of the neighborhood would dance and feast upon wienerwurst and lager until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. The saloon keeper coughed once or twice, and then remarked, "Say, Jack, I'm afraid 138. You'll have to quit." He was used to the sight of human wrecks, this saloon keeper. He fired dozens of them every night, just as haggard and cold and forlorn as this one. But they were all men who had given up and been counted out, while Jurgis was still in the fight and had reminders of decency about him. As he got up meekly, the other reflected that he had always been a steady man, and might soon be a good customer again. "You've been up against it, I see," he said. "Come this way." In the rear of the saloon were the cellar stairs. There was a door above and another below, both safely padlocked, making the stairs an admirable place to stow away a customer who might still chance to have money, or a political light, whom it was not advisable to kick out of doors. So Jurgis spent the night. The whiskey had only half warmed him, and he could not sleep. Exhausted as he was, he would nod forward and then start up, shivering with the cold, and begin to remember again. Hour after hour passed, until he could only persuade himself that it was not morning by the sounds of music and laughter and singing that were to be heard from the room. When at last these ceased, he expected that he would be turned out into the street. As this did not happen, he fell to wondering whether the man had forgot him. In the end, when the silence and suspense were no longer to be borne, he got up and hammered on the door, and the proprietor came, yawning and rubbing his eyes. He was keeping open all night and dozing between customers. "I want to go home," Jurgis said. "I'm worried about my wife. I can't wait any longer." "Why the hell didn't you say so before?" said the man. "I thought you didn't have any home to go to." Jurgis went outside. It was 4 o'clock in the morning, and as black as night. There were 3 or 4 inches of fresh snow on the ground, and the flakes were falling thick and fast. he turned toward Aniel's and started. Ado runs. There was a light burning in the kitchen window, and the blinds were drawn. The door was unlocked, and Jurgis rushed in. Aniel, Marija, and the rest of the women were huddled about the stove, exactly. As before, with them were several newcomers. Jurgis noticed, also he noticed, that the house was silent. "Well," he said. No one answered him. They sat staring at him with their pale faces. He cried, "Again, Wells." And then, by the light of the smoky lamp, he saw Marija, who sat nearest him. Shaking her head slowly, "Not yet," she said. And Jurgis gave a cry of dismay, "Not yet." Again Marija's head shook. The poor fellow stood dumbfounded. "I don't hear her." 139. He gasped. "She's been quiet a long time," replied the other. There was another pause, broken suddenly by a voice from the attic. "Hello. There." Several of the women ran into the next room, while Marija sprang toward Jurgis. "Wait here," she cried, and the two stood, pale and trembling, listening. In a few moments it became clear that Madame Haupt was engaged in descending the ladder, scolding and exhorting again, while the ladder creaked in protest. In a moment or two she reached the ground, angry and breathless, and they heard her coming into the room. Jurgis gave one glance at her, and then turned white and reeled. She had her jacket off, like one of the workers on the killing beds. Her hands and arms were smeared with blood, and blood was splashed upon her clothing and her face. She stood breathing hard and gazing about her. No one made a sound. "I have done my best," she began suddenly. "I can do nothing more. Dara is no use to try." Again there was silence. "It ain't my fault," she said. "You had ought to have had a doctor, not waited so long. It vast too late already when I come." Once more there was deathlike stillness. Marija was clutching Jurgis with all the power of her one well arm. Then suddenly Madame Haupt turned to Aniel. "You have not got something to drink, hey?" she queried. "Some brandy?" Aniel shook her head. "Herrgott," exclaimed Madame Haupt. "Such people, perhaps you will give me something to eat, den. I have had nothing since yesterday morning, and I have worked myself near to death here. If I could have known it vas like dis, I would never have come for such money as you give me." At this moment she chanced to look round and saw Jurgis. She shook her finger at him. "You understand me," she said. "You pays me dot money just the same. It is not my fault dat you send for me so late. Can't help your wife. It is not my fault if der baby comes mit one arm first, so dot I can't save it. I have tried all night, und in dot place vir it is not fit for dogs to be born, und mit nodding to eat only vot I brings in mine own pockets." Here Madame Haupt paused for a moment to get her breath, and Marija, seeing the beads of sweat on Jurgis's forehead and feeling the quivering of his frame, broke out in a low voice, "How is Ona?" "How is she?" echoed Madame Haupt. "How do you think she can be when you leave her to kill herself so? I told dem dot when they send for de priest. She is young, und she might have got over it, und been well und strong, if she had been treated right. She fight hard, dot girl. She is not yet quite dead." And Jurgis gave a frantic scream. "Dead." 140. "She will die, of course," said the other angrily. "Der baby is dead now." The garret was lighted by a candle stuck upon a board. It had almost burned itself out and was sputtering and smoking as Jurgis rushed up the ladder. He could make out dimly in one corner a pallet of rags and old blankets spread upon the flue. At the foot of it was a crucifix, and near it a priest muttering a prayer. In a far corner crouched Elzbieta, moaning and wailing. Upon the pallet lay Ona. She was covered with a blanket, but he could see her shoulders and one arm. Lying bare, she was so shrunken he would scarcely have known her. She was all but a skeleton and as white as a piece of chalk. Her eyelids were closed, and she lay still as death. He staggered toward her and fell upon his knees with a cry of anguish. "Ona, Ona." She did not stir. He caught her hand in his and began to clasp it frantically, calling, "Look at me, answer me. It is Jurgis come back, don't you hear me?" There was the faintest quivering of the eyelids, and he called again in frenzy. Lona, Onas. Then suddenly her eyes opened one instant. One instant she looked at him. There was a flash of recognition between them. He saw her afar off, as through a dim vista, standing forlorn. He stretched out his arms to her. He called her in. Wild despair, a fearful yearning surged up in him, hunger for her that was agony. Desire that was a new being born within him, tearing his heartstrings, torturing him, but it was all in vain. She faded from him, she slipped back and was gone. And a wail of anguish burst from him, great sobs shook all his frame, and hot tears ran down his cheeks and fell upon her. He clutched her hands, he shook her, he caught her in his arms and pressed her to him, but she lay cold and still. She was gone, she was gone. The word rang through him like the sound of a bell, echoing in the far depths of him, making forgotten chords to vibrate, old shadowy fears to stir, fears of the dark, fears of the void, fears of annihilation. She was dead, he would never see her again, never hear her again. An icy horror of loneliness seized him. He saw himself standing apart and watching all the world fade away. From him, a world of shadows, of fickle dreams. He was like a little child in his fright and grief. He called and got no answer, and his cries of despair echoed through the house, making the women downstairs draw nearer to each other in fear. He was inconsolable, beside himself. The priest came and laid his hand upon his shoulder and whispered to him, but he heard not a sound. He was gone away himself, stumbling through the shadows and groping after the soul that had fled. So he lay. The gray dawn came up and crept into the attic. The priest left, the women left, and he was alone with the still, white figure, quieter now, but moaning and shuddering, wrestling with the grisly fiend. Now and then he would raise himself and stare at the white mask before him, then hide his eyes because he could not bear it. Dead, dead, and she was only a girl. She was barely 141. 18. Her life had hardly begun, and here she lay murdered, mangled, tortured to death. It was morning when he rose up and came down into the kitchen, haggard and ashen gray, reeling and dazed. More of the neighbors had come in, and they stared at him in silence as he sank down upon a chair by the table and buried his face in his arms. A few minutes later, the front door opened. A blast of cold and snow rushed in, and behind it little Katrina, breathless from running and blue with the cold. "I'm home again," she exclaimed. "I could hardly." And then, seeing Jurgis, she stopped with an exclamation. Looking from one to another, she saw that something had happened, and she asked, in a lower voice, "What's the matter?" Before anyone could reply, Jurgis started up. He went toward her, walking unsteadily. "Where have you been?" he demanded. "Selling papers with the boys," she said. "The snow." "Have you any money?" he demanded. "Wes, how much?" "Nearly $3, Jurgis." "Give it to me." Katrina, frightened by his manner, glanced at the others. "Give it to me," he commanded again, and she put her hand into her pocket and pulled out a lump of coins tied in a bit of rag. Jurgis took it without a word and went out of the door and down the street. 3 doors away was a saloon. "Whiskey," he said as he entered, and as the man pushed him some, he tore at the rag with his teeth and pulled out $50. "How much is the bottle?" he said. "I want to get drunk." Chapter 20. But a big man cannot stay drunk very long on $3. That was Sunday morning, and Monday night Jurgis came home, sober and sick, realizing that he had spent every cent the family owned and had not bought a single instant's forgetfulness with it. Ona was not yet buried, but the police had been notified, and on the morrow they would put the body in a pine coffin and take it to the potter's field. Elzbieta was out begging now, a few pennies from each of the neighbors to get enough to pay 142 for a mass for her, and the children were upstairs starving to death, while he, good-for-nothing rascal, had been spending their money on drink. So spoke Aniel scornfully, and when he started toward the fire, she added the information. Tell you. Her kitchen was no longer for him to fill with his phosphate stinks. She had crowded all her boarders into one room on Ona's account, but now he could go up in the garret where he belonged, and not there much longer either if he did not pay her some rent. Jurgis went without a word, and, stepping over half a dozen sleeping boarders in the next room, ascended the ladder. It was dark up above, they could not afford any light, also it was nearly as cold as outdoors. In a corner, as far away from the corpse as possible, sat Marija, holding little Antanas in her one good arm and trying to soothe him to sleep. In another corner crouched poor little Juazapas, wailing because he had had nothing to eat all day. Marija said not a word to Jurgis. He crept in like a whipped cur and went and sat down by the body. Perhaps he ought to have meditated upon the hunger of the children and upon his own baseness, but he thought only of Ona. He gave himself up again to the luxury of grief. He shed no tears, being ashamed to make a sound. He sat motionless and shuddering with his anguish. He had never dreamed how much he loved Ona until now that she was gone, until now that he sat here, knowing that on the morrow they would take her away, and that he would never lay eyes upon her again, never all the days of his life. His old love, which had been starved to death, beaten to death, awoke in him again. The floodgates of memory were lifted. He saw all their life together, saw her as he had seen her in Lithuania the first day at the fair, beautiful as the flowers, singing like a bird. He saw her as he had married her, with all her tenderness, with her heart of wonder. The very words she had spoken seemed to ring now in his ears. The tears she had shed to be wet upon his cheek. The long, cruel battle with misery and hunger had hardened and embittered him, but it had not changed her. She had been the same hungry soul to the end, stretching out her arms to him, pleading with him, begging him for love and tenderness. And she had suffered, so cruelly she had suffered such agonies, such infamies. Ah God, the memory of them was not to be borne. What a monster of wickedness, of heartlessness he had been. Every angry word that he had ever spoken came back to him and cut him like a knife. Every selfish act that he had done, with what torments he paid for them now. And such devotion and awe as welled up in his soul, now that it could never be spoken, now that it was too late, too late. His bosom was choking with it, bursting with it. He crouched here in the darkness beside her, stretching out his arms to her, and she was gone forever. She was dead. He could have screamed aloud with the horror and despair of it. A sweat of agony beaded his forehead. Yet he dared not make a sound. He scarcely dared to breathe because of his shame and loathing of himself. Late at night came Elzbieta, having gotten the money for a mass, and paid for it in advance lest she should be tempted too sorely at home. She brought also a bit of stale rye bread that someone had given her, and with that they quieted the children and got them to sleep. Then she came over to Jurgis and sat down. 143. Beside him. She said not a word of reproach. She and Marija had chosen that course before. She would only plead with him, here by the corpse of his dead wife, already. Elzbieta had choked down her tears, grief being crowded out of her soul by fear. She had to bury one of her children, but then she had done it 3 times before, and each time risen up and gone back to take up the battle for the rest. Elzbieta was one of the primitive creatures, like the angleworm, which goes on living, though cut in half, like a hen, which, deprived of her chickens one by one, will mother the last that is left her. She did this because it was her nature. She asked no questions about the justice of it, nor the worthwhileness of life, in which destruction and death ran riot. And this old common-sense view she labored to impress upon Jurgis, pleading with him with tears in her eyes. Ona was dead, but the others were left, and they must be saved. She did not ask for her own children. She and Marija could care for them somehow, but there was Antanas, his own son. Ona had given Antanas to him. The little fellow was the only remembrance of her that he had. He must treasure it and protect it. He must show himself a man. He knew what Ona would have had him do what she would ask of him at this moment, if she could speak. To him, it was a terrible thing that she should have died as she had, but the life had been too hard for her and she had to go. It was terrible that they were not able to bury her, that he could not even have a day to mourn her, but so it was. Their fate was pressing, they had not a cent, and the children would perish. Some money must be had. Could he not be a man for Ona's sake and pull himself together? In a little while they would be out of danger, now that they had given up the house they could live more cheaply, and with all the children working they could get along if only he would not go to pieces. So Elżbieta went on with feverish intensity. It was a struggle for life with her. She was not afraid that Jurgis would go on drinking, for he had no money for that, but she was wild with dread at the thought that he might desert them, might take to the road as Jonas had done. But with Ona's dead body beneath his eyes, Jurgis could not well think of treason. To his child, yes, he said, he would try for the sake of Antanas. He would give the little fellow his chance, would get to work at once, yes, tomorrow, without even waiting for Ona to be buried. They might trust him, he would keep his word, come what might. And so he was out before daylight the next morning, headache, heartache, and all. He went straight to Graham's fertilizer mill to see if he could get back his job, but the boss shook his head when he saw him. No, his place had been filled long ago, and there was no room for him. Do you think there will be? Jurgis asked. I may have to wait. No, said the other, it will not be worth your while to wait. There will be nothing for you here. Jurgis stood gazing at him in perplexity. What is the matter? He asked. Didn't I 144 do my work? The other met his look with one of cold indifference and answered, there will be nothing for you here, I said. Jurgis had his suspicions as to the dreadful meaning of that incident, and he went away with a sinking at the heart. He went and took his stand with the mob of hungry wretches who were standing about in the snow before the time station. Here he stayed breakfastless for 2 hours until the throng was driven away by the clubs of the police. There was no work for him that day. Jurgis had made a good many acquaintances in his long services at the yards. There were saloon-keepers who would trust him for a drink and a sandwich, and members of his old union who would lend him a dime at a pinch. It was not a question of life and death for him, therefore. He might hunt all day and come again on the morrow and try hanging on thus for weeks, like hundreds and thousands of others. Meantime, Teta Elżbieta would go and beg, over in the Hyde Park district, and the children would bring home enough to pacify Aniel and keep them all alive. It was at the end of a week of this sort of waiting, roaming about in the bitter winds or loafing in saloons, that Jurgis stumbled on a chance in one of the cellars of Jones's big packing plant. He saw a foreman passing the open doorway and hailed him for a job. Push a truck? Inquired the man, and Jurgis answered, yes, sir, before the words were well out of his mouth. What's your name? Demanded the other. Jurgis Rodkas. Worked in the yards before. BYCS's. Whereabouts? 2 places, Brown's Killing Beds and Durham's Fertilizer Mill. Why did you leave there? The first time I had an accident, and the last time I was sent up for a month. TC, well, I'll give you a trial. Come early tomorrow and ask for Mr. Thomas. So Jurgis rushed home with the wild tidings that he had a job, that the terrible siege was over. The remnants of the family had quite a celebration that night. And in the morning, Jurgis was at the place half an hour before the time of opening. The foreman came in shortly afterward, and when he saw Jurgis, he frowned. Oh, he said, I promised you a job, didn't I? Yes, sir, said Jurgis. 145. Well, I'm sorry, but I made a mistake. I can't use you. Jurgis stared dumbfounded. What's the matter? He gasped. Nothing, said the man, only I can't use you. There was the same cold, hostile stare that he had had from the boss of the fertilizer mill. He knew that there was no use in saying a word, and he turned and went away. Out in the saloons, the men could tell him all about the meaning of it. They gazed at him with pitying eyes. Poor devil, he was blacklisted. What had he done? They asked. Knocked down his boss. Good heavens, then he might have known. Why? He stood as much chance of getting a job in Packingtown as of being chosen mayor of Chicago. Why had he wasted his time hunting? They had him on a secret list in every office, big and little, in the place. They had his name by this time in St. Louis and New York, in Omaha and Boston, in Kansas City and St. Joseph. He was condemned and sentenced, without trial and without appeal. He could never work for the Packers again. He could not even clean cattle pens or drive a truck in any place where they controlled. He might try it if he chose, as hundreds had tried it and found out for themselves. He would never be told anything about it. He would never get any more satisfaction than he had gotten just now, but he would always find when the time came that he was not needed. It would not do for him to give any other name, either. They had company spotters for just that purpose, and he wouldn't keep a job in Packingtown 3 days. It was worth a fort hewn to the Packers to keep their blacklist effective, as a warning to the men and a means of keeping down union agitation and political discontent. Jurgis went home, carrying these new tidings to the family council. It was a most cruel thing. Here in this district was his home, such as it was, the place he was used to and the friends he knew, and now every possibility of employment in it was closed to him. There was nothing in Packingtown but packing houses, and so it was the same thing as evicting him from his home. He and the two women spent all day and half the night discussing it. It would be convenient downtown to the children's place of work, but then Marija was on the road to recovery and had hopes of getting a job in the yards, and though she did not see her old-time lover once a month because of the misery of their state, yet she could not make up her mind to go away and give him up forever. Then, too, Elzbieta had heard something about a chance to scrub floors in Durham's offices and was waiting every day for word. In the end, it was decided that Jurgis should go downtown to strike out for himself, and they would decide after he got a job, as there was no one from whom he could borrow there, and he dared not beg for fear of being arrested. It was arranged that every day he should meet one of the children and be given 15 cents of their earnings, upon which he could keep going. Then all day he was to pace the streets with hundreds and thousands of other homeless wretches inquiring at stores, warehouses, and factories for chance, and at night he was to crawl into some doorway or underneath a truck 146 and hide there until midnight, when he might get into one of the station houses and spread a newspaper upon the floor and lie down in the midst of a throng of bums and beggars, reeking with alcohol and tobacco and filthy with vermin and disease. So for 2 weeks more Jurgis fought with the demon of despair. Once he got a chance to load a truck for half a day, and again he carried an old woman's valise and was given a quarter. This led him into a lodging house on several nights, when he might otherwise have frozen to death, and it also gave him a chance now and then to buy a newspaper in the morning and hunt up jobs while his rivals were watching and waiting for a paper to be thrown away. This, however, was really not the advantage it seemed, for the newspaper advertisements were a cause of much loss of precious time and of many weary journeys. A full half of these were fakes put in by the endless variety of establishments which preyed upon the helpless ignorance of the unemployed. If Jurgis lost only his time, it was because he had nothing else to lose. Whenever a smooth-tongued agent would tell him of the wonderful positions he had on hand, he could only shake his head sorrowfully and say that he had not the necessary dollar to deposit. When it was explained to him what big money he and all his family could make by coloring photographs, he could only promise to come in again when he had $2 to invest in the outfit. In the end, Jurgis got a chance through an accidental meeting with an old-time acquaintance of his union days. He met this man on his way to work in the giant factories of the Harvester Trust, and his friend told him to come along and he would speak a good word for him to his boss whom he knew well. So Jurgis trudged 4 or 5 miles and passed through a waiting throng of unemployed. At the gate under the escort of his friend, his knees nearly gave way beneath him. When the foreman, after looking him over and questioning him, told him that he could find an opening for him. How much this accident meant to Jurgis he realized only by stages, for he found that the harvester works were the sort of place to which philanthropists and reformers pointed with pride. It had some thought for its employees. Its workshops were big and roomy. It provided a restaurant where the workmen could buy good food at cost. It had even a reading room and decent places where its girl hands could rest. Also, the work was free from many of the elements of filth and repulsiveness that prevailed at the stockyards. Day after day, Jurgis discovered these things never expected nor dreamed of by him, until this new place came to seem a kind of a heaven to him. It was an enormous establishment, covering 160 acres of ground, employing 5,000 people and turning out over 300,000 machines every year, a good part of all the harvesting and mowing machines used in the country. Jurgis saw very little of it, of course. It was all specialized work, the same as at the stockyards. Each one of the hundreds of parts of a mowing machine was made separately and sometimes handled by hundreds of men. Where Jurgis worked, there was a machine which cut and stamped a certain 147 piece of steel about 2 square inches in size. The pieces came tumbling out upon a tray, and all the human hands had to do was to pile them in regular rows and change the trays at intervals. This was done by a single boy who stood with eyes and thought centered upon it, and fingers flying so fast that the sounds of the bits of steel striking upon each other was like the music of an express train, as one hears it in a sleeping car at night. This was piecework, of course, and besides, it was made certain that the boy did not idle by setting the machine to match the highest possible speed of human hands. 30,000 of these pieces he handled every day, 9 or 10 million every year. How many in a lifetime it rested with the gods to say. Near by him men sat bending over whirling grindstones, putting the finishing touches to the steel knives of the reaper, picking them out of a basket with the right hand, pressing first one side and then the other against the stone, and finally dropping them with the left hand into another basket. One of these men told Jurgis that he had sharpened 3,000 pieces of steel a day for 13 years. In the next room were wonderful machines that ate up long steel rods by slow stages, cutting them off, seizing the pieces, stamping heads upon them, grinding them and polishing them, threading them, and finally dropping them into a basket, all ready to bolt the harvesters together. From yet another machine came tens of thousands of steel burrs to fit upon these bolts. In other places, all these various parts were dipped into troughs of paint and hung up to dry, and then slid along on trolleys to a room where men streaked them with red and yellow so that they might look cheerful in the harvest fields. Jurgis's friend worked upstairs in the casting rooms, and his task was to make the molds of a certain part. He shoveled black sand into an iron receptacle and pounded it tight and set it aside to harden. Then it would be taken out and molten iron poured into it. This man, too, was paid by the mold, or rather for perfect castings, nearly half his work going for naught. You might see him, along with dozens of others, toiling like one possessed by a whole community of demons, his arms working like the driving rods of an engine, his long, black hair flying wild, his eyes starting out, the sweat rolling in rivers down his face. When he had shoveled the mold full of sand and reached for the pounder to pound it with, it was after the manner of a canoeist running rapids and seizing a pole at sight of a submerged rock. All day long this man would toil thus, his whole being centered upon the purpose of making 23 instead of 22 and a half cents an hour, and then his product would be reckoned up by the census taker, and jubilant captains of industry would boast of it in their banquet halls, telling how our workers are nearly twice as efficient as those of any other country. If we are the greatest nation the sun ever shone upon, it would seem to be mainly because we have been able to goad our wage earners to this pitch of frenzy, though there are a few other things that are great among us, including our drink bill, which is $1.25 billion a year and doubling itself every decade. There was a machine which stamped out the iron plates, and then another which, with a mighty thud, mashed them to the shape of the sitting-down portion of the 148 American farmer. Then they were piled upon a truck, and it was Jurgis's task to wheel them to the room where the machines were assembled. This was child's play for him, and he got $1.75 a day for it on Saturday. He paid Aniel the 75 cents a week he owed her for the use of her garret, and also redeemed his overcoat, which Elzbieta had put in pawn when he was in jail. This last was a great blessing. A man cannot go about in midwinter in Chicago with no overcoat and not pay for it, and Jurgis had to walk or ride 5 or 6 miles back and forth to his work. It so happened that half of this was in one direction and half in another, necessitating a change of cars. The law required that transfers be given at all intersecting points, but the Railway Corporation had gotten round this by arranging a pretense at separate ownership, so whenever he wished to ride, he had to pay 10 cents each way, or over 10% of his income to this power, which had gotten its franchises long ago by buying up the city council in the face of popular clamor amounting almost to a rebellion. Tired as he felt at night, and dark and bitter cold as it was in the morning, Jurgis generally chose to walk. At the hours other workmen were traveling, the streetcar monopoly saw fit to put on so few cars that there would be men hanging to every foot of the backs of them, and often crouching upon the snow-covered roof. Of course the doors could never be closed, and so the cars were as cold as outdoors. Jurgis, like many others, found it better to spend his fare for a drink and a free lunch, to give him strength tea. Oh, walk. These, however, were all slight matters to a man who had escaped from Durham's fertilizer mill. Jurgis began to pick up heart again and to make plans. He had lost his house, but then the awful load of the rent and interest was off his shoulders, and when Marija was well again they could start over and save. In the shop where he worked was a man, a Lithuanian like himself, whom the others spoke of in admiring whispers because of the mighty feats he was performing. All day he sat at a machine turning bolts, and then in the evening he went to the public school to study English and learn to read. In addition, because he had a family of 8 children to support and his earnings were not enough, on Saturdays and Sundays he served as a watchman. He was required to press 2 buttons at opposite ends of a building every 5 minutes, and as the walk only took him 2 minutes, he had 3 minutes to study between each trip. Jurgis felt jealous of this fellow, for that was the sort of thing he himself had dreamed of 2 or 3 years ago. He might do it even yet if he had a fair chance. He might attract attention and become a skilled man or a boss, as some had done in this place. Suppose that Marija could get a job in the big mill where they made binder twine, then they would move into this neighborhood, and he would really have a chance. With a hope like that, there was some use in living, to find a place where you were treated like a human being. By God, he would show them how he could appreciate it. He laughed to himself as he thought how he would hang on to this job. And then one afternoon, the 9th of his work in the place, when he went to get his overcoat, he saw a group of men crowded before a placard on the door, and 149. When he went over and asked what it was, they told him that beginning with the morrow his department of the harvester works would be closed until further notice. Chapter 21. That was the way they did it. There was not half an hour's warning. The works were closed. It had happened that way before, said the men, and it would happen that way forever. They had made all the harvesting machines that the World needed, and now they had to wait till some wore out. It was nobody's fault. That was the way of it, and thousands of men and women were turned out in the dead of winter to live upon their savings if they had any, and otherwise to die. So many tens of thousands already in the city, homeless and begging for work, and now several thousand more added to them. Jurgis walked home, with his pittance of pay in his pocket, heartbroken. Overwhelmed, one more bandage had been torn from his eyes, one more pitfall was revealed to him, of what help was kindness and decency on the part of employers when they could not keep a job for him, when there were more harvesting machines made than the world was able to buy. What a hellish mockery it was, anyway, that a man should slave to make harvesting machines for the country, only to be turned out to starve for doing his duty too well. It took him 2 days to get over this heart-sickening disappointment. He did not drink anything because Elzbieta got his money for safekeeping and knew him too well to be in the least frightened by his angry demands. He stayed up in the garret, however, and sulked. What was the use of a man's hunting a job when it was taken from him before he had time to learn the work? But then their money was going again, and little Antanas was hungry and crying with the bitter cold of the garret. Also Madame Haupt, the midwife, was after him for some money, so he went out once more. For another 10 days he roamed the streets and alleys of the huge city, sick and hungry, begging for any work. He tried in stores and offices, in restaurants and hotels, along the docks and in the railroad yards, in warehouses and mills and factories where they made products that went to every corner of the world. There were often 1 or 2 chances, but there were always 100 men for every chance, and his turn would not come. At night he crept into sheds and cellars and doorways until there came a spell of belated winter weather, with a raging gale and the thermometer 5 degrees below zero at sundown and falling all night. Then Jurgis fought like a wild beast to get into the big Harrison Street police station and slept down in a corridor, crowded with 2 other men upon it. Single step. He had to fight often in these days, to fight for a place near the factory gates, and 150. Now and again with gangs on the street. He found, for instance, that the business of carrying satchels for railroad passengers was a preempted one. Whenever he essayed it, 8 or 10 men and boys would fall upon him and force him to run for his life. They always had the policemen squared, and so there was no use in expecting protection. That Jurgis did not starve to death was due solely to the pittance the children brought him, and even this was never certain. For one thing, the sea old was almost more than the children could bear, and then they, too, were in perpetual peril from rivals who plundered and beat them. The law was against them too little. Villemas, who was really 11 but did not look to be 8, was stopped on the streets by a severe old lady in spectacles, who told him that he was too young to be working, and that if he did not stop selling papers, she would send a truant officer after him. Also one night a strange man caught little Katrina by the arm and tried to persuade her into a dark cellarway, an experience which filled her with such terror that she was hardly to be kept at work. At last, on a Sunday, as there was no use looking for work, Jurgis went home by stealing rides on the cars. He found that they had been waiting for him for 3 days. There was a chance of a job for him. It was quite a story. Little Juazapas, who was near crazy with hunger these days, had gone out on the street to beg for himself. Juazapas had only one leg, having been run over by a wagon when a little child, but he had got himself a broomstick which he put under his arm for a crutch. He had fallen in with some other children and found the way to Mike Scully's dump, which lay 3 or 4 blocks away. To this place there came every day many hundreds of wagon loads of garbage and trash from the lake front, where the rich people lived, and in the heaps the children raked for food. There were hunks of bread and potato peelings and apple cores and meat bones, all of it half frozen and quite unspoiled. Little Juazapas gorged himself and came home with a newspaper full, which he was feeding to Antanas when his mother came in. Elzbieta was horrified, for she did not believe that the food out of the dumps was fit to eat. The next day, however, when no harm came of it, and Juozapas began to cry with hunger, she gave in and said that he might go again, and that afternoon he came home with a story of how, while he had been digging away with a stick, a lady upon the street had called him, a real fine lady, the little boy explained. Beautiful lady, and she wanted to know all about him, and whether he got this garbage for chickens, and why he walked with a broomstick, and why Ona had died, and how Jurgis had come to go to jail, and what was the matter with Marija. And everything. In the end she had asked where he lived, and said that she was coming to see him and bring him a new crutch to walk with. She had on a hat with a bird upon it, Juozapas added, and a long fur snake around her neck. She really came the very next morning, and climbed the ladder to the garret, and stood and stared about her, turning pale at the sight of the blood stains on the floor where Ona had died. She was a settlement worker, she explained too. Elżbieta, she lived around on Ashland Avenue. Elżbieta knew the place. Over 151. Feed store, somebody had wanted her to go there, but she had not cared to, for she thought that it must have something to do with religion, and the priest did not like her to have anything to do with strange religions. They were rich people who came to live there to find out about the poor people, but what good they expected it would do them to know, one could not imagine. So spoke Elżbieta naively, and the young lady laughed, and was rather at a loss for an answer. She stood and gazed about her, and thought of a cynical remark that had been made to her, that she was standing upon the brink of the pit of hell and throwing in snowballs to lower the temperature. Elżbieta was glad to have somebody to listen, and she told all their woes, what had happened to Ona, and the jail, and the loss of their home and marriages accident, and how Ona had died, and how Jurgis could get no work. As she listened, the pretty young lady's eyes filled with tears, and in the midst of it she burst into weeping and hid her face on Elżbieta's shoulder, quite regardless of the fact that the woman had on a dirty old wrapper, and that the garret was full of fleas. Poor Elżbieta was ashamed of herself for having told so woeful a tale, and the other had to beg and plead with her to get her to go on. The end of it was that the young lady sent them a basket of things to eat, and left a letter that Jurgis was to take to a gentleman who was superintendent in one of the mills of the great steelworks in South Chicago. He will get Jurgis something to do, the young lady had said, and added, smiling through her tears, if he doesn't, he will never marry me. The steelworks were 15 miles away, and as usual it was so contrived that one had to pay 2 fares to get there. Far and wide the sky was flaring with the red glare that leaped from rows of towering chimneys, for it was pitch dark when Jurgis arrived. The vast works, a city in themselves, were surrounded by stockade, and already a full 100 men were waiting at the gate where new hands were taken on. Soon after daybreak whistles began to blow, and then suddenly thousands of men appeared streaming from saloons and boarding houses across the way, leaping from trolley cars that passed. It seemed as if they rose out of the ground in the dim gray light. A river of them poured in through the gate, and then gradually ebbed away again, until there were only a few late ones running, and the watchmen pacing up and down, and the hungry strangers stamping and shivering. Jurgis presented his precious letter. The gatekeeper was surly, and put him through a catechism, but he insisted that he knew nothing, and as he had taken the precaution to seal his letter, there was nothing for the gatekeeper to do but send it to the person to whom it was addressed. A messenger came back to say that Jurgis should wait, and so he came inside of the gate, perhaps not sorry enough that there were others less fortunate watching him with greedy eyes. The great mills were getting under way. One could hear a vast stirring, a rolling and rumbling and hammering. Little by little the scene grew plain, towering black buildings here and there, long rows of shops and sheds, little railways branching everywhere, bare gray cinders underfoot, and oceans of billowing black smoke. Above, on one side of the grounds, ran a railroad with a dozen tracks, and on the 152. Other side lay the lake, where steamers came to load. Jurgis had time enough to stare and speculate, for it was 2 hours before he was summoned. He went into the office building, where a company timekeeper interviewed him. The superintendent was busy, he said, but he, the timekeeper, would try to find Jurgis a job. He had never worked in a steel mill before, but he was ready for anything. Well then, they would go and see. So they began a tour, among sights that made Jurgis stare amazed. He wondered if ever he could get used to working in a place like this, where the air shook with deafening thunder and whistles shrieked warnings on all sides of him at once, where miniature steam engines came rushing upon him and sizzling, quivering. White-hot masses of metal sped past him, and explosions of fire and flaming sparks dazzled him and scorched his face. The men in these mills were all black, with soot and hollow-eyed and gaunt. They worked with fierce intensity, rushing here and there and never lifting their eyes from their tasks. Jurgis clung to his guide like a scared child to its nurse, and while the latter hailed one foreman after another to ask if they could use another unskilled man, he stared about him and marveled. He was taken to the Bessemer furnace, where they made billets of steel. Dome-like building, the size of a big theater. Jurgis stood where the balcony of the theater would have been, and opposite, by the stage, he saw 3 giant cauldrons big enough for all the devils of hell to brew their broth in, full of something white and blinding, bubbling and splashing, roaring as if volcanoes were blowing through it. One had to shout to be heard in the place. Liquid fire would leap from these cauldrons and scatter like bombs below, and men were working there seeming careless, so that Jurgis caught his breath with fright. Then a whistle would toot, and across the curtain of the theater would come a little engine with a carload of something to be dumped into one of the receptacles, and then another whistle would toot, down by the stage, and another train would back up, and suddenly, without an instant's warning, one of the giant kettles began to tilt and topple, flinging out a jet of hissing, roaring flame. Jurgis shrank back appalled, for he thought it was an accident. There fell a pillar of white flame, dazzling as the sun, swishing like a huge tree falling in the forest. A torrent of sparks swept all the way across the building, overwhelming everything, hiding it from sight. And then Jurgis looked through the fingers of his hands and saw pouring out of the cauldron a cascade of living, leaping fire, white, with a whiteness not of earth, scorching the eyeballs. Incandescent rainbows shone above it. Blue, red, and golden lights played about it, but the stream itself was white, ineffable. Out of regions of wonder it streamed, the very river of life. And the soul leaped up at the sight of it, fled back upon it, swift and resistless, back into far-off lands where beauty and terror dwell. Then the great cauldron tilted back again, empty, and Jurgis saw to his relief that no one was hurt, and turned and followed his guide out into the sunlight. They went through the blast furnaces, through rolling mills where bars of steel were tossed about and chopped like bits of cheese, all around and above giant 153. Machine arms were flying, giant wheels were turning, great hammers crashing. Traveling cranes creaked and groaned overhead, reaching down iron hands and seizing iron prey. It was like standing in the center of the earth, where the machinery of time was revolving. By and by they came to the place where steel rails were made, and Jurgis heard a toot behind him and jumped out of the way of a car with a white-hot ingot upon it the size of a man's body. There was a sudden crash and the car came to a halt, and the ingot toppled out upon a moving platform where steel fingers and arms seized hold of it, punching it and prodding it into place and hurrying it into the grip of huge rollers. Then it came out upon the other side, and there were more crashings and clatterings, and over it was flopped, like a pancake on a gridiron, and seized again and rushed back at you through another squeezer. So, amid deafening uproar it clattered to and fro, growing thinner and flatter and longer. The ingot seemed almost a living thing. It did not want to run this mad course, but it was in the grip of fate. It was tumbled on, screeching and clanking, and shivering in protest. By and by it was long and thin, a great red snake. Escaped from purgatory, and then, as it slid through the rollers, you would have sworn that it was alive. It writhed and squirmed, and wriggles and shudders. Passed out through its tail, all but flinging it off by their violence. There was no rest for it until it was cold and black, and then it needed only to be cut and straightened to be ready for a railroad. It was at the end of this rail's progress that Jurgis got his chance. They had to be moved by men with crowbars, and the boss here could use another man, so he took off his coat and set to work on the spot. It took him 2 hours to get to this place every day and cost him $1.20 a week. As this was out of the question, he wrapped his bedding in a bundle and took it with him, and one of his fellow working men introduced him to a Polish lodging house where he might have the privilege of sleeping upon the floor for 10 cents a night. He got his meals at free lunch counters, and every Saturday night he went home, bedding and all, and took the greater part of his money to the family. Elżbieta was sorry for this arrangement, for she feared that it would get him into the habit of living without them, and once a week was not very often for him to see his baby, but there was no other way of arranging it. There was no chance for a woman at the steelworks, and Marija was now ready for work again and lured on from day to day by the hope of finding it at the yards. In a week Jurgis got over his sense of helplessness and bewilderment in the rail mill. He learned to find his way about and to take all the miracles and terrors for granted, to work without hearing the rumbling and crashing. From blind fear he went to the other extreme. He became reckless and indifferent like all the rest of the men who took but little thought of themselves in the ardor of their work. It was wonderful, when one came to think of it, that these men should have taken an interest in the work they did. They had no share in it. They were paid by the hour and paid no more for being interested. Also, they knew that if they were 154 hurt, they would be flung aside and forgotten, and still they would hurry to their task by dangerous shortcuts, would use methods that were quicker and more effective, in spite of the fact that they were also risky. His 4th day at his work, Jurgis saw a man stumble while running in front of a car and have his foot mashed off, and before he had been there 3 weeks, he was witness of a yet more dreadful accident. There was a row of brick furnaces, shining white through every crack with the molten steel inside. Some of these were bulging dangerously, yet men worked before them, wearing blue glasses when they opened and shut the doors. One morning, as Jurgis was passing, a furnace blew out, spraying 2 men with a shower of liquid fire. As they lay screaming and rolling upon the ground in agony, Jurgis rushed to help them, and as a result he lost a good part of the skin from the inside of one of his hands. The company doctor bandaged it up, but he got no other thanks from anyone and was laid up for 8 working days without any pay. Most fortunately, at this juncture, Elżbieta got the long-awaited chance to go at 5 o'clock in the morning and help scrub the office floors of one of the packers. Jurgis came home and covered himself with blankets to keep warm, and divided his time between sleeping and playing with little Antanas. Juazapas was away, raking in the dump a good part of the time, and Elżbieta and Marija were hunting for more work. Antanas was now over a year and a half old and was a perfect talking machine. He learned so fast that every week when Jurgis came home, it seemed to him as if he had a new child. He would sit down and listen and stare at him and give vent to delighted exclamations. Palak Muma, tu mano Sherdel, the little fellow, was now really the one delight that Jurgis had in the world, his one hope, his one victory. Thank God, Antanas was a boy, and he was as tough as a pine knot, and with the appetite of a wolf. Nothing had hurt him, and nothing could hurt him. He had come through all the suffering and deprivation unscathed, only shriller-voiced and more determined in his grip upon life. He was a terrible child to manage, was Antanas, but his father did not mind that. He would watch him and smile to himself with satisfaction. The more of a fighter he was, the better. He would need to fight before he got through. Jurgis had got the habit of buying the Sunday paper whenever he had the money. A most wonderful paper could be had for only 5 cents, a whole armful withal. The news of the world set forth in big headlines that Jurgis could spell out slowly. With the children to help him at the long words, there was battle and murder. And sudden death. It was marvelous how they ever heard about so many. Entertaining and thrilling happenings, the stories must be all true, for surely no man could have made such things up, and besides, there were pictures of them. All as real as life. One of these papers was as good as a circus, and nearly as good as a spree, certainly a most wonderful treat for a working man who was tired out and stupefied, and had never had any education, and whose work was one dull, sordid grind, day after day, and year after year, with never a sight of a green field nor an hour's entertainment, nor anything but liquor to stimulate his imagination. Among other things, these papers had pages full of comical 155 pictures, and these were the main joy in life to little Antanas. He treasured them up and would drag them out and make his father tell him about them. There were all sorts of animals among them, and Antanas could tell the names of all of them lying upon the floor for hours, and pointing them out with his chubby little fingers whenever the story was plain enough for Jurgis to make out. Antanas would have it repeated to him, and then he would remember it, prattling funny little sentences and mixing it up with other stories in an irresistible fashion. Also, his quaint pronunciation of words was such a delight, and the phrases he would pick up and remember the most outlandish and impossible things the first time that the little rascal burst out with "God damn," his father nearly rolled off the chair with glee, but in the end he was sorry for this, for Antanas was soon God damning everything and everybody. And then, when he was able to use his hands, Jurgis took his bedding again and went back to his task of shifting rails. It was now April, and the snow had given place to cold rains, and the unpaved street in front of Aniel's house was turned into a canal. Jurgis would have to wade through it to get home, and if it was late, he might easily get stuck to his waist in the mire, but he did not mind this much. It was a promise that summer was coming. Marija had now gotten a place as beef trimmer in one of the smaller packing plants, and he told himself that he had learned his lesson now and would meet with no more accidents, so that at last there was prospect of an end to their long agony. They could save money again, and when another winter came they would have a comfortable place, and the children would be off the streets and in school again, and they might set to work to nurse back into life their habits of decency and kindness. So once more Jurgis began to make plans and dream dreams. And then one Saturday night he jumped off the car and started home, with the sun shining low under the edge of a bank of clouds that had been pouring floods of water into the mud-soaked street. There was a rainbow in the sky and another in his breast, for he had 36 hours rest before him and a chance to see his family. Then suddenly he came in sight of the house and noticed that there was a crowd before the door. He ran up the steps and pushed his way in and saw Aniel's kitchen crowded with excited women. It reminded him so vividly of the time when he had come home from jail and found Ona dying that his heart almost stood still. "What's the matter?" he cried. A dead silence had fallen in the room, and he saw that everyone was staring at him. "What's the matter?" he exclaimed again. And then up in the garret, he heard sounds of wailing in Marija's voice. He started for the ladder, and Aniel seized him by the arm. "No, no," she exclaimed. "Don't go up there." "What is it?" he shouted. And the old woman answered him weakly. "It's Antanas. He's dead. He was drowned out in the street." 156. Chapter 22. Jurgis took the news in a peculiar way. He turned deadly pale, but he caught himself and for half a minute stood in the middle of the room, clenching his hands tightly and setting his teeth. Then he pushed Aniel aside and strode into the next room and climbed the ladder. In the corner was a blanket with a form half showing beneath it, and beside it Lay Elzbieta, whether crying or in a faint, Jurgis could not tell. Marija was pacing the room, screaming and wringing her hands. He clenched his hands tighter yet, and his voice was hard as he spoke. "How did it happen?" he asked. Marija scarcely heard him in her agony. He repeated the question, louder and yet more harshly. "He fell off the sidewalk," she wailed. The sidewalk in front of the house was a platform made of half-rotten boards, about 5 feet above the level of the sunken street. "How did he come to be there?" he demanded. He went out to play," Marija sobbed, her voice choking her. "We couldn't make him stay in. He must have got caught in the mud." "Are you sure that he is dead?" he demanded. AI, she wailed. "Yes, we had the doctor." Then Jurgis stood a few seconds, wavering. He did not shed a tear. He took one glance more at the blanket with the little form beneath it, and then turned suddenly to the ladder and climbed down again. A silence fell once more in the room as he entered. He went straight to the door, passed out, and started down the street. When his wife had died, Jurgis made for the nearest saloon, but he did not do that now, though he had his week's wages in his pocket. He walked and walked, seeing nothing, splashing through mud and water. Later on he sat down upon a step and hid his face in his hands, and for half an hour or so he did not move. Now and then he would whisper to himself, "Dead, dead." Finally he got up and walked on again. It was about sunset, and he went on and on until it was dark, when he was stopped by a railroad crossing. The gates were down and a long train of freight cars was thundering by. He stood and watched it, and all at once a wild impulse seized him, a thought that had been lurking within him, unspoken, unrecognized, leaped into sudden life. He started down the track, and when he was past the gatekeeper's shanty, he sprang forward and swung himself on to one of the cars. By and by the train stopped again, and Jurgis sprang down and ran under the 157 car and hid himself upon the truck. Here he sat, and when the train started again, he fought a battle with his soul. He gripped his hands and set his teeth together. He had not wept, and he would not a tear. It was past and over, and he was done with it. He would fling it off his shoulders, be free of it. The whole business that night, it should go like a black, hateful nightmare, and in the morning he would be a new man. And every time that a thought of it assailed him, a tender memory, a trace of a tear, he rose up, cursing with rage, and pounded it down. He was fighting for his life. He gnashed his teeth together in his desperation. He had been a fool. He had wasted his life. He had wrecked himself with his accursed weakness, and now he was done with it. He would tear it out of him, root and branch. There should be no more tears and no more tenderness. He had enough of them. They had sold him into slavery. Now he was going to be free, to tear off his shackles, to rise up and fight. He was glad that the end had come. It had to come some time, and it was just as well now. This was no world for women and children, and the sooner they got out of it, the better for them. Whatever Antanas might suffer where he was, he could suffer no more than he would have had he stayed upon earth. And meantime his father had thought the last thought about him that he meant to. He was going to think of himself. He was going to fight for himself against the world that had baffled him and tortured him. So he went on, tearing up all the flowers from the garden of his soul and setting his heel upon them. The train thundered deafeningly, and a storm of dust blew in his face, but though it stopped now and then through the night, he clung where he was. He would cling there until he was driven off, for every mile that he got from Packingtown meant another load from his mind. Whenever the cars stopped, a warm breeze blew upon him, a breeze laden with the perfume of fresh fields, of honeysuckle and clover. He snuffed it, and it made his heart beat wildly. He was out in the country again. He was going to live in the country. When the dawn came, he was peering out with hungry eyes, getting glimpses of meadows and woods and rivers. At last he could stand it no longer. And when the train stopped again, he crawled out. Upon the top of the car was a brakeman who shook his fist and swore. Jurgis waved his hand derisively, and started across the country. Only think that he had been a countryman all his life, and for 3 long years he had never seen a country sight nor heard a country sound, excepting for that one walk when he left jail, when he was too much worried to notice anything, and for a few times that he had rested in the city parks in the winter time when he was out of work. He had literally never seen a tree, and now he felt like a bird lifted up and borne away upon a gale. He stopped and stared at each new sight of wonder, at a herd of cows and a meadow full of daisies, at hedgerows set thick with June roses, at little birds singing in the trees. Then he came to a farmhouse, and after getting himself a stick for protection, he approached it. The farmer was greasing a wagon in front of the barn, and Jurgis, 158, went to him. "I would like to get some breakfast, please," he said. "Do you want to work?" said the farmer. "No," said Jurgis, "I don't." "Then you can't get anything here," snapped the other. "I meant to pay for it," said Jurgis. "Oh," said the farmer, and then added sarcastically, "We don't serve breakfast after 7 a.m. "I am very hungry," said Jurgis gravely. "I would like to buy some food." "Ask the woman," said the farmer, nodding over his shoulder. The woman was more tractable, and for a dime Jurgis secured 2 thick sandwiches and a piece of pie and 2 apples. He walked off, eating the pie as the least convenient thing to carry. In a few minutes he came to a stream, and he climbed a fence and walked down the bank along a woodland path. By and by he found a comfortable spot, and there he devoured his meal, slaking his thirst at the stream. Then he lay for hours just gazing and drinking in joy, until at last he felt sleepy and lay down in the shade of a bush. When he awoke, the sun was shining hot in his face. He sat up and stretched his arms and then gazed at the water sliding by. There was a deep pool, sheltered and silent, below him, and a sudden wonderful idea rushed upon him. He might have a bath. The water was free, and he might get into it, all the way into it. It would be the first time that he had been all the way into the water since he left Lithuania. When Jurgis had first come to the stockyards, he had been as clean as any working man could well be, but later on, what with sickness and cold and hunger and discouragement and the filthiness of his work and the vermin in his home, he had given up washing in winter, and in summer only as much of him as would go into a basin. He had had a shower bath in jail, but nothing since, and now he would have a swim. The water was warm, and he splashed about like a very boy in his glee. Afterward he sat down in the water near the bank and proceeded to scrub himself soberly and methodically, scouring every inch of him with sand. While he was doing it, he would do it thoroughly and see how it felt to be clean. He even scrubbed his head with sand and combed what the men called crumbs out of his long black hair, holding his head under water as long as he could, to see if he could not kill them all. Then, seeing that the sun was still hot, he took his clothes from the bank and proceeded to wash them, piece by piece. As the dirt and grease went floating off downstream, he grunted with satisfaction and soused the clothes again, venturing even to dream that he might get rid of the fertilizer. He hung them all up, and while they were drying, he lay down in the sun and had another long sleep. They were hot and stiff as boards on top and a little damp on. 159. The underside when he awakened, but being hungry, he put them on and set out. Again, he had no knife, but with some labor he broke himself a good stout club, and armed with this, he marched down the road again. Before long he came to a big farmhouse and turned up the lane that led to it. It was just supper time, and the farmer was washing his hands at the kitchen door. "Please, sir," said Jurgis, "can I have something to eat? I can pay," to which the farmer responded promptly, "We don't feed tramps here. Get out." Jurgis went without a word, but as he passed round the barn he came to a freshly plowed and harrowed field, in which the farmer had set out some young peach trees, and as he walked he jerked up a row of them by the roots, more than 100 trees in all, before he reached the end of the field. That was his answer, and it showed his mood, From now on he was fighting, and the man who hit him would get all that he gave every time. Beyond the orchard, Jurgis struck through a patch of woods and then a field of winter grain and came at last to another road. Before long he saw another farmhouse, and as it was beginning to cloud over a little, he asked here for shelter as well as food. Seeing the farmer eyeing him dubiously, he added, "I'll be glad to sleep in the barn." "Well, I dunno," said the other. "Do you smoke?" "Sometimes," said Jurgis, "but I'll do it out of doors." When the man had assented, he inquired, "How much will it cost me? I haven't very much money." "I reckon about 20 cents for supper," replied the farmer. "I won't charge ye for the barn." So Jurgis went in and sat down at the table with the farmer's wife and half a dozen children. It was a bountiful meal. There were baked beans and mashed potatoes and asparagus chopped and stewed, and a dish of strawberries and great thick slices of bread and a pitcher of milk. Jurgis had not had such a feast since his wedding day, and he made a mighty effort to put in his 20 cents worth. They were all of them too hungry to talk, but afterward they sat upon the steps and smoked, and the farmer questioned his guest. When Jurgis had explained that he was a working man from Chicago and that he did not know just whither he was bound, the other said, "Why don't you stay here and work for me?" "I'm not looking for work just now," Jurgis answered. "I'll pay ye good," said the other, eyeing his big form, $8 a day and board. "Ye help's terrible scarce round here." "Is that winter as well as summer?" Jurgis demanded quickly. "And no," said the farmer, "I couldn't keep ye after November. I ain't got a big enough place for that." "I see," said the other. "That's what I thought. When you get through working 160 your horses this fall, will you turn them out in the snow?" Jurgis was beginning to think for himself nowadays. "It ain't quite the same," the farmer answered, seeing the point. "There ought to be work a strong fellow like you can find to do in the cities or some place in the winter time." "Yes," said Jurgis, "that's what they all think, and so they crowd into the cities. And when they have to beg or steal to live, then people ask 'em why they don't go into the country where help is scarce." The farmer meditated a while. "How about when your money's gone?" he inquired finally. "You'll have to then, won't you?" "Wait till she's gone," said Jurgis, "then I'll see." He had a long sleep in the barn, and then a big breakfast of coffee and bread, and oatmeal and stewed cherries, for which the man charged him only 15 cents. Perhaps having been influenced by his arguments, then Jurgis bade farewell and went on his way. Such was the beginning of his life as a tramp. It was seldom he got his fair treatment as from this last farmer, and so as time went on he learned to shun the houses and to prefer sleeping in the fields. When it rained, he would find a deserted building if he could, and if not, he would wait until after dark and then, with his stick ready, begin a stealthy approach upon a barn. Generally he could get in before the dog got scent of him, and then he would hide in the hay and be safe until morning. If not, and the dog attacked him, he would rise up and make a retreat in battle order. Jurgis was not the mighty man he had once been, but his arms were still good, and there were few farm dogs he needed to hit more than once. Before long there came raspberries and then blackberries to help him save his money, and there were apples in the orchards and potatoes in the ground. He learned to note the places and fill his pockets after dark. Twice he even managed to capture a chicken and had a feast, once in a deserted barn and the other time in a lonely spot alongside of a stream. When all of these things failed him, he used his money carefully but without worry, for he saw that he could earn more whenever he chose. Half an hour's chopping wood in his lively fashion was enough to bring him a meal, and when the farmer had seen him working, he would sometimes try to bribe him to stay. But Jurgis was not staying. He was a free man now, a buccaneer. The old wanderlust had got into his blood, the joy of the unbound life, the joy of seeking, of hoping without limit. There were mishaps and discomforts, but at least there was always something new, and only think what it meant to a man who for years had been penned up in one place, seeing nothing but one dreary prospect of shanties and factories, to be suddenly set loose beneath the open sky, to behold new landscapes, new places, and new people every hour, to a man whose whole life had consisted of doing one certain thing all day, until he was so exhausted that he could only lie down and sleep until the next day, and to be now his own 161 master, working as he pleased and when he pleased, and facing a new adventure every hour. Then, too, his health came back to him, all his lost youthful vigor, his joy and power that he had mourned and forgotten. It came with a sudden rush, bewildering him, startling him. It was as if his dead childhood had come back to him, laughing and calling, what with plenty to eat and fresh air and exercise that was taken as it pleased him. He would waken from his sleep and start off, not knowing what to do with his energy, stretching his arms, laughing, singing old songs of home that came back to him. Now and then, of course, he could not help but think of little Antanas, whom he should never see again, whose little voice he should never hear, and then he would have to battle with himself. Sometimes at night he would waken dreaming of Ona, and stretch out his arms to her, and wet the ground with his tears, but in the morning he would get up and shake himself, and stride away again to battle with the world. He never asked where he was nor where he was going. The country was big enough, he knew, and there was no danger of his coming to the end of it, and of course he could always have company for the asking. Everywhere he went there were men living just as he lived, and whom he was welcome to join. He was a stranger at the business, but they were not clannish, and they taught him all their tricks, what towns and villa Jess it was best to keep away from, and how to read the secret signs upon the fences, and when to beg and when to steal, and just how to do both. They laughed at his ideas of paying for anything with money or with work, for they got all they wanted without either. Now and then Jurgis camped out with a gang of them in some woodland haunt, and foraged with them in the neighborhood at night, and then among them someone would take a shine to him, and they would go off together and travel for a week, exchanging reminiscences. Of these professional tramps, a great many had, of course, been shiftless and vicious all their lives, but the vast majority of them had been working men, had fought the long fight as Jurgis had, and found that it was a losing fight, and given up. Later on he encountered yet another sort of men, those from whose ranks the tramps were recruited, men who were homeless and wandering, but still seeking work, seeking it in the harvest fields. Of these there was an army, the huge surplus labor army of society, called into being under the stern system of nature, to do the casual work of the world, the tasks which were transient and irregular, and yet which had to be done. They did not know that they were such, of course. They only knew that they sought the job, and that the job was fleeting. In the early summer they would be in Texas, and as the crops were ready they would follow north with the season, ending with the fall in Manitoba. Then they would seek out the big lumber camps where there was winter work, or failing in this, would drift to the cities and live upon what they had managed to save, with the help of such transient work as was there, the loading and unloading of steamships and drays, the digging of ditches and the shoveling of snow. If there were more of them on hand than chanced to be needed, the weaker ones died off of cold and hunger, again according to the stern system of nature. 162. It was in the latter part of July, when Jurgis was in Missouri, that he came upon the harvest work. Here were crops that men had worked for 3 or 4 months to prepare, and of which they would lose nearly all unless they could find others to help them for a week or two. So all over the land there was a cry for labor. Agencies were set up, and all the cities were drained of men. Even college boys were brought by the carload, and hordes of frantic farmers would hold up trains and carry off wagon loads of men by main force. Not that they did not pay them well. Any man could get $2 a day and his board, and the best men could get $2.50 or $3. The harvest fever was in the very air, and no man with any spirit in him could be In that region and not catch it, Jurgis joined a gang and worked from dawn till dark 18 hours a day for 2 weeks without a break. Then he had a sum of money that would have been a fortune to him in the old days of misery. But what could he do with it now? To be sure, he might have put it in a bank, and if he were fortunate, get it back again when he wanted it. But Jurgis was now a homeless man wandering over a continent, and what did he know about banking and drafts and letters of credit? If he carried the money about with him, he would surely be robbed in the end, and so what was there for him to do but enjoy it while he could? On a Saturday night he drifted into a town with his fellows, and because it was raining and there was no other place provided for him, he went to a saloon, and there were some who treated him and whom he had to treat, and there was laughter and singing and good cheer. And then out of the rear part of the saloon a girl's face, red-cheeked and merry, smiled at Jurgis, and his heart thumped suddenly in his throat. He nodded to her, and she came and sat by him, and they had more drink, and then he went upstairs into a room with her, and the wild beast rose up within him and screamed, as it has screamed in the jungle from the dawn of time. And then, because of his memories and his shamed, he was glad when others joined them, men and women, and they had more drink and spent the night in wild rioting and debauchery. In the van of the surplus labor army there followed another, an army of women, they also struggling for life under the stern system of nature. Because there were rich men who sought pleasure, there had been ease and plenty for them so long as they were young and beautiful, and later on, when they were crowded out by others younger and more beautiful, they went out to follow upon the trail of this working men. Sometimes they came of themselves, and the saloon keepers shared with them, or sometimes they were handled by agencies, the same as the labor army. They were in the towns in harvest time, near the lumber camps in the winter, in the cities when the men came there. If a regiment were encamped, or a railroad or canal being made, or a great exposition getting ready, the crowd of women were on hand, living in shanties or saloons or tenement rooms, sometimes 8 or 10 of them together. In the morning Jurgis had not a cent, and he went out upon the road again. He was sick and disgusted, but after the new plan of his life he crushed his feelings down. He had made a fool of himself, but he could not help it now. All he could do was to see that it did not happen again, so he tramped on until exercise and 163. Fresh air banished his headache, and his strength and joy returned. This happened to him every time, for Jurgis was still a creature of impulse, and his pleasures had not yet become business. It would be a long time before he could be like the majority of these men of the road, who roamed until the hunger for drink and for women mastered them, and then went to work with a purpose in mind and stopped when they had the price of a spree. On the contrary, try as he would, Jurgis could not help being made miserable by his conscience. It was the ghost that would not down. It would come upon him in the most unexpected places. Sometimes it fairly drove him to drink. One night he was caught by a thunderstorm, and he sought shelter in a little house just outside of a town. It was a working man's home, and the owner was a Slav like himself, a new emigrant from White Russia. He bade Jurgis welcome his home language and told him to come to the kitchen fire and dry himself. He had no bed for him, but there was straw in the garret, and he could make out the man's wife was cooking the supper, and their children were playing about on the floor. Jurgis sat and exchanged thoughts with him about the old country, and the places where they had been and the work they had done. Then they ate, and afterward sat and smoked and talked more about America and how they found it. In the middle of a sentence, however, Jurgis stopped, seeing that the woman had brought a big basin of water and was proceeding to undress her youngest baby. The rest had crawled into the closet where they slept, but the baby was to have a bath, the working man explained. The nights had begun to be chilly, and his mother, ignorant as to the climate in America, had sewed him up for the winter. Then it had turned warm again, and some kind of a rash had broken out on the child. The doctor had said she must bathe him every night, and she Foolish woman believed him. Jurgis scarcely heard the explanation. He was watching the baby. He was about a year old and a sturdy little fellow with soft fat legs and a round ball of a stomach and eyes as black as coals. His pimples did not seem to bother him much, and he was wild with glee over the bath, kicking and squirming and chuckling with delight, pulling at his mother's face and then at his own little toes. When she put him into the basin, he sat in the midst of it and grinned, splashing the water over himself and squealing like a little pig. He spoke in Russian, of which Jurgis knew some. He spoke it with the quaintest of baby accents, and every word of it brought back to Jurgis some word of his own dead little one and stabbed him like a knife. He sat perfectly motionless, silent, but gripping his hands tightly, while a storm gathered in his bosom and a flood heaped itself up behind his eyes, and in the end he could bear it no more, but buried his face in his hands and burst into tears, to the alarm and amazement of his hosts. Between the shame of this and his woe, Jurgis could not stand it, and got up and rushed out into the rain. He went on and on down the road, finally coming to black woods where he hid, and wept as if his heart would break. Ah, what agony was that, what despair! When the tomb of memory was rent open, and the ghosts of his old life came forth. 164. To scourge him, what terror to see what he had been and now could never be, to see Ona and his child, and his own dead self stretching out their arms to him, calling to him across a bottomless abyss, and to know that they were gone from him forever, and he writhing and suffocating in the mire of his own vileness. Chapter 23. Early in the fall, Jurgis set out for Chicago again. All the joy went out of tramping. As soon as a man could not keep warm in the hay, and, like many thousands of others, he deluded himself with the hope that by coming early he could avoid the rush, he brought $15 with him, hidden away in one of his shoes, a sum which had been saved from the saloon keepers, not so much by his conscience as by the fear which filled him at the thought of being out of work in the city in the winter time. He traveled upon the railroad with several other men, hiding in freight cars at night and liable to be thrown off at any time, regardless of the speed of the train. When he reached the city, he left the rest, for he had money and they did not, and he meant to save himself in this fight. He would bring to it all the skill that practice had brought him, and he would stand, whoever fell, on fair nights. He would sleep in the park or on a truck or an empty bar, or box, and when it was rainy or cold, he would stow himself upon a shelf in a 10-cent lodging house, or pay 3 cents for the privileges of a squatter in a tenement hallway. He would eat at free lunches, 5 cents a meal, and never a cent more, so he might keep alive for 2 months and more, and in that time he would surely find a job. He would have to bid farewell to his summer cleanliness, of course, for he would come out of the first night's lodging with his clothes alive with vermin. There was no place in the city where he could wash even his face, unless he went down to the lake front, and there it would soon be all ice. First he went to the steel mill and the harvester works, and found that his places there had been filled long ago. He was careful to keep away from the stockyards. He was a single man now, he told himself, and he meant to stay one, to have his wages for his own when he got a job. He began the long, weary round of factories and warehouses, tramping all day from one end of the city to the other, finding everywhere from 10 to 100 men ahead of him. He watched the newspapers too, but no longer was he to be taken in by smooth-spoken agents. He had been told of all those tricks while on the road. In the end, it was through a newspaper that he got a job after nearly a month of seeking. It was a call for 100 laborers, and though he thought it was a fake, he went because the place was nearby. He found a line of men a block long, but as a wagon chanced to come out of an alley and break the line, he saw his chance and sprang to seize a place. Men threatened him and tried to throw 165 him out, but he cursed and made a disturbance to attract a policeman, upon which they subsided, knowing that if the latter interfered it would be to fire them all. An hour or two later, he entered a room and confronted a big Irishman behind a desk. Ever worked in Chicago before? The man inquired, and whether it was a good angel that put it into Jurgis's mind, or an intuition of his sharpened wits, he was moved to answer, "No, sir." "Where do you come from?" "Kansas City, sir." "Any references?" "No, sir, I'm just an unskilled man. I've got good arms." "T want men for hard work. It's all underground, digging tunnels for telephones." "Maybe it won't suit you." "I'm willing, sir, anything for me. What's the pay?" 15 cents an hour. "Team willing, sir." "All right, go back there and give your name." So within half an hour he was at work, far underneath the streets of the city. The tunnel was a peculiar one for telephone wires. It was about 8 feet high and, with a level floor nearly as wide, it had innumerable branches, a perfect spider web beneath the city. Jurgis walked over half a mile with his gang to the place where they were to work. Stranger yet, the tunnel was lighted by electricity, and upon it was laid a double-tracked, narrow-gauge railroad. But Jurgis was not there to ask questions, and he did not give the matter a thought. It was nearly a year afterward that he finally learned the meaning of this whole affair. The city council had passed a quiet and innocent little bill, allowing a company to construct telephone conduits under the city streets, and upon the strength of this, a great corporation had proceeded to tunnel all Chicago with a system of railway freight subways. In the city there was a combination of employers representing hundreds of millions of capital and formed for the purpose of crushing the labor unions. The chief union which troubled it was the Teamsters, and when these freight tunnels were completed, connecting all the big factories and stores with the railroad depots, they would have the Teamsters union by the throat. Now and then there were rumors and murmurs in the board of aldermen, and once there was a committee to investigate, but each time another small fortune was paid over, and the rumors died away, until at last the city woke up with a start to find the work completed. There was a tremendous scandal, of course. It was found that the city records had been falsified and other crimes committed, and some of Chicago's big 166 capitalists got into jail. Figuratively speaking, the aldermen declared that they had had no idea of it all, in spite of the fact that the main entrance to the work had been in the rear of the saloon of one of them. It was in a newly opened cut that Jurgis worked, and so he knew that he had an all-winter job. He was so rejoiced that he treated himself to a spree that night, and with the balance of his money, he hired himself a place in a tenement room, where he slept upon a big homemade straw mattress, along with 4 other working men. This was $1 a week, and for 4 more he got his food in a boarding house near his work. This would leave him $4 extra each week, an unthinkable sum for him. At the outset he had to pay for his digging tools and also to buy a pair of heavy boots, since his shoes were falling to pieces, and a flannel shirt, since the one he had worn all summer was in shreds. He spent a week meditating whether or not he should also buy an overcoat. There was one belonging to a Hebrew collar button peddler who had died in the room next to him, and which the landlady was holding for her rent. In the end, however, Jurgis decided to do without it, as he was to be underground by day and in bed at night. This was an unfortunate decision, however, for it drove him more quickly than ever into the saloons. From now on Jurgis worked from 7 o'clock until 5:30, with half an hour for dinner, which meant that he never saw the sunlight on weekdays. In the evenings there was no place for him to go except a barroom, no place where there was light and warmth, where he could hear a little music or sit with a companion and talk. He had now no home to go to. He had no affection left in his life, only the pitiful mockery of it in the camaraderie of vice. On Sundays the churches were open, but where was there a church in which an ill-smelling working man, with vermin crawling upon his neck, could sit without seeing people edge away and look annoyed? He had, of course, his corner in a close though unheated room, with a window opening upon a blank wall 2 feet away, and also he had the bare streets with the winter gales sweeping through them. Besides this, he had only the saloons, and of course he had to drink to stay in them. If he drank now and then, he was free to make himself at home, to gamble with dice or a pack of greasy cards, to play at a dingy pool table for money, or to look at a beer-stained pink sporting paper with pictures of murderers and half-naked women. It was for such pleasures as these that he spent his money, and such was his life during the 6 weeks and a half that he toiled for the merchants of Chicago to enable them to break the grip of their Teamsters Union. In a work thus carried out, not much thought was given to the welfare of the laborers. On an average, the tunneling cost a life a day and several manglings. It was seldom, however, that more than a dozen or two men heard of anyone accident. The work was all done by the new boring machinery, with as little blasting as possible, but there would be falling rocks and crushed supports, and premature explosions, and in addition all the dangers of railroading. So it was that one night, as Jurgis was on his way out with his gang, an engine and a loaded car dashed round one of the innumerable right-angle branches and struck him upon the shoulder, hurling him against the concrete wall and knocking him 167 senseless. When he opened his eyes again, it was to the clanging of the bell of an ambulance. He was lying in it, covered by a blanket, and it was threading its way slowly through the holiday shopping crowds. They took him to the county hospital, where a young surgeon set his arm. Then he was washed and laid upon a bed in a ward with a score or two more of maimed and mangled men. Jurgis spent his Christmas in this hospital, and it was the pleasantest Christmas he had had in America. Every year there were scandals and investigations in this institution, the newspapers charging that doctors were allowed to try fantastic experiments upon the patients, but Jurgis knew nothing of this. His only complaint was that they used to feed him upon tinned meat, which no man who had ever worked in Packingtown would feed to his dog. Jurgis had often wondered just who ate the canned corned beef and roast beef of the stockyards. Now he began to understand that it was what you might call graft meat, put up to be sold to public officials and contractors, and eaten by soldiers and sailors, prisoners and inmates of institutions, shantymen and gangs of railroad laborers. Jurgis was ready to leave the hospital at the end of 2 weeks. This did not mean that his arm was strong and that he was able to go back to work, but simply that he could get along without further attention, and that his place was needed for someone worse off than he, that he was utterly helpless and had no means of keeping himself alive in the meantime, was something which did not concern the hospital authorities nor anyone else in the city. As it chanced, he had been hurt on a Monday and had just paid for his last week's board and his room rent, and spent nearly all the balance of his Saturday's pay. He had less than 75 cents in his pockets, and $1.50 due him for the day's work he had done before he was hurt. He might possibly have sued the company and got some damages for his injuries, but he did not know this, and it was not the company's business to tell him. He went and got his pay and his tools, which he left in a pawnshop for 50 cents. Then he went to his landlady, who had rented his place and had no other for him, and then to his boarding house keeper, who looked him over and questioned him, as he must certainly be helpless for a couple of months, and had boarded there only 6 weeks. She decided very quickly that it would not be worth the risk to keep him on trust. So Jurgis went out into the streets in a most dreadful plight. It was bitterly cold, and a heavy snow was falling, beating into his face. He had no overcoat and no place to go, and $2.65 in his pocket, with the certainty that he could not earn another cent for months. The snow meant no chance to him now. He must walk along and see others shoveling, vigorous and active, and he with his left arm bound to his side. He could not hope to tide himself over by odd jobs of loading trucks. He could not even sell newspapers or carry satchels, because he was now at the mercy of any rival. Words could not paint the terror That came over him as he realized all this. He was like a wounded animal in the 168 forest. He was forced to compete with his enemies upon unequal terms. There would be no consideration for him because of his weakness. It was no one's business to help him in such distress, to make the fight the least bit easier for him. Even if he took to begging, he would be at a disadvantage, for reasons which he was to discover in good time. In the beginning, he could not think of anything except getting out of the awful cold. He went into one of the saloons he had been wont to frequent and bought a drink, and then stood by the fire shivering and waiting to be ordered out. According to an unwritten law, the buying a drink included the privilege of loafing for just so long, then one had to buy another drink or move on. That Jurgis was an old customer entitled him to a somewhat longer stop, but then he had been away 2 weeks and was evidently on the bum. He might plead and tell his hard luck story, but that would not help him much. A saloon keeper who was to be moved by such means would soon have his place jammed to the doors with hobos on a day like this. So Jurgis went out into another place and paid another nickel. He was so hungry this time that he could not resist the hot beef stew, an indulgence which cut short his stay by a considerable time. When he was again told to move on, he made his way to a tough place in the Levy district, where now and then he had gone with a certain rat-eyed bohemian workingman of his acquaintance. Seeking a woman, it was Jurgis's vain hope that here the proprietor would let him remain as a sitter. In low-class places, in the dead of winter, saloon keepers would often allow 1 or 2 forlorn-looking bums who came in covered with snow or soaked with rain to sit by the fire and look miserable to attract custom. A working man would come in, feeling cheerful after his day's work was over, and it would trouble him to have to take his glass with such a sight under his nose. And so he would call out, "Hello, bub, what's the matter? You look as if you'd been up against it," and then the other would begin to pour out some tale of misery, and the man would say, "Come have a glass, and maybe that'll brace you up," and so they would drink together, and if the tramp was sufficiently wretched-looking or good enough at the gab, they might have 2, and if they were to discover that they were from the same country, or had lived in the same city or worked at the same trade, they might sit down at a table and spend an hour or 2 in talk, and before they got through the saloon keeper would have taken in $1. All of this might seem diabolical, but the saloon keeper was in no wise to blame for it. He was in the same plight as the manufacturer who has to adulterate and misrepresent his product. If he does not, someone else will. And the saloon keeper, unless he is also an alderman, is apt to be in debt to the big brewers and on the verge of being sold out. The market for sitters was glutted that afternoon, however, and there was no place for Jurgis. In all, he had to spend 6 nickels in keeping a shelter over him that frightful day, and then it was just dark, and the station houses would not open until midnight. At the last place, however, there was a bartender who knew him and liked him, and let him doze at one of the tables until the boss came back, and also, as he was going out, the man gave him a tip on the next block. 169. There was a religious revival of some sort, with preaching and singing, and hundreds of hobos would go there for the shelter and warmth. Jurgis went straightway and saw a sign hung out saying that the door would open at 7:30. Then he walked or half ran a block and hid a while in a doorway and then ran again, and so on until the hour. At the end he was all but frozen and fought his way in with the rest of the throng, at the risk of having his arm broken again, and got close to the big stove. By 8 o'clock, the place was so crowded that the speakers ought to have been flattered. The aisles were filled halfway up, and at the door men were packed tight enough to walk upon. There were 3 elderly gentlemen in black upon this platform, and a young lady who played the piano in front. First they sang a hymn, and then one of the 3, a tall, smooth-shaven man, very thin and wearing black spectacles, began an address. Jurgis heard smatterings of it, for the reason that terror kept him awake. he knew that he snored abominably, and to have been put out just then would have been like a sentence of death to him. The evangelist was preaching sin and redemption, the infinite grace of God and his pardon for human frailty. He was very much in earnest, and he meant well. But Jurgis, as he listened, found his soul filled with hatred. What did he know about sin and suffering, with his smooth black coat and his neatly starched collar, his body warm and his belly full, and money in his pocket, and lecturing men who were struggling for their lives, men at the death grapple with the demon powers of hunger and cold? This, of course, was unfair, but Jurgis felt that these men were out of touch with the life they discussed, that they were unfitted to solve its problems. Nay, they themselves were part of the problem. They were part of the order established that was crushing men down and beating them. They were of the triumphant and insolent possessors. They had a hall and a fire and food and clothing and money, and so they might preach to hungry men, and the hungry men must be humble and listen. They were trying to save their souls, and who but a fool could fail to see that all that was the matter with their souls was that they had not been able to get a decent existence for their bodies. At 11 the meeting closed, and the desolate audience filed out into the snow, muttering curses upon the few traitors who had got repentance and gone up on the platform. It was yet an hour before the station house would open, and Jurgis had no overcoat and was weak from a long illness. During that hour he nearly perished. He was obliged to run hard to keep his blood moving at all, and then he came back to the station house and found a crowd blocking the street before the door. This was in the month of January, 1904, when the country was on the verge of hard times, and the newspapers were reporting the shutting down of factories every day. It was estimated that 1.5 million men were thrown out of work before the spring, so all the hiding places of the city were crowded. And before that station house door men fought and tore each other like savage beasts. When at last the place was jammed and they shut the doors, half the crowd was still outside, and Jurgis, with his helpless arm, was among them. 170. There was no choice then but to go to a lodging house and spend another dime. It really broke his heart to do this at 12:30, after he had wasted the night at the meeting and on the street. He would be turned out of the lodging house promptly at 7. They had the shelves which served as bunks so contrived that they could be dropped, and any man who was slow about obeying orders could be tumbled to the floor. This was one day, and the cold spell lasted for 14 of them. At the end of 6 days, every cent of Jurgis' money was gone, and then he went out on the streets to beg for his life. He would begin as soon as the business of the city was moving. He would sally forth from a saloon, and after making sure there was no policeman in sight, would approach every likely-looking person who passed him, telling his woeful story and pleading for a nickel or a dime. Then when he got one, he would dart round the corner and return to his base to get warm, and his victim, seeing him do this, would go away, vowing that he would never give a cent to a beggar. Again, the victim never paused to ask where else Jurgis could have gone under the circumstances where he, the victim, would have gone. At the saloon, Jurgis could not only get more food and better food than he could buy in any restaurant for the same money, but a drink in the bargain to warm him up. Also, he could find a comfortable seat by a fire and could chat with a companion until he was as warm as toast. At the saloon, too, he felt at home. Part of the saloon keeper's business was to offer a home and refreshments to beggars in exchange for the proceeds of their foragings. And was there anyone else in the whole city who would do this? Would the victim have done it himself? Poor Jurgis might have been expected to make a successful beggar. He was just out of the hospital and desperately sick-looking, and with a helpless arm. Also, he had no overcoat and shivered pitifully. But alas, it was again the case of the honest merchant who finds that the genuine and unadulterated article is driven to the wall by the artistic counterfeit. Jurgis, as a beggar, was simply a blundering amateur in competition with organized and scientific professionalism. He was just out of the hospital, but the story was worn threadbare, and how could he prove it? He had his arm in a sling, and it was a device a regular beggar's little boy would have scorned. He was pale and shivering, but they were made up with cosmetics and had studied the art of chattering their teeth. As to his being without an overcoat, among them you would meet men you could swear had on nothing but a ragged linen duster and a pair of cotton trousers, so cleverly had they concealed the several suits of all-wool underwear beneath. Many of these professional mendicants had comfortable homes and families and thousands of dollars in the bank. Some of them had retired upon their earnings and gone into the business of fitting out and doctoring others, or working children at the trade. There were some who had both their arms bound tightly to their sides and padded stumps in their sleeves, and a sick child hired to carry a cup for them. There were some who had no legs and pushed themselves upon a wheeled platform, some who had been favored with blindness and were led by pretty little dogs. Some less fortunate had mutilated themselves or burned 171 themselves, or had brought horrible sores upon themselves with chemicals. You might suddenly encounter upon the street a man holding out to you a finger, rotting and discolored with gangrene, or one with livid scarlet wounds half escaped from their filthy bandages. These desperate ones were the dregs of the city's cesspools, wretches who hid at night in the rain-soaked cellars of old ramshackle tenements, in stale-beer dives and opium joints, with abandoned women in the last stages of the harlot's progress, women who had been kept by Chinamen and turned away at last to die. Every day the police net would drag hundreds of them off the streets, and in the detention hospital you might see them herded together in a miniature inferno, with hideous, beastly faces, bloated and leprous with disease, laughing, shouting, screaming in all stages of drunkenness, barking like dogs, gibbering like apes, raving and tearing themselves in delirium. Chapter 24. In the face of all his handicaps, Jurgis was obliged to make the price of a lodging and of a drink every hour or two, under penalty of freezing to death. Day after day he roamed about in the Arctic cold, his soul filled full of bitterness and despair. He saw the world of civilization then more plainly than ever he had seen it before, a world in which nothing counted but brutal might, an order devised by those who possessed it for the subjugation of those who did not. He was one of the latter, and all outdoors, all life, was to him one colossal prison, which he paced like a pent-up tiger, trying one bar after another, and finding them all beyond his power. He had lost in the fierce battle of greed, and so was doomed to be exterminated, and all society was busied to see that he did not escape the sentence. Everywhere that he turned were prison bars and hostile eyes following him, the well-fed, sleek policemen, from whose glances he shrank and who seemed to grip their clubs more tightly when they saw him, the saloon keepers who never ceased to watch him while he was in their places, who were jealous of every moment he lingered after he had paid his money, the hurrying throngs upon the streets, who were deaf to his entreaties, oblivious of his very existence, and savage and contemptuous when he forced himself upon them. They had their own affairs, and there was no place for him among them. There was no place for him anywhere. Every direction he turned his gaze, this fact was forced upon him. Everything was built to express it to him, the residences with their heavy walls and bolted doors, and basement windows barred with iron, the great warehouses filled with the products of the whole world, and guarded by iron shutters and heavy gates, the banks with their unthinkable billions of wealth all buried in safes and vaults of steel. And then one day there befell Jurgis the one adventure of his life. It was late at night, and he had failed to get the price of a lodging. Snow was falling, and he, 172, had been out so long that he was covered with it and was chilled to the bone. He was working among the theater crowds, flitting here and there, taking large chances with the police, in his desperation half hoping to be arrested. When he saw a blue coat start toward him, however, his heart failed him, and he dashed down a side street and fled a couple of blocks. When he stopped again, he saw a man coming toward him and placed himself in his path. "Please, sir," he began in the usual formula, "will you give me the price of a lodging? I've had a broken arm and I can't work, and I've not a cent in my pocket. I'm an honest working man, sir, and I never begged before. It's not my fault, sir." Jurgis usually went on until he was interrupted, but this man did not interrupt. And so at last he came to a breathless stop. The other had halted, and Jurgis suddenly noticed that he stood a little unsteadily. "Was it you say?" he queried. Suddenly, in a thick voice, Jurgis began, again speaking more slowly and distinctly, before he was half through. The other put out his hand and rested it upon his shoulder. "Poor ol' chappie," he said, "been up against it, hey?" Then he lurched toward Jurgis, and the hand upon his shoulder became an arm about his neck. "Up against it myself, ol' sport," he said. "She's a hard ol' world." They were close to a lamppost, and Jurgis got a glimpse of the other. He was a young fellow not much over 18, with a handsome, boyish face. He wore a silk hat and a rich, soft overcoat with a fur collar, and he smiled at Jurgis with benignant sympathy. "I'm hard up too, my goo friend," he said. "I've got cruel parents, or I'd set you up. What's a matter with yer? T've been in the hospital." "Hospital," exclaimed the young fellow, still smiling sweetly. "Tha's too bad. Same's my Aunt Polly. My Aunt Polly's in the hospital too, ol' aunties. Been havin' twins. What's a matter with you?" "I've got a broken arm," Jurgis began. "So," said the other sympathetically, "that ain't so bad. You get over that. I wish somebody'd break my arm, ol' chappie damfidant, then they'd treat me better. Hull me up, ol' sport. Was it you wham do?" "I'm hungry, sir," said Jurgis. "Hungry? Why don't you has some supper?" "T've got no money, sir." "No money? Ho ho, let's be chums, old boy, jest like me. No money either. Most busted. Why don't you go home then, same's me?" Haven't any home," said Jurgis. "No home, stranger in the city, hey? Goo God, tha's bad. Better come home whiz." 173. "Me yes, by Harry, tha's the trick. You'll come home and has some supper, Whiz me, awful lonesome, nobody home, governor gone abroad, bubby-ons. Honeymoon, Polly havin' twins, every damn soul gone away, nuff too. Drive a feller to drink, I say, only ol' ham standin' by, passin' plates, damfikin'. Eat like that, no sir, the club for me every time, my boy, I say, but then they won't lemme sleep there, governor's orders, by Harry, home every night, sir." "Ever hear anythin' like that? Every mornin' do?" I asked him. "No, sir, every night, or no allowance at all, sir. Tha's my governor, nice as nails, by Harry. Ol' ham to watch me, too, servants spyin' on me. Was think that, my friend? A nice, quiet, good-hearted young feller like me, and his daddy can't go to you're a pup and leave him in peace. Ain't that a shame, sir? Annie gotter go home every evenin' and miss all the fun, by Harry. Tha's was a matter now. Tha's why I'm here, hadda come away and leave Kitty, left her cryin', too. What'd think of that, ol' sport? Lemme go kittens, says I, come early and often. I go where duty, calls me. Farewell, farewell, my own true love, farewell. Farewell, my own true love. This last was a song, and the young gentleman's voice rose mournful and wailing. While he swung upon Jurgis's neck, the latter was glancing about nervously, lest someone should approach. They were still alone, however. "But I came all right, continued the youngster aggressively. I can have my own way when I want it, by Harry. Freddie Jones is a hard man to handle when he gets goin'. No, sir, says I, by thunder, and I don't need anybody goin' home with me, either. What'd take me for, hey? Think I'm drunk? Don'tcha, hey, I know you, but I'm no more drunk than you are, kittens, says I to her, and then says she, "Tha's true, Freddie dear, she's a smart one, is Kitty. But I'm stayin' in the flat, and you're goin' out into the cold, cold night. Put it in a poem, lovely Kitty," says I. "No jockin', Freddie, my boy," says she. "Lemme call cab now, like a good dear, but I can call my own cabs, don't you fool yourself. And I know what I'm a-doin', you bet. Say, my friend, what you say, will I come home and see me and has some supper? Come long like a good feller, don't be haughty, you're up against it, same as me, and you can unearst in a feller, your heart's in the right place, by Harry. Come long, old chappie, and we'll light up the house and have some fizz, and we'll raise hell, we will, whoopla, s long's I'm inside the house I can do as I please, the governor's own very orders, be God, hip. Hip. They had started down the street, arm in arm, the young man pushing Jurgis along half-dazed. Jurgis was trying to think what to do. He knew he could not pass any crowded place with his new acquaintance without attracting attention. And being stopped, it was only because of the falling snow that people who passed here did not notice anything wrong. Suddenly, therefore, Jurgis stopped. Is it very far? He inquired. Not very, said the other. Tired are you, though? Well, we'll ride, what you say? Good, call a cab. 174. And then, gripping Jurgis tight with one hand, the young fellow began searching his pockets with the other. You call old sport and I'll pay, he suggested. How's that, hey? And he pulled out from somewhere a big roll of bills. It was more money than Jurgis had ever seen in his life before, and he stared at it with startled eyes. Looks like a lot, hey, said Master Freddy, fumbling with it. Fool you, though. Old chappie, they're all little ones. I'll be busted in 1 week more, sure thing. Word of honor, and not a cent more till the first, governor's orders, nada. Sent by Harry, nuff to set a feller crazy, it is. I sent him a cable this afternoon. That's one reason more why I'm goin' home, hangin' on the verge of starvation. I says for the honor of the family, send me some bread, hunger will compel me to join you, Freddy. That's what I wired him, by Harry, and I mean it, I'll run away from school, be God, if he don't send me some. After this fashion, the young gentleman continued to prattle on, and meantime, Jurgis was trembling with excitement. He might grab that wad of bills and be out of sight in the darkness before the other could collect his wits, should he do it. What better had he to hope for if he waited longer? But Jurgis had never committed a crime in his life, and now he hesitated half a second too long. Freddy got one bill loose, and then stuffed the rest back into his trousers pocket. Here, old man, he said, you take it. He held it out fluttering. They were in front of a saloon, and by the light of the window, Jurgis saw that it was a $100 bill. You take it, the other repeated. Pay the cabbie and keep the change. I've got no head for business. Governor says so hisself, and the governor knows the governor's got a head for business, you bet. All right. Governor, I told him, you run the show and I'll take the tickets, and so he set Aunt Polly to watch me, and now Polly's off in the hospital having twins and me out raisin' Cain. Hello there, hey, call him. A cab was driving by, and Jurgis sprang and called, and it swung round to the curb. Master Freddy clambered in with some difficulty, and Jurgis had started to follow when the driver shouted, Hi there, get out, you. Jurgis hesitated and was half obeying, but his companion broke out, What's a matter with you, hey? And the cabbie subsided, and Jurgis climbed in. Then Freddy gave a number on the Lakeshore Drive, and the carriage started away. The youngster leaned back and snuggled up to Jurgis, murmuring contentedly. In half a minute he was sound asleep. Jurgis sat shivering, speculating as to whether he might not still be able to get hold of the roll of bills. He was afraid to try to go through his companion's pockets, however, and besides, the cabbie might be on the watch. He had the 100 safe, and he would have to be content with that. At the end of half an hour or so, the cab stopped. They were out on the waterfront, and from the east, a freezing gale was blowing off the icebound lake. Here we are, called the cabbie, and Jurgis awakened his companion. Liza. Master Freddy sat up with a start. Hello, he said. Where are we, woozies? Who are you, hey? Oh yes, sure nuff. Mose forgot you, old chappie. Home are we? Let's see. Brrr, it's cold, yes. Come long we're home, it ever so, hic humble. Before them there loomed an enormous granite pile, set far back from the street. And occupying a whole block, by the light of the driveway lamps Jurgis could see that it had towers and huge gables like a medieval castle. He thought that the young fellow must have made a mistake. It was inconceivable to him that any person could have a home like a hotel or the city hall, but he followed in silence. And they went up the long flight of steps, arm in arm. "There's a button here, old sport," said Master Freddy. "Hold my arm while I find her steady now. Oh yes, here she is, saved." A bell rang, and in a few seconds the door was opened. A man in blue livery stood holding it and gazing before him, silent as a statue. They stood for a moment blinking in the light. Then Jurgis felt his companion pulling, and he stepped in, and the blue automaton closed the door. Jurgis's heart was beating wildly. It was a bold thing for him to do. Into what strange, unearthly place he was venturing, he had no idea. Aladdin entering his cave could not have been more excited. The place where he stood was dimly lighted, but he could see a vast hall with pillars fading into the darkness above, and a great staircase opening at the far end of it. The floor was of tessellated marble, smooth as glass, and from the wall strange shapes loomed out, woven into huge portieres in rich, harmonious colors or gleaming from paintings, wonderful and mysterious looking in the half light, purple and red and golden, like sunset glimmers in a shadowy forest. The man in livery had moved silently toward them. Master Freddy took off his hat and handed it to him, and then, letting go of Jurgis' arm, tried to get out of his overcoat. After 2 or 3 attempts he accomplished this, with the lackey's help. And meantime a second man had approached, a tall and portly personage. Solemn as an executioner, he bore straight down upon Jurgis, who shr Ink away. Nervously, he seized him by the arm without a word and started toward the door. With him then suddenly came Master Freddy's voice. "Hamilton, my friend will remain with me." The man paused and half released Jurgis. "Come long, old chappie," said the other, and Jurgis started toward him. "Master Frederick," exclaimed the man. "See that the cabby hic is paid," was the other's response, and he linked his arm in Jurgis. Jurgis was about to say, "I have the money for him," but he restrained himself. The stout man in uniform signaled to the other, who went out to the cab while he followed Jurgis and his young master. They went down the great hall and then turned. Before them were 2 huge 176 doors. "Hamilton," said Master Freddy. "Well, sir," said the other. "What's the matter with dinin' room doors?" "Nothing is the matter, sir." "Then why don't you open 'em?" The man rolled them back. Another vista lost itself in the darkness. "Lights," commanded Master Freddy, and the butler pressed a button, and a flood of brilliant incandescence streamed from above, half blinding Jurgis. He stared, and little by little he made out the great apartment, with a domed ceiling from which the light poured, and walls that were one enormous painting, nymphs and dryads dancing in a flower-strewn glade, Diana with her hounds and horses dashing headlong through a mountain streamlet, a group of maidens bathing in a forest pool, all life-size, and so real that Jurgis thought that it was some work of enchantment, that he was in a dream palace. Then his eye passed to the long table in the center of the hall, a table black as ebony and gleaming with wrought silver and gold. In the center of it was a huge carven bowl with the glistening gleam of ferns and the red and purple of rare orchids glowing from a light hidden somewhere in their midst. "This is the dinin' room," observed Master Freddy. "How you like it, hey, ol' sport?" He always insisted on having an answer to his remarks, leaning over Jurgis and smiling into his face. Jurgis liked it. "Rummy ol' place to feed in all lone, though," was Freddy's comment. "Rummy's hell was you think, hey?" Then another idea occurred to him, and he went on without waiting. "Maybe you never saw anything hic like this 'fore." "Hey, old chappie." "No," said Jurgis. "Come from country, maybe, hey?" Yes, said Jurgis. Aha, I thought so. Loss of folks from country never saw such a place. Governor brings. Free show hick reglar circus. Go home tell folks about it. Old man Jones's. Place Jones the Packer, beef trust man. Made it all out of hogs, too, damn ol'. Scoundrel, now we see where our pennies go, rebates, and private car lines, hick. By Harry, bully place though worth seein'. Ever hear of Jones the Packer? Hey, old chappie. Jurgis had started involuntarily. The other, whose sharp eyes missed nothing, demanded, "Was a matter, hey, heard of him?" And Jurgis managed to stammer out, "I have worked for him in the yards." 177. What? Cried Master Freddy with a yell. You, in the yards, ho ho, why say. Tha's good, shake hands on it, ol' man, by Harry, Governor ought to be here. Glad to see you, great friends with the men, Governor Labor and Capital Community. Interests and all that hick, funny things happen in this world, don't they, ol'? Man Hamilton, lemme introduce you, friend the family, ol' friend the governors. Works in the yards, come to spend the night wiz me, Hamilton, have a hot time. Me friend, mister, was he a name, old chappie, tell us your name. Rudkus, Jurgis Rudkus. My friend, Mr. Rednose Hamilton, shake hands. The stately butler bowed his head, but made not a sound, and suddenly master Freddy pointed an eager finger at him. I know was a matter wiz you, Hamilton. Lay you $1 I know, you think I'm drunk, hey now. And the butler again bowed his head. Yes, sir, he said, at which Master Freddy hung tightly upon Jurgis's neck and went into a fit of laughter. Hamilton, you damn old scoundrel, he roared, I'll charge you for impudence, you see fi. Don't ho ho ho, I'm drunk, ho ho. The two waited until his fit had spent itself, to see what new whim would seize him. Whatcha want to do, he queried suddenly. Want to see the place, ol' chappie, wham, play the governor, show you round, state parlors, Louis cans. Louis says chairs cost 3,000 apiece, tea room Mariantnet, picture of shepherds dancing, Ricedale 23,000, ballroom balcony pillars. Hick imported special ship 68,000, Salin painted in Rome. Was that feller's name Hamilton Macaroni, then this place, silver. Bowl Benvenuto Cellini, rummy old Dago, and the organ 30,000. Dollars, sir, start her up, Hamilton, let Mr. Rednose hear it. No, never mind. Clean forgot, says he's hungry, Hamilton, less have some supper, only hick. Don't less have it here, come up to my place, old sport, nice and cozy, this way. Steady now, don't slip on the floor. Hamilton, we'll have a coal spread and some fizz. Z, don't leave out the fizz, by Harry, we'll have some of the 1830. Madeira, hear me, sir. Yes, sir, said the butler, but Master Frederick, your father left orders. And Master Frederick drew himself up to a stately height. My father's orders were left to me, hick, and not to you, he said. Then, clasping Jurgis tightly by the neck, he staggered out of the room. On the way, another idea occurred to him. And he asked, any hick cable message for me, Hamilton? No, sir, said the butler. Governor must be travelin', and how's the twins, Hamilton? They are doing well, sir. Good, said Master Freddy, and added fervently, God bless 'em, the little lambs. They went up the great staircase, one step at a time, at the top of it there. 178. Gleamed at them out of the shadows, the figure of a nymph crouching by a fountain, a figure ravishingly beautiful, the flesh warm and glowing with the hues of life. Above was a huge court, with domed roof, the various apartments opening into it. The butler had paused below but a few minutes to give orders, and then followed them. Now he pressed a button, and the hall blazed with light. He opened a door before them, and then pressed another button, as they staggered into the apartment. It was fitted up as a study. In the center was a mahogany table, covered with books and smokers' implements. The walls were decorated with college trophies and colors, flags, posters, photographs, and knickknacks, tennis rackets, canoe paddles, golf clubs, and polo sticks. An enormous moose head with horns 6 feet across faced a buffalo head on the opposite wall, while bear and tiger skins covered the polished floor. there were lounging chairs and sofas, window seats. Covered with soft cushions of fantastic designs, there was one corner fitted in Persian fashion with a huge canopy and a jeweled lamp beneath. Beyond, a door opened upon a bedroom, and beyond that was a swimming pool of the purest marble that had cost about $40,000. Master Freddy stood for a moment or two, gazing about him. Then out of the next room a dog emerged, a monstrous bulldog, the most hideous object that Jurgis had ever laid eyes upon. He yawned, opening a mouth like a dragon's, and he came toward the young man, wagging his tail. "Hello, Dewey," cried his master. "Been having a snooze, old boy." Well, hello there, what's a matter?" The dog was snarling at Jurgis. "Why, Dewey, this my friend, Mr. Rednose, ol' friendly governors, Mr. Rednose, Admiral Dewey, shake hands hick, ain't he a daisy though, blue ribbon at the New York show, 8,500 at a clip. How's that, hey?" The speaker sank into one of the big armchairs, and Admiral Dewey crouched beneath it. He did not snarl again, but he never took his eyes off Jurgis. He was perfectly sober, was the Admiral. The butler had closed the door, and he stood by it, watching Jurgis every second. Now there came footsteps outside, and, as he opened the door, a man in livery entered, carrying a folding table, and behind him 2 men with covered trays. They stood like statues while the first spread the table and set out the contents. Of the trays upon it, there were cold pates and thin slices of meat, tiny bread, and butter sandwiches with the crust cut off, a bowl of sliced peaches and cream. In January, little fancy cakes, pink and green and yellow and white, and half a dozen ice-cold bottles of wine. "That's the stuff for you," cried Master Freddy exultantly as he spied them. "Come 'long, old chappie, move up." And he seated himself at the table. The waiter pulled a cork, and he took the bottle and poured 3 glasses of its contents in succession down his throat. Then he gave a long-drawn sigh and cried again to Jurgis to seat himself. The butler held the chair at the opposite side of the table, and Jurgis thought it 178 was to keep him out of it, but finally he understood that it was the others' intention to put it under him, and so he sat down, cautiously and mistrustingly. Master Freddy perceived that the attendants embarrassed him, and he remarked with a nod to them, "You may go." They went, all save the butler. "You may go too, Hamilton," he said. "Master Frederick," the man began. "Go," cried the youngster angrily. "Damn you, don't you hear me?" The man went out and closed the door. Jurgis, who was as sharp as he, observed that he took the key out of the lock, in order that he might peer through the keyhole. Master Frederick turned to the table again. "Now," he said, "go for it." Jurgis gazed at him doubtingly. "Eat," cried the other. "Pile in, old chappie." "Don't you want anything?" Jurgis asked. "Ain't hungry," was the reply, "only thirsty. Kitty and me had some candy, you go on." So Jurgis began without further parley. He ate as with 2 shovels, his fork in one hand and his knife in the other. When he once got started, his wolf hunger got the better of him, and he did not stop for breath until he had cleared every plate. "Gee whiz," said the other, who had been watching him in wonder. Then he held Jurgis the bottle. "Lessee, you drink now," he said, and Jurgis took the bottle and turned it up to his mouth, and a wonderfully unearthly liquid ecstasy poured down his throat, tickling every nerve of him, thrilling him with joy. He drank the very last drop of it, and then he gave vent to a long-drawn "Oh, it. Good stuff, hey," said Freddy sympathetically. He had leaned back in the big chair, putting his arm behind his head and gazing at Jurgis. And Jurgis gazed back at him. He was clad in spotless evening dress, was Freddy, and looked very handsome. He was a beautiful boy, with light golden hair and the head of an Antinous. He smiled at Jurgis confidingly, and then started talking again with his blissful insouciance. This time he talked for 10 minutes at a stretch, and in the course of the speech he told Jurgis all of his family history. His big brother Charlie was in love with the guileless maiden who played the part of Little Bright Eyes in The Caliph of Kamskatka. He had been on the verge of marrying her once, only the governor had sworn to disinherit him and had presented him with a sum that would stagger the imagination and that had staggered the virtue of little Bright Eyes. Now, Charlie had got leave from college and had gone away in his automobile on the next best thing to a honeymoon. The governor had made threats to disinherit another of his children also, Sister Gwendolyn, who had married an Italian 180s marquis with a string of titles and a dueling record. They lived in his chateau, or rather had until he had taken to firing the breakfast dishes at her. Then she had cabled for help, and the old gentleman had gone over to find out what were his Grace's terms, so they had left Freddie all alone, and he with less than $2,000 in his pocket. Freddie was up in arms and meant serious business, as they would find in the end, if there was no other way of bringing them to terms. He would have his kittens wire that she was about to marry him, and see what happened then. So the cheerful youngster rattled on until he was tired out. He smiled his sweetest smile at Jurgis, and then he closed his eyes sleepily. Then he opened them again and smiled once more, and finally closed them and forgot to open them. For several minutes Jurgis sat perfectly motionless, watching him and reveling in the strange sensation of the champagne. Once he stirred and the dog growled. After that he sat almost holding his breath, until after a while the door of the room opened softly and the butler came in. He walked toward Jurgis upon tiptoe, scowling at him, and Jurgis rose up and retreated, scowling back, so until he was against the wall, and then the butler came close and pointed toward the door. "Get out of here," he whispered. Jurgis hesitated, giving a glance at Freddie, who was snoring softly. "If you do, you son of a," hissed the butler, "I'll mash in your face for you before you get out of here." And Jurgis wavered, but an instant more. He saw Admiral Dewey coming up behind the man and growling softly to back up his threats. Then he surrendered and started toward the door. They went out without a sound, and down the great echoing staircase, and through the dark hall. At the front door he paused, and the butler strode close to him. "Hold up your hands," he snarled. Jurgis took a step back, clinching his one well. "Vest." "What for?" he cried, and then understanding that the fellow proposed to search him, he answered, "I'll see you in hell first." "Do you want to go to jail?" demanded the butler menacingly. "I'll have the police." "Have 'em," roared Jurgis with fierce passion, "but you won't put your hands on me till you do. I haven't touched anything in your damned house, and I'll not have you touch me." So the butler, who was terrified lest his young master should waken, stepped suddenly to the door and opened it. "Get out of here," he said, and then as Jurgis passed through the opening, he gave him a ferocious kick that sent him down the great stone steps at a run and landed him sprawling in the snow at the bottom. 181. Chapter 25. Jurgis got up, wild with rage, but the door was shut and the great castle was dark and impregnable. Then the icy teeth of the blast bit into him, and he turned and went away at a run. When he stopped again, it was because he was coming to frequented streets, and did not wish to attract attention. In spite of that last humiliation, his heart was thumping fast with triumph. He had come out ahead on that deal. He put his hand into his trousers pocket every now and then to make sure that the precious $100 bill was still there. Yet he was in a plight, a curious and even dreadful plight, when he came to realize it. He had not a single cent but that one bill, and he had to find some shelter that night. He had to change it. Jurgis spent half an hour walking and debating the problem. There was no one he could go to for help. He had to manage it all alone. To get it changed in a lodging house would be to take his life in his hands. He would almost certainly be robbed and perhaps murdered before morning. He might go to some hotel or railroad depot and ask to have it changed, but what would they think seeing a bum like him with $100? He would probably be arrested if he tried it, and what story could he tell? On the morrow, Freddie Jones would discover his Loss, and there would be a hunt for him, and he would lose his money. The only other plan he could think of was to try in a saloon. He might pay them to chain it if it could not be done otherwise. He began peering into places as he walked. He passed several as being too crowded, then finally, chancing upon one where the bartender was all alone, he gripped his hands in sudden resolution and went in. "Can you change me $100 bill?" he demanded. The bartender was a big, husky fellow with the jaw of a prize fighter and a 3-week stubble of hair upon it. He stared at Jurgis. "What's that you say?" he demanded. "I said, could you change me $100 bill?" "Where'd yous get it?" he inquired incredulously. "Never mind," said Jurgis. "I've got it and I want it changed. I'll pay you if you'll do it." The other stared at him hard. "Lemme see it," he said. "Will you change it?" Jurgis demanded, gripping it tightly in his pocket. "How the hell can I know if it's good or not?" retorted the bartender. "What's your 182? Take me for hay." Then Jurgis slowly and warily approached him. He took out the bill and fumbled it for a moment while the man stared at him with hostile eyes across the counter. Then finally he handed it over. The other took it and began to examine it. He smoothed it between his fingers and held it up to the light. He turned it over and upside down and edgeways. It was new and rather stiff, and that made him dubious. Jurgis was watching him like a cat all the time. "Humph," he said finally, and gazed at the stranger, sizing him up. A ragged, ill-smelling tramp with no overcoat and one arm in a sling, and $100 bill. "Want to buy anything?" he demanded. "Yes," said Jurgis. "I'll take a glass of beer." "All right," said the other. "I'll change it." And he put the bill in his pocket and poured Jurgis out a glass of beer and set it on the counter. Then he turned to the cash register and punched up 5 cents and began to pull money out of the drawer. Finally, he faced Jurgis, counting it out: 2 dimes, a quarter, and 50 cents. "There," he said. For a second, Jurgis waited, expecting to see him turn again. "My $99, he said. "What $99? demanded the bartender. "My change," he cried, "the rest of my 100. "Go on," said the bartender. "You're nutty." And Jurgis stared at him with wild eyes. For an instant, horror reigned in him. Black, paralyzing, awful horror, clutching him at the heart, and then came rage. In surging, blinding floods, he screamed aloud and seized the glass and hurled it at the other's head. The man ducked, and it missed him by half an inch. He rose again and faced Jurgis, who was vaulting over the bar with his one well arm, and dealt him a smashing blow in the face, hurling him backward upon the floor. Then, as Jurgis scrambled to his feet again and started round the counter after him, he shouted at the top of his voice, "Help, help." Jurgis seized a bottle off the counter as he ran, and as the bartender made a leap, he hurled the missile at him with all his force. It just grazed his head and shivered into 1,000 pieces against the post of the door. Then Jurgis started back, rushing at the man again in the middle of the room. This time, in his blind frenzy, he came without a bottle, and that was all the bartender wanted. He met him halfway and floored him with a sledgehammer drive between the eyes. An instant later, the screen doors flew open, and 2 men rushed in, just as Jurgis was getting to his feet again, foaming at the mouth with rage and trying to tear his broken arm out of its bandages. "Look out," shouted the bartender. "He's got a knife." Then, seeing that the 2 were disposed to join the fray, he made another rush at Jurgis and knocked aside 183 his feeble defense and sent him tumbling again, and the 3 flung themselves upon him, rolling and kicking about the place. A second later, a policeman dashed in, and the bartender yelled once more, "Look out for his knife." Jurgis had fought himself half to his knees when the policeman made a leap at him and cracked him across the face with his club. Though the blow staggered him, the wild beast frenzy still blazed in him, and he got to his feet, lunging into the air. Then again the club descended, full upon his head, and he dropped like a log to the floor. The policeman crouched over him, clutching his stick, waiting for him to try to rise again, and meantime the barkeeper go tee up and put his hand to his head. Christ, he said, I thought I was done for that time. Did he cut me? Don't see anything, Jake, said the policeman. What's the matter with him? Just crazy drunk, said the other. A lame duck, too, but he most got me under. The bar, yous had better call the wagon, Billy. No, said the officer. He's got no more fight in him, I guess, and he's only got a block to go. He twisted his hand in Jurgis's collar and jerked at him. Get up. Here's you, he commanded. But Jurgis did not move, and the bartender went behind the bar, and after stowing the $100 bill away in a safe hiding place, came and poured a glass of water over Jurgis. Then, as the latter began to moan feebly, the policeman got him to his feet and dragged him out of the place. The station house was just around the corner, and so in a few minutes Jurgis was in a cell. He spent half the night lying unconscious, and the balance moaning in torment. With a blinding headache and a racking thirst, now and then he cried aloud for a drink of water, but there was no one to hear him. There were others in that same station house with split heads and a fever. There were hundreds of them in the great city and tens of thousands of them in the great land, and there was no one to hear any of them. In the morning, Jurgis was given a cup of water and a piece of bread, and then hustled into a patrol wagon and driven to the nearest police court. He sat in the pen with a score of others until his turn came. The bartender, who proved to be a well-known bruiser, was called to the stand. He took the oath and told his story. The prisoner had come into his saloon after midnight fighting drunk and had ordered a glass of beer and tendered $1 bill in payment. He had been given 95 cents change and had demanded $99 more, and before the plaintiff could even answer had hurled the glass at him and then attacked him with a bottle of bitters and nearly wrecked the place. Then the prisoner was sworn, a forlorn object, haggard and unshorn within, armed and up in a filthy bandage, a cheek and head cut and bloody and one eye purplish black and entirely closed. What have you to say for yourself? Queried the magistrate. 184. Your Honor, said Jurgis, I went into his place and asked the man if he could change me $100 bill, and he said he would if I bought a drink. I gave him the bill, and then he wouldn't give me the change. The magistrate was staring at him in perplexity. You gave him $100 bill, he exclaimed. Yes, Your Honor, said Jurgis. Where did you get it? A man gave it to me, Your Honor. A man? What man and what force? A young man I met upon the street, Your Honor. I had been begging. There was a titter in the courtroom. The officer who was holding Jurgis put up his hand to hide a smile, and the magistrate smiled without trying to hide it. It's true, Your Honor, cried Jurgis passionately. You had been drinking as well as begging last night, had you not? Inquired the magistrate. No, Your Honor, protested Jurgis. You had not had anything to drink. Why, yes, Your Honor, I had. What did you have? Tea. Had a bottle of something, I don't know what it was, something that burned. There was again a laugh round the courtroom, stopping suddenly as the magistrate looked up and frowned. Have you ever been arrested before? He asked abruptly. The question took Jurgis aback. I, he stammered. Tell me the truth now, commanded the other sternly. Yes, Your Honor, said Jurgis. How often? Only once, Your Honor. What for? For knocking down my boss, Your Honor. I was working in the stockyards and… I see, said His Honor. I guess that will do. You ought to stop drinking if you can't control yourself. 10 days and costs. Next case. Jurgis gave vent to a cry of dismay, cut off suddenly by the policeman, who seized him by the collar. He was jerked out of the way, into a room with the convicted prisoners, where he sat and wept like a child in his impotent rage. It seemed monstrous to him that policemen and judges should esteem his word as nothing. 185. In comparison with the poor Jurgis, could not know that the owner of the saloon paid $5 each week to the policeman alone for Sunday privileges and general favors, nor that the pugilist bartender was one of the most trusted henchmen of the Democratic leader of the district and had helped only a few months before to hustle out a record-breaking vote as a testimonial to the magistrate who had been made the target of odious kid-gloved reformers. Jurgis was driven out to the bridewell for the second time, in his tumbling around he had hurt his arm again, and so could not work, but had to be attended by the physician. Also his head and his eye had to be tied up, and so he was a pretty-looking object when, the second day after his arrival, he went out into the exercise court and encountered Jack K. Duane. The young fellow was so glad to see Jurgis that he almost hugged him. By God, if it isn't the stinker, he cried. And what is it? Have you been through a sausage machine? No, said Jurgis, but I've been in a railroad wreck and a fight. And then, well, some of the other prisoners gathered round. He told his wild story. Most of them were incredulous, but Duane knew that Jurgis could never have made up such a yarn as that. Hard luck, old man, he said when they were alone, but maybe it's taught you a lesson. I've learned some things since I saw you last, said Jurgis mournfully. Then he explained how he had spent the last summer hoboing it, as the phrase was. And you, he asked finally, have you been here ever since? Lord, no, said the other. I only came in the day before yesterday. It's the second time they've sent me up on a trumped-up charge. I've had hard luck and can't pay them what they want. Why don't you quit Chicago with me, Jurgis? I've no place to go, said Jurgis sadly. Neither have I, replied the other, laughing lightly, but we'll wait till we get out. And so, in the bridewell, Jurgis met few who had been there the last time, but he met scores of others, old and young, of exactly the same sort. It was like breakers upon a beach. There was new water, but the wave looked just the same. He strolled about and talked with them, and the biggest of them told tales of their prowess, while those who were weaker, or younger and inexperienced, gathered round and listened in admiring silence. The last time he was there, Jurgis had thought of little but his family, but now he was free to listen to these men and to realize that he was one of them, that their point of view was his point of view, and that the way they kept themselves alive in the world was the way he meant to do it in the future. And so, when he was turned out of prison again, without a penny in his pocket, he went straight to Jack Duane. He went full of humility and gratitude, for Duane was a gentleman and a man with a profession, and it was remarkable that he, 186, should be willing to throw in his lot with a humble working man, one who had even been a beggar and a tramp. Jurgis could not see what help he could be to him, but he did not understand that a man like himself, who could be trusted to stand by anyone who was kind to him, was as rare among criminals as among any other class of men. The address Jurgis had was a garret room in the ghetto district, the home of a pretty little French girl, Duane's mistress, who sewed all day and eked out her living by prostitution. He had gone elsewhere, she told Jurgis. He was afraid to stay there now on account of the police. The new address was a cellar dive, whose proprietor said that he had never heard of Duane, but after he had put Jurgis through a catechism, he showed him a back stairs, which led to a fence in the rear of a pawnbroker's shop, and thence to a number of assignation rooms, in one of which Duane was hiding. Duane was glad to see him. He was without a cent of money, he said, and had been waiting for Jurgis to help him get some. He explained his plan. In fact, he spent the day in laying bare to his friend the criminal world of the city, and in showing him how he might earn himself a living in it. That winter he would have a hard time on account of his arm, and because of an unwanted fit of activity of the police, but so long as he was unknown to them, he would be safe if he were careful here at Papa Hansen's, so they called the old man who kept the dive. He might rest at ease, for Papa Hansen was square, would stand by him so long as he paid and gave him an hour's notice if there were to be a police raid. Also Rosensteg, the pawnbroker, would buy anything he had for a third of its value and guarantee to keep it hidden for a year. There was an oil stove in the little cupboard of a room, and they had some supper, and then about 11 o'clock at night they sallied forth together. By rear entrance to the place, Duane armed with a slingshot, they came to a residence district, and he sprang up a lamppost and blew out the light, and then the two dodged into the shelter of an area step and hid in silence. Pretty soon a man came by, a working man, and they let him go. Then after a long interval came the heavy tread of a policeman, and they held their breath till he was gone. Though half frozen, they waited a full quarter of an hour after that. And then again came footsteps, walking briskly. Duane nudged Jurgis, and the instant the man had passed they rose up. Duane stole out as silently as a shadow. And a second later Jurgis heard a thud and a stifled cry. He was only a couple of feet behind, and he leaped to stop the man's mouth, while Duane held him fast by the arms as they had agreed, but the man was limp and showed a tendency to fall, and so Jurgis had only to hold him by the collar, while the other, with swift fingers, went through his pockets, ripping pen first his overcoat, and then his coat, and then his vest, searching inside and outside, and transferring the contents into his own pockets. At last, after feeling of the man's fingers and in his necktie, Duane whispered, "That's all," and they dragged him to the area and dropped him in. Then Jurgis went one way and his friend the other, walking briskly. 187. The latter arrived first, and Jurgis found him examining the swag. There was a gold watch for one thing, with a chain and locket. There was a silver pencil, and a matchbox, and a handful of small change, and finally a card case. This last Duane opened feverishly. There were letters and checks, and 2 theater tickets. And at last, in the back part, a wad of bills. He counted them. There was a 25 tens, 4 fives, and 3 ones. Duane drew a long breath. "That lets us out," he said. After further examination, they burned the card case and its contents, all but the bills, and likewise the picture of a little girl in the locket. Then Duane took the watch and trinkets downstairs and came back with $16. The old scoundrel said the case was filled. He said, "It's a lie, but he knows I want the money." They divided up the spoils, and Jurgis got as his share $55 and some change. He protested that it was too much, but the other had agreed to divide. Even that was a good haul, he said, better than average. When they got up in the morning, Jurgis was sent out to buy a paper. One of the pleasures of committing a crime was the reading about it afterward. "I had a pal that always did it," Duane remarked, laughing, until one day he read that he had left $3,000 in a lower inside pocket of his party's vest. There was a half-column account of the robbery. It was evident that a gang was operating in the neighborhood, said the paper, for it was the third within a week. And the police were apparently powerless. The victim was an insurance agent, and he had lost $110 that did not belong to him. He had chanced to have his name marked on his shirt, otherwise he would not have been identified yet. His assailant had hit him too hard, and he was suffering from concussion of the brain, and also he had been half frozen when found and would lose 3 fingers on his right hand. The enterprising newspaper reporter had taken all this information to his family and told how they had received it. Since it was Jurgis's first experience, these details naturally caused him some worriment, but the other laughed coolly. It was the way of the game, and there was no helping it. Before long, Jurgis would think no more of it than they did in the yards of knocking out a bullock. "It's a case of us or the other fellow, and I say the other fellow every time," he observed. "Still," said Jurgis reflectively, "he never did us any harm. He was doing it to somebody as hard as he could, you can be sure of that," said his friend. Duane had already explained to Jurgis that if a man of their trade were known, he would have to work all the time to satisfy the demands of the police. Therefore it would be better for Jurgis to stay in hiding and never be seen in public with his pal. But Jurgis soon got very tired of staying in hiding. In a couple of weeks he was feeling strong and beginning to use his arm, and then he could not stand it any longer. Dwayne, who had done a job of some sort by himself and made a truce with the powers, brought over Marie, his little French girl, to share with him, but 188. Even that did not avail for long, and in the end he had to give up arguing and take Jurgis out and introduce him to the saloons and sporting houses where the big crooks and hold-up men hung out. And so Jurgis got a glimpse of the high-class criminal world of Chicago, the city, which was owned by an oligarchy of businessmen, being nominally ruled by the people. A huge army of graft was necessary for the purpose of effecting the transfer of power. Twice a year in the spring and fall elections, millions of dollars were furnished by the businessmen and expended by this army. Meetings were held and clever speakers were hired, bands played and rockets sizzled, tons of documents and reservoirs of drinks were distributed, and tens of thousands of votes were bought for cash, and this army of graft had, of course, to be maintained the year round. The leaders and organizers were maintained by the businessmen directly, aldermen and legislators by means of bribes, party officials out of the campaign funds, lobbyists and corporation lawyers in the form of salaries, contractors by means of jobs, labor union leaders by subsidies, and newspaper proprietors and editors by advertisements. The rank and file, however, were either foisted upon the city or else lived off the population. Directly, there was the police department and the fire and water departments, and the whole balance of the civil list, from the meanest office boy to the head of a city department, and for the horde who could find no room in these, there was the world of vice and crime. There was license to seduce, to swindle and plunder. And pray, the law forbade Sunday drinking, and this had delivered the saloon keepers into the hands of the police, and made an alliance between them. Necessary, the law forbade prostitution, and this had brought the madames into the combination. It was the same with the gambling housekeeper and the poolroom man, and the same with any other man or woman who had a means of getting graft and was willing to pay over a share of it, the green goods man, and the highwayman, the pickpocket and the sneak thief, and the receiver of stolen goods, the seller of adulterated milk, of stale fruit and diseased meat, the proprietor of unsanitary tenements, the fake doctor and the usurer, the beggar, and the pushcart man, the prize fighter and the professional slugger, the race track tout, the procurer, the white slave agent, and the expert seducer of young girls. All of these agencies of corruption were banded together and leagued in blood brotherhood with the politician and the police. More often than not, they were one and the same person. The police captain would own the brothel he pretended to raid. The politician would open his headquarters in his saloon. Hinkydink or Bathhouse John, or others of that ilk, were proprietors of the most notorious dives in Chicago, and also the gray wolves of the city council, who gave away the streets of the city to the businessmen, and those who patronized their places were the gamblers and prize fighters who set the law at defiance, and the burglars and hold-up men who kept the whole city in terror. On election day, all these powers of vice and crime were one power. They could tell within 1% what the vote of their district would be, and they could change it at an hour's notice. A month ago, Jurgis had all but perished of starvation upon the streets, and now 189. Suddenly, as by the gift of a magic key, he had entered into a world where money and all the good things of life came freely. He was introduced by his friend to an Irishman named Buck Halloran, who was a political worker, and on the inside of things, this man talked with Jurgis for a while, and then told him that he had a little plan by which a man who looked like a working man might make some easy money, but it was a private affair and had to be kept quiet. Jurgis expressed himself as agreeable, and the other took him that afternoon, it was Saturday, to a place where city laborers were being paid off. The paymaster sat in a little booth with a pile of envelopes before him and two policemen standing by. Jurgis went according to directions and gave the name of Michael O'Flaherty, and received an envelope which he took around the corner and delivered to Halloran, who was waiting for him in a saloon. Then he went again and gave the name of Johann Schmidt, and a third time, and give the name of Serge Remenitsky. Halloran had quite a list of imaginary workingmen, and Jurgis got an envelope for each one. For this work he received $5 and was told that he might have it every week so long as he kept quiet. As Jurgis was excellent at keeping quiet, he soon won the trust of Buck Halloran and was introduced to others as a man who could be depended upon. This acquaintance was useful to him in another way. Also before long Jurgis made his discovery of the meaning of pull and just why his boss, Connor, and also the pugilist bartender had been able to send him to jail. One night there was given a ball the benefit of One-Eyed Larry, a lame man who played the violin, in one of the big, high-class houses of prostitution on Clark Street, and was a wag and a popular character on the levee. This ball was held in a big dance hall and was one of the occasions when the city's powers of debauchery gave themselves up to madness. Jurgis attended and got half insane with drink and began quarreling over a girl. His arm was pretty strong by then, and he set to work to clean out the place and ended in a cell in the police station. The police station being crowded to the doors and stinking with bums, Jurgis did not relish staying there to sleep off his liquor and sent for Halloran, who called up the district leader and had Jurgis laid out by telephone at 4 o'clock in the morning. When he was arraigned that same morning, the district leader had already seen the clerk of the court and explained that Jurgis Rudkus was a decent fellow who had been indiscreet, and so Jurgis was fined $10 and the fine was suspended, which meant that he did not have to pay for it and never would have to pay it unless somebody chose to bring it up against him in the future. Among the people Jurgis lived with now money was valued according to an entirely different standard from that of the people of Packingtown, yet strange as it may seem, he did a great deal less drinking than he had as a working man. He had not the same provocations of exhaustion and hopelessness. He had now something to work for, to struggle for. He soon found that if he kept his wits about him, he would come upon new opportunities, and being naturally an active man, he not only kept sober himself, but helped to steady his friend, who was a good deal fonder of both wine and women than he. 190. One thing led to another. In the saloon where Jurgis met Buck Halloran, he was sitting late one night with Duane when a country customer, a buyer for an out-of-town merchant, came in, a little more than half-piped. There was no one else in the place but the bartender, and as the man went out again, Jurgis and Duane followed him. He went round the corner, and in a dark place made by combination of the elevated railroad and an unrented building, Jurgis leaped forward and shoved a revolver under his nose, while Duane, with his hat pulled over his eyes, went through the man's pockets with lightning fingers. They got his watch and his wad, and were round the corner again and into the saloon. Before he could shout more than once, the bartender, to whom they had tipped the wink, had the cellar door open for them, and they vanished, making their way by a secret entrance to a brothel next door. From the roof of this there was access to 3 similar places beyond. By means of these passages, the customers of any one place could be gotten out of the way, in case a falling out with the police chanced to lead to a raid, and also it was necessary to have a way of getting a girl out of reach in case of an emergency. Thousands of them came to Chicago answering advertisements for servants and factory hands, and found themselves trapped by fake employment agencies and locked up in a body house. It was generally enough to take all their clothes away from them, but sometimes they would have to be doped and kept prisoners for weeks, and meantime their parents might be telegraphing the police and even coming on to see why nothing was done. Occasionally there was no way of satisfying them but to let them search the place to which the girl had been traced. For his help in this little job, the bartender received 20 out of the $130 odd that the pair secured, and naturally this put them on friendly terms with him, and a few days later he introduced them to a little Sheeny named Goldberger, one of the runners of the sporting house where they had been hidden. After a few drinks, Goldberger began, with some hesitation, to narrate how he had had a quarrel over his best girl with a professional cardsharp who had hit him in the jaw. The fellow was a stranger in Chicago, and if he was found some night with his head cracked, there would be no one to care very much. Jurgis, who by this time would cheerfully have cracked the heads of all the gamblers in Chicago, inquired what would be coming to him. At which the Jew became still more confidential and said that he had some tips on the New Orleans races, which he got direct from the police captain of the district, whom he had got out of a bad scrape and who stood in with a big syndicate of horse owners. Duane took all this in at once, but Jurgis had to have the whole racetrack situation explained to him before he realized the importance of such an opportunity. There was the gigantic racing trust. It owned the legislatures in every state, which it did business. It even owned some of the big newspapers and made public opinion. There was no power in the land that could oppose it unless perhaps it were the Pool Room Trust. It built magnificent racing parks all over the country, and by means of enormous purses, it lured the people to come, and then it organized a gigantic shell game, whereby it plundered them of hundreds, 191 of millions of dollars every year. Horse racing had once been a sport, but nowadays it was a business. A horse could be doped and doctored, undertrained or overtrained. It could be made to fall at any moment, or its gait could be broken by lashing it with the whip, which all the spectators would take to be a desperate effort to keep it in the light. There were scores of such tricks, and sometimes it was the owners who played them and made fortunes. Sometimes it was the jockeys and trainers, sometimes it was outsiders who bribed them, but most of the time it was the chiefs of the trust. Now, for instance, they were having winter racing in New Orleans, and a syndicate was laying out each day's program in advance, and its agents in all the northern cities were milking the pool rooms. The word came by long-distance telephone in a cipher code just a little while before each race, and any man who could get the secret had as good as a fortune. If Jurgis did not believe it, he could try it. Said the little Jew, let them meet at a certain house on the morrow and make a test. Jurgis was willing, and so was Duane. And so they went to one of the high-class pool rooms where brokers and merchants gambled, with society women in a private room, and they put up $10 each upon a horse called Black Beldame, a 6-to-1 shot, and won, for a secret like that they would have done a good many sluggings. But the next day Goldberger informed them that the offending gambler had got wind of what was coming to him and had skipped the town. There were ups and downs at the business, but there was always a living inside of a jail, if not out of it. Early in April, the city elections were due, and that meant prosperity for all the powers of graft. Jurgis, hanging round in dives and gambling houses and brothels, met with the heelers of both parties, and from their conversation he came to understand all the ins and outs of the game, and to hear of a number of ways in which he could make himself useful about election time. Buck Halloran was a Democrat, and so Jurgis became a Democrat also. But he was not a bitter one. The Republicans were good fellows too, and were to have a pile of money in this next campaign. At the last election, the Republicans had paid $4 a vote to the Democrats 3, and Buck Halloran sat one night playing cards with Jurgis and another man, who told how Halloran had been charged with the job voting a bunch of 37 newly landed Italians, and how he, the narrator, had met the Republican worker who was after the very same gang, and how the three had effected a bargain whereby the Italians were to vote half and half for a glass of beer apiece, while the balance of the fund went to the conspirators. Not long after this, Jurgis, wearying of the risks and vicissitudes of miscellaneous crime, was moved to give up the career for that of a politician. Just at this time, there was a tremendous uproar being raised concerning the alliance between the Criminals and the police, for the criminal graft was one in which the business men had no direct part. It was what is called a side line, carried by the police. Wide open, gambling and debauchery made the city pleasing to trade, but burglaries and holdups did not. One night it chanced that while Jack Duane was drilling a safe in a clothing store, he was caught red-handed by the night 192 watchman and turned over to a policeman who chanced to know him well and who took the responsibility of letting him make his escape. Such a howl from the newspapers followed this that Duane was slated for sacrifice and barely got out of town in time, and just at that juncture it happened that Jurgis was introduced to a man named Harper, whom he recognized as the night watchman at Brown's, who had been instrumental in making him an American citizen the first year of his arrival at the yards. The other was interested in the coincidence, but did not remember Jurgis. He had handled too many green ones in his time, he said. He sat in a dance hall with Jurgis and Halloran until 1 or 2 in the morning, exchanging experiences. He had a long story to tell of his quarrel with the superintendent of his department and how he was now a plain working man and a good union man as well. It was not until some months afterward that Jurgis understood that the quarrel with the superintendent had been prearranged, and that Harper was in reality drawing a salary of $20 a week from the packers for an inside report of his union's secret proceedings. The yards were seething with agitation just then, said the man, speaking as a unionist. The people of Packingtown had borne about all that they would bear, and it looked as if a strike might begin any week. After this talk, the man made inquiries concerning Jurgis, and a couple of days later he came to him with an interesting proposition. He was not absolutely certain, he said, but he thought that he could get him a regular salary if he would come to Packingtown and do as he was told and keep his mouth shut. Harper, Bush Harper he was called, was a right-hand man of Mike Scully, the Democratic boss of the stockyards, and in the coming election there was a peculiar situation. There had come to Scully a proposition to nominate a certain rich brewer who lived upon a swell boulevard that skirted the district, and who coveted the big badge and the honorable of an alderman. The brewer was a Jew and had no brains, but he was harmless and would put up a rare campaign fund. Scully had accepted the offer and then gone to the Republicans with a proposition. He was not sure that he could manage the Sheeny, and he did not mean to take any chances with his district. Let the Republicans nominate a certain obscure but amiable friend of Scully's, who was now setting tenpins in the cellar of an Ashland Avenue saloon, and he, Scully, would elect him with the Sheeny's money, and the Republicans might have the glory, which was more than they would get otherwise. In return for this, the Republicans would agree to put up no candidate the following year, when Scully himself came up for re-election as the other alderman from the ward. To this the Republicans had assented at once, but the hell of it was, so Harper explained, that the Republicans were all of them fools. A man had to be a fool to be a Republican in the stockyards where Scully was king, and they didn't know how to work, and of course it would not do for the Democratic workers, the noble redskins of the war Whoop League, to support the Republican openly. The difficulty would not have been so great except for another fact. There had been a curious development in stockyards politics in the last year or two, a new party having leaped into being. They were the Socialists, and it was a devil of a mess, said Bush Harper. One image which the word socialist brought to Jurgis was of poor little 193 Tamasius Kusleka, who had called himself one, and would go out with a couple of other men in a soapbox and shout himself hoarse on a street corner. Saturday nights, Tamasius had tried to explain to Jurgis what it was all about. But Jurgis, who was not of an imaginative turn, had never quite got it straight. At present he was content with his companion's explanation that the socialists were the enemies of American institutions, could not be bought, and would not combine or make any sort of a dicker. Mike Scully was very much worried over. The opportunity which his last deal gave to them, the stockyards Democrats, were furious at the idea of a rich capitalist for their candidate, and while they were changing, they might possibly conclude that a socialist firebrand was preferable to a Republican bum, and so right here was a chance for Jurgis to make himself a place in the world, explained Bush Harper. He had been a union man and he was known in the yards as a working man. He must have hundreds of acquaintances, and as he had never talked politics with them, he might come out as a Republican now without exciting the least suspicion. There were barrels of money for the use of those who could deliver the goods, and Jurgis might count upon Mike Scully, who had never yet gone back on a friend. Just what could he do? Jurgis asked in some perplexity, and the other explained in detail. To begin with, he would have to go to the yards and work, and he mightn't relish that, but he would have what he earned, as well as the rest that came to him. He would get active in the union again, and perhaps try to get an office, as he, Harper, had. He would tell all his friends the good points of Doyle, the Republican nominee, and the bad ones of the Cheney, and then Scully would furnish a meeting place. And he would start the Young Men's Republican Association, or something of that sort, and have the rich brewers' best beer by the hogshead, and fireworks and speeches just like the War Whoop League. Surely Jurgis must know hundreds of men who would like that sort of fun, and there would be the regular Republican leaders and workers to help him out, and they would deliver a big enough majority on election day. When he had heard all this explanation to the end, Jurgis demanded, "But how can I get a job in Packingtown? I'm blacklisted." At which Bush Harper laughed. "I'll attend to that all right," he said. And the other replied, "It's a go then, I'm your man." So Jurgis went out to the stockyards again and was introduced to the political lord of the district, the boss of Chicago's mayor. It was Scully who owned the brickyards and the dump end the ice pond, though Jurgis did not know it. It was Scully who was to blame for the unpaved street in which Jurgis's child had been drowned. It was Scully who had put into office the magistrate who had first sent Jurgis to jail. It was Scully who was principal stockholder in the company which had sold him the ramshackle tenement and then robbed him of it. But Jurgis knew none of these things any more than he knew that Scully was but a tool and puppet of the packers. To him, Scully was a mighty power, the biggest man he had ever met. He was a little dried-up Irishman whose hands shook. He had a brief talk with his visitor, watching him with his rat-like eyes and making up his mind about 194 him, and then he gave him a note to Mr. Harmon, one of the head managers of Durham's. "The bearer, Jurgis Rudkus, is a particular friend of mine, and I would like you to find him a good place for important reasons. He was once indiscreet, but you will perhaps be so good as to overlook that." Mr. Harmon looked up inquiringly when he read this. "What does he mean by indiscreet?" he asked. "I was blacklisted, sir," said Jurgis. At which the other frowned. "Blacklisted," he said. "How do you mean?" And Jurgis turned red with embarrassment. He had forgotten that a blacklist did not exist. I had difficulty in getting a place," he stammered. "What was the matter?" "I got into a quarrel with a foreman, not my own boss, sir, and struck him." "I see," said the other, and meditated for a few moments. "What do you wish to do?" he asked. "Anything, sir," said Jurgis. "Only I had a broken arm this winter, and so I have to be careful." "How would it suit you to be a night watchman?" "That wouldn't do, sir. I have to be among the men at night." "I see politics. Well, would it suit you to trim hogs?" "Yes, sir," said Jurgis. And Mr. Harmon called a timekeeper and said, "Take this man to Pat Murphy and tell him to find room for him somehow." And so Jurgis marched into the hog-killing room, a place where, in the days gone by, he had come begging for a job. Now he walked jauntily and smiled to himself, seeing the frown that came to the boss's face as the timekeeper said, "Mr. Harmon says to put this man on. it would overcrowd his department and spoil the record he was trying to make, but he said not a word except all right. And so Jurgis became a working man once more, and straightway he sought out his old friends and joined the union, and began to root for Scotty Doyle. Doyle had done him a good turn once, he explained, and was really a bully chap. Doyle was a working man himself, and would represent the working men. Why did they want to vote for a millionaire Sheeny, and what the hell had Mike Scully ever done for them that they should back his candidates all the time? And meantime Scully had given Jurgis a note to the Republican leader of the ward, and he had gone there and met the crowd he was to work with. Already they had hired a big hall with some of the brewers' money, and every night Jurgis brought in a dozen new members of the Doyle Republican Association. Pretty soon they 195 had a grand opening night, and there was a brass band which marched through the streets in fireworks and bombs and red lights in front of the hall, and there was an enormous crowd with 2 overflow meetings, so that the pale and trembling candidate had to recite 3 times over the little speech which one of Scully's henchmen had written, and which he had been a month learning by heart. Best of all, the famous and eloquent Senator Spareshanks, presidential candidate, rode out in an automobile to discuss the sacred privileges of American citizenship and protection and prosperity for the American working man. His inspiriting address was quoted to the extent of half a column in all the morning newspapers, which also said that it could be stated upon excellent authority that the unexpected popularity developed by Doyle, the Republican candidate for alderman, was giving great anxiety to Mr. Scully, the chairman of the Democratic City Committee. The chairman was still more worried when the monster torchlight procession came off with the members of the Doyle Republican Association, all in red capes and hats, and free beer for every voter in the ward, the best beer ever given away in a political campaign, as the whole electorate testified during this parade, and at innumerable cart-tail meetings as well. Jurgis labored tirelessly. He did not make any speeches, there were lawyers and other experts for that. But he helped to manage things, distributing notices and posting placards and bringing out the crowds, and when the show was on he attended to the fireworks and the beer. Thus, in the course of the campaign, he handled many hundreds of dollars of the Hebrew brewers' money, administering it with naive and touching fidelity. Toward the end, however, he learned that he was regarded with hatred by the rest of the boys, because he compelled them either to make a poorer showing than he, or to do without their share of the pie. After that, Jurgis did his best to please them, and to make up for the time he had lost before he discovered the extra bungholes of the campaign barrel. He pleased Mike Scully also. On election morning he was out at 4 o'clock. Getting out the vote, he had a 2-horse carriage to ride in, and he went from house to house for his friends, and escorted them in triumph to the polls. He voted half a dozen times himself, and voted some of his friends as often. He brought bunch after bunch of the newest foreigners, Lithuanians, Poles, Bohemians, Slovaks, and when he had put them through the mill he turned them over to another man to take to the next polling place. When Jurgis first set out, the captain of the precinct gave him $100, and 3 times in the course of the day he came for another 100, and not more than 25 out of each lot got stuck in his own pocket. The balance all went for actual votes. And on a day of Democratic landslides they elected Scotty Doyle, the extenpin setter, by nearly 1,000 plurality, and beginning at 5 o'clock in the afternoon and ending at 3 the next morning, Jurgis treated himself to a most unholy and horrible jag. Nearly everyone else in Packingtown did the same, however, for there was universal exultation over this triumph of popular government, this crushing defeat of an arrogant plutocrat by the power of tea. Common People. 196. Chapter 26. After the elections, Jurgis stayed on in Packingtown and kept his job. The agitation to break up the police protection of criminals was continuing, and it Seemed to him best to lay low for the present. He had nearly $300 in the bank and might have considered himself entitled to a vacation, but he had an easy job and force of habit kept him at it. Besides, Mike Scully, whom he consulted, advised him that something might turn up before long. Jurgis got himself a place in a boarding house with some congenial friends. He had already inquired of Aniel and learned that Elzbieta and her family had gone downtown, and so he gave no further thought to them. He went with a new set. Now young unmarried fellows who were sporty. Jurgis had long ago cast off his fertilizer clothing, and since going into politics, he had donned a linen collar and a greasy red necktie. He had some reason for thinking of his dress, for he was making about $11 a week, and 2/3 of it he might spend upon his pleasures without ever touching his savings. Sometimes he would ride downtown with a party of friends to the cheap theaters and the music halls and other haunts with which they were familiar. Many of the saloons in Packingtown had pool tables, and some of them bowling alleys by means of which he could spend his evenings in petty gambling. Also, there were cards and dice. One time Jurgis got into a game on a Saturday night and won prodigiously, and because he was a man of spirit, he stayed in with them. Rest and the game continued until late Sunday afternoon, and by that time he was out over $20. On Saturday nights also a number of balls were generally given in Packingtown. Each man would bring his girl with him, paying $50 for a ticket and several dollars additional for drinks in the course of the festivities, which continued until 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, unless broken up by fighting. During all this time, the same man and woman would dance together, half stupefied with sensuality and drink. Before long, Jurgis discovered what Scully had meant by something turning up. In May, the agreement between the Packers and the unions expired, and a new agreement had to be signed. Negotiations were going on, and the yards were full of talk of a strike. The old scale had dealt with the wages of the skilled men only, and of the members of the meat workers union about 2/3 were unskilled men. In Chicago, these latter were receiving, for the most part, 18.5 cents an hour, and the unions wished to make this the general wage for the next year. It was not nearly so large a wage as it seemed. In the course of the negotiations, the union officers examined time checks to the amount of $10,000, and they found that the highest wages paid had been $14 a week and the lowest $2.05, and the average of the 197 whole $6.65, and $6.65 was hardly too much for a man to keep a family on, considering the fact that the price of dressed meat had increased nearly 50% in the last 5 years, while the price of beef on the hoof had decreased as much. It would have seemed that the Packers ought to be able to pay it, but the Packers were unwilling to pay it. They rejected the union demand, and to show what their purpose was, a week or two after the agreement expired, they put down the wages of about 1,000 men to 16.5 cents, and it was said that Old Man Jones had vowed he would put them to 15 before he got through. There were 1.5 million of men in the country looking for work, 100,000 of them right in Chicago, and were the Packers to let the union stewards march into their places and bind them to a contract that would lose them several $1,000s a day? For a year, not much. All this was in June, and before long the question was submitted to a referendum in the unions, and the decision was for a strike. It was the same in all the packing house cities, and suddenly the newspapers and public woke up to face the gruesome spectacle of a meat famine. All sorts of pleas for a reconsideration were made, but the Packers were obdurate, and all the while they were reducing wages and heading off shipments of cattle and rushing in wagon loads of mattresses and cots. So the men boiled over, and one night telegrams went out from the Union headquarters to all the big packing centers, to St. Paul, South Omaha, Sioux City, St. Joseph, Kansas City, East St. Louis, and New York, and The next day at noon, between 50 and 60,000 men drew off their working clothes and marched out of the factories, and the great beef strike was on. Jurgis went to his dinner, and afterward he walked over to see Mike Scully, who lived in a fine house, upon a street which had been decently paved and lighted. For his espèce al benefit, Scully had gone into semi-retirement and looked nervous and worried. "What do you want?" he demanded when he saw Jurgis. "I came to see if maybe you could get me a place during the strike," the other replied. And Scully knit his brows and eyed him narrowly. In that morning's papers, Jurgis had read a fierce denunciation of the packers by Scully, who had declared that if they did not treat their people better, the city authorities would end the matter by tearing down their plants. Now, therefore, Jurgis was not a little taken aback when the other demanded suddenly, "See here, Rudkus, why don't you stick by your job?" Jurgis started. "Work as a scab," he cried. "Why not?" demanded Scully. "What's that to you?" But, stammered Jurgis. He had somehow taken it for granted that he should go out with his union. "The packers need good men and need them bad," continued the other, "and they'll treat a man right that stands by them. Why don't you take your chance and fix yourself?" "But," said Jurgis, "how could I ever be of any use to you in politics?" 198. "You couldn't be it anyhow," said Scully abruptly. "Why not?" asked Jurgis. "Hell, man," cried the other, "don't you know you're a Republican, and do you think I'm always going to elect Republicans? My brewer has found out already how we served him, and there is the deuce to pay." Jurgis looked dumbfounded. He had never thought of that aspect of it before. "I could be a Democrat," he said. "Yes," responded the other, "but not right away. A man can't change his politics every day, and besides, I don't need you. There'd be nothing for you to do, and it's a long time to election day, anyhow, and what are you going to do meantime?" "I thought I could count on you," began Jurgis. "Yes," responded Scully, "so you could. I never yet went back on a friend, but is it fair to leave the job I got you and come to me for another? I have had 100 fellows after me today, and what can I do? I've put 17 men on the city payroll to clean streets this 1 week, and do you think I can keep that up forever? It wouldn't do for me to tell other men what I tell you, but you've been on the inside, and you ought to have sense enough to see for yourself. What have you to gain by a strike?" "I hadn't thought," said Jurgis. "Exactly," said Scully, "but you'd better take my word for it. The strike will be over in a few days, and the men will be beat, and meantime what you can get out of it will belong to you, do you see?" And Jurgis saw. He went back to the yards and into the workroom. The men had left a long line of hogs in various stages of preparation, and the foreman was directing the feeble efforts of a score or two of clerks and stenographers and office boys to finish up the job and get them into the chilling rooms. Jurgis went straight up to him and announced, "I have come back to work, Mr. Murphy." The boss's face lighted up. "Good man," he cried, "come ahead." "Just a moment," said Jurgis, checking his enthusiasm. "I think I ought to get a little more wages." "Yes," replied the other, "of course. What do you want?" Jurgis had debated on the way. His nerve almost failed him now, but he clenched his hands. "I think I ought to have $3 a day," he said. "All right," said the other promptly, and before the day was out our friend discovered that the clerks and stenographers and office boys were getting $5 a day, and then he could have kicked himself. So Jurgis became one of the new American heroes, a man whose virtues merited comparison with those of the martyrs of Lexington and Valley Forge. The resemblance was not complete, of course, for Jurgis was generously paid and 193 comfortably clad, and was provided with a spring cot and a mattress and 3 substantial meals a day. Also, he was perfectly at ease and safe from all peril of life and limb, save only in the case that a desire for beer should lead him to venture outside of the stockyard's gates, and even in the exercise of this privilege He was not left unprotected. A good part of the inadequate police force of Chicago was suddenly diverted from its work of hunting criminals and rushed out to serve him. The police and the strikers also were determined that there should be no violence, but there was another party interested which was minded to the contrary, and that was the press. On the first day of his life as a strikebreaker, Jurgis quit work early, and in a spirit of bravado he challenged 3 men of his acquaintance to go outside and get a drink. They accepted and went through the big Halsted Street gate, where several policemen were watching, and also some Union pickets, scanning sharply those who passed in and out. Jurgis and his companions went south on Halsted Street, past the hotel. And then suddenly 6 men started across the street toward them and proceeded to argue with them concerning the error of their ways. As the arguments were not taken in the proper spy writ, they went on to threats, and suddenly one of them jerked off the hat of one of the 4 and flung it over the fence. The man started after it, and then, as a cry of "scab" was raised and 12 people came running out of saloons and doorways, a second man's heart failed him and he followed. Jurgis and the 4th stayed long enough to give themselves the satisfaction of a quick exchange of blows, and then they, too, took to their heels and fled back of the hotel and into the yards again. Meantime, of course, policemen were coming on a run, and as a crowd gathered, other police got excited and sent in a riot call. Jurgis knew nothing of this, but went back to Packers Avenue, and in front of the Central Time Station, he saw one of his companions, breathless and wild with excitement, narrating to an ever-growing throng how the 4 had been attacked and surrounded by a howling mob, and had been nearly torn to pieces. While he stood listening, smiling cynically, several dapper young men stood by with notebooks in their hands, and it was not more than 2 hours later that Jurgis saw newsboys running about with armfuls of newspapers printed in red and black letters 6 inches high. Violence in the yards, strikebreakers surrounded by frenzied mob. If he had been able to buy all of the newspapers of the United States the next morning, he might have discovered that his beer hunting exploit was being perused by some 20 million of people, and had served as a text for editorials in half the staid and solemn businessmen's newspapers in the land. Jurgis was to see more of this as time passed. For the present, his work being over, he was free to ride into the city by a railroad direct from the yards, or else to spend the night in a room where cots had been laid in rows. He chose the latter, but to his regret, for all night long gangs of strikebreakers kept arriving. As very few of the better class of working men could be got for such work, these specimens of the new American hero contained an assortment of the criminals and thugs of the city, besides Negroes and the lowest foreigners, Greeks, 200 Romanians, Sicilians, and Slovaks. They had been attracted more by the prospect of disorder than by the big wages, and they made the night hideous with singing and carousing, and only went to sleep when the time came for them to get up to work. In the morning, before Jurgis had finished his breakfast, Pat Murphy ordered him to one of the superintendents, who questioned him as to his experience in the work of the killing room. His heart began to thump with excitement, for he divined instantly that his hour had come, that he was to be a boss. Some of the foremen were union members, and many who were not had gone out with the men. It was in the killing department that the packers had been left most in the lurch, and precisely here that they could least afford it. The smoking and canning and salting of meat might wait, and all the byproducts might be wasted, but fresh meats must be had, or the restaurants and hotels and brownstone houses would feel the pinch, and then public opinion would take a startling turn. An opportunity such as this would not come twice to a man, and Jurgis seized it. Yes, he knew the work, the whole of it, and he could teach it to others, but if he took the job and gave satisfaction, he would expect to keep it. They would not turn him off at the end of the strike, to which the superintendent replied that he might safely trust Durham's for that. they proposed to teach these unions a lesson, and most of all those foremen who had gone back on them, Jurgis would receive $5 a day during the strike and 25 a week after it was settled. So our friend got a pair of slaughter pen boots and jeans and flung himself at his task. It was a weird sight there on the killing beds, a throng of stupid black Negroes and foreigners who could not understand a word that was said to them, mixed with pale-faced, hollow-chested bookkeepers and clerks, half fainting for the tropical heat and the sickening stench of fresh blood, and all struggling to dress a dozen or two cattle in the same place where, 24 hours ago, the old killing gang had been speeding, with their marvelous precision, turning out 400 carcasses every hour. The Negroes and the toughs from the levee did not want to work, and every few minutes some of them would feel obliged to retire and recuperate. In a couple of days Durham and Company had electric fans up to cool off the rooms for them, and even couches for them to rest on, and meantime they could go out and find a shady corner and take a snooze, and as there was no place for any one in particular and no system, it might be hours before their boss discovered them. As for the poor office employees, they did their best, moved to it by terror. 30 of them had been fired in a bunch that first morning for refusing to serve, besides a number of women clerks and typewriters who had declined to act as waitresses. It was such a force as this that Jurgis had to organize. He did his best, flying here and there, placing them in rows and showing them the tricks he had never given 201 an order in his life before, but he had taken enough of them to know, and he soon fell into the spirit of it and roared and stormed like any old stager. He had not the most tractable pupils, however. See here, boss, a big black buck would begin, if you don't like the way I does this job, you can get somebody else to do it. Then a crowd would gather and listen, muttering threats. After the first meal, nearly all the steel knives had been missing, and now every Negro had one ground to a fine point, hidden in his boots. There was no bringing order out of such a chaos, Jurgis soon discovered, and he fell in with the spirit of the thing. There was no reason why he should wear himself out with shouting, if hides and guts were slashed and rendered useless. There was no way of tracing it to anyone, and if a man lay off and forgot to come back, there was nothing to be gained by seeking him, for all the rest would quit in the meantime. Everything went during the strike, and the packers paid. Before long, Jurgis found that the custom of resting had suggested to some alert minds the possibility of registering at more than one place and earning more than $5 a day. When he caught a man at this, he fired him, but it chanced to be in a quiet corner, and the man tendered him a $10 bill and a wink, and he took them. Of course, before long this custom spread, and Jurgis was soon making quite a good income from it. In the face of handicaps such as these, the packers counted themselves lucky if they could kill off the cattle that had been crippled in transit and the hogs that had developed disease. Frequently, in the course of a 2 or 3 days trip in hot weather and without water, some hog would develop cholera and die, and the rest would attack him before he had ceased kicking, and when the car was opened, there would be nothing of him left but the bones. If all the hogs in this carload were not killed at once, they would soon be down with the dread disease, and there would be nothing to do but make them into lard. It was the same with cattle that were gored and dying, or were limping with broken bones stuck through their flesh. They must be killed, even if brokers and buyers and superintendents had to take off their coats and help drive and cut and skin them. And meantime, agents of the packers were gathering gangs of Negroes in the country districts of the far South, promising them $5 a day and board, and being careful not to mention there was a strike. Already carloads of them were on the way, with special rates from the railroads, and all traffic ordered out of the way. Many towns and cities were taking advantage of the chance to clear out their jails and workhouses. In Detroit, the magistrates would release every Man who agreed to leave town within 24 hours, and agents of the packers were in the courtrooms to ship them right, and meantime trainloads of supplies were coming in for their accommodation, including beer and whiskey, so that they might not be tempted to go outside, they hired 30 young girls in Cincinnati to pack fruit, and when they arrived put them at work canning corned beef and put cots for them to sleep in a public hallway, through which the men passed, as the gangs came in day and night, under the escort of squads of police they stowed away in unused workrooms and storerooms, and in the car sheds crowded so closely together that the cots touched. In some places they 202 would use the same room for eating and sleeping, and at night the men would put their cots upon the tables to keep away from the swarms of rats. But with all their best efforts, the packers were demoralized. 90% of the men had walked out, and they faced the task of completely remaking their labor force, and with the price of meat up 30% and the public clamoring for a settlement, they made an offer to submit the whole question at issue to arbitration, and at the end of 10 days the unions accepted it, and the strike was called off. It was agreed that all the men were to be re-employed within 45 days, and that there was to be no discrimination against union men. This was an anxious time for Jurgis. If the men were taken back without discrimination, he would lose his present place. He sought out the superintendent, who smiled grimly and bade him wait and see. Durham's strikebreakers were few of them leaving. Whether or not the settlement was simply a trick of the packers to gain time, or whether they really expected to break the strike and cripple the unions by the plan, cannot be said, but that night there went out from the office of Durham and Company a telegram to all the big packing centers: employ no union leaders. In the morning, when the 20,000 men thronged into the yards with their dinner pails and working clothes, Jurgis stood near the door of the hog trimming room where he had worked before the strike, and saw a throng of eager men with a score or two of policemen watching them, and he saw superintendent come out and walk down the line and pick out man after man. That pleased him, and one after another came, and there were some men up near the head of the line who were never picked, they being the union stewards and delegates and the men Jurgis had heard making speeches at the meetings. Each time, of course, there were louder murmurings and angrier looks. Over where the cattle butchers were waiting, Jurgis heard shouts and saw a crowd, and he hurried there. One big butcher, who was president of the packing trades council, had been passed over 5 times, and the men were wild with rage. They had appointed a committee of 3 to go in and see the superintendent, and the committee had made 3 attempts, and each time the police had clubbed them back from the door. Then there were yells and hoots, continuing until at last the superintendent came to the door. "We all go back or none of us do," cried 100 voices, and the other shook his fist at them and shouted, "You went out of here like cattle, and like cattle you'll come back." Then suddenly the big butcher president leaped upon a pile of stones and yelled, "It's off, boys, we'll all of us quit again." And so the cattle butchers declared a new strike on the spot, and gathering their members from the other plants where the same trick had been played, they marched down Packers Avenue, which was thronged with a dense mass of workers, cheering wildly. Men who had already got to work on the killing beds dropped their tools and joined them. Some galloped here and there on horseback, shouting the tidings, and within half an hour the whole of Packingtown was on strike again, and beside itself with fury. 203. There was quite a different tone in Packingtown after this. The place was a seething cauldron of passion, and the scab who ventured into it fared badly. There were 1 or 2 of these incidents each day, the newspapers detailing them and always blaming them upon the unions. Yet 10 years before, when there were no unions in Packingtown, there was a strike, and national troops had to be called, and there were pitched battles fought at night by the light of blazing freight trains. Packingtown was always a center of violence. In Whiskey Point, where there were 100 saloons and 1 glue factory, there was always fighting and always more of it in hot weather. Anyone who had taken the trouble to consult the station house blotter would have found that there was less violence that summer than ever before, and this while 20,000 men were out of work and with nothing to do all day but brood upon bitter wrongs. There was no one to picture the battle the Union leaders were fighting to hold this huge army in rank, to keep it from straggling and pillaging, to cheer and encourage and guide 100,000 people of a dozen different tongues through 6 long weeks of hunger and disappointment and despair. Meantime, the packers had set themselves definitely to the task of making a new labor force. 1,000 or 2 of strikebreakers were brought in every night and distributed among the various plants. Some of them were experienced workers, butchers, salesmen, and managers from the packers' branch stores, and a few Union men who had deserted from other cities, but the vast majority were green Negroes from the cotton districts of the far South, and they were herded into the packing plants like sheep. There was a law forbidding the use of buildings as lodging houses unless they were licensed for the purpose and provided with proper windows, stairways, and fire escapes, but here, in a paint room reached only by an enclosed chute, a room without a single window and only one door, 100 men were crowded upon mattresses on the floor. Up on the 3rd story of the hog house of Jones's was a storeroom without a window, into which they crowded 700 men, sleeping upon the bare springs of cots and with a second shift to use them by day. And when the clamor of the public led to an investigation into these conditions, and the mayor of the city was forced to order the enforcement of the law, the packers got a judge to issue an injunction forbidding him to do it. Just at this time, the mayor was boasting that he had put an end to gambling and prize fighting in the city, but here a swarm of professional gamblers had leagued themselves with the police to fleece the strikebreakers, and any night, in the big open space in front of Brown's, one might see brawny Negroes stripped to the waist and pounding each other for money, while a howling throng of 3 or 4 thousand surged about, men and women, young white girls from the country, rubbing elbows with big buck Negroes with daggers in their boots, while rows of woolly heads peered down from every window of the surrounding factories. The ancestors of these black people had been savages in Africa, and since then they had been chattel slaves, or had been held down by a community ruled by the traditions of slavery. Now for the first time they were free to gratify every passion, free to wreck themselves. They were wanted to break a strike, and when 204 it was broken, they would be shipped away, and their present masters would never see them again, and so whiskey and women were brought in by the carload and sold to them, and hell was let loose in the yards. Every night there were stabbings and shootings. It was said that the packers had blank permits, which enabled them to ship dead bodies from the city without troubling the authorities. They lodged men and women on the same floor, and with the night there began a saturnalia of debauchery, scenes such as never before had been witnessed in America, and as the women were the dregs from the brothels of Chicago, and the men were for the most part ignorant country Negroes, the nameless diseases of vice were soon rife, and this where food was being handled which was sent out to every corner of the civilized world. The Union stockyards were never a pleasant place, but now they were not only a collection of slaughterhouses, but also the camping place of an army of 15 or 20,000 human beasts. All day long the blazing midsummer sun beat down upon that square mile of abominations, upon tens of thousands of cattle, crowded into pens whose wooden floors stank and steamed contagion, upon bare, blistering, cinder-strewn railroad tracks and huge blocks of dingy meat, factories whose labyrinthine passages defied a breath of fresh air to penetrate them, and there were not merely rivers of hot blood and carloads of moist flesh, and rendering vats and soap cauldrons, glue factories and fertilizer tanks that smelt like the craters of hell. There were also tons of garbage festering in the sun, and the greasy laundry of the workers hung out to dry, and dining rooms littered with food and black with flies, and toilet rooms that were open sewers. And then at night, when this throng poured out into the streets to play fighting, gambling, drinking and carousing, cursing and screaming, laughing and singing, playing banjos and dancing, they were worked in the yards all the 7 days of the week, and they had their prize fights and crap games on Sunday nights as well. But then around the corner one might see a bonfire blazing, and an old, gray-headed negress, lean and witch-like, her hair flying wild and her eyes blazing, yelling and chanting of the fires of perdition and the blood of the Lamb, while men and women lay down upon the ground and moaned and screamed in convulsions of terror and remorse. Such were the stockyards during the strike, while the unions watched in sullen despair, and the country clamored like a greedy child for its food, and the packers went grimly on their way. Each day they added new workers and could be more stern with the old ones, could put them on piecework and dismiss them if they did not keep up the pace. Jurgis was now one of their agents in this process, and he could feel the change day by day, like the slow starting up of a huge machine. He had gotten used to being a master of men, and because of the stifling heat and the stench, and the fact that he was a scab and knew it and despised himself, he was drinking and developing a villainous temper, and he stormed and cursed and raged at his men and drove them until they were ready to drop with exhaustion. Then one day late in August, a superintendent ran into the place and shouted to 205 Jurgis and his gang to drop their work and come. They followed him outside, too, where in the midst of a dense throng, they saw several 2-horse trucks waiting and 3 patrol wagon loads of police. Jurgis and his men sprang upon one of the trucks, and the driver yelled to the crowd, and they went thundering away at a gallop. Some steers had just escaped from the yards, and the strikers had got hold of them, and there would be the chance of a scrap. They went out at the Ashland Avenue gate and over in the direction of the dump. There was a yell as soon as they were sighted, men and women rushing out of houses and saloons as they galloped by. There were 8 or 10 policemen on the truck, however, and there was no disturbance until they came to a place where the street was blocked with a dense throng. Those on the flying truck yelled a warning, and the crowd scattered pell-mell, disclosing one of the steers lying in its blood. There were a good many cattle butchers about just then, with nothing much to do and hungry children at home, and so someone had knocked out the steer, and as a first-class man can kill and dress one in a couple of minutes, there were a good many steaks and roasts already missing. This called for punishment, of course, and the police proceeded to administer it by leaping from the truck and cracking at every head they saw. There were yells of rage and pain, and the terrified people fled into houses and stores or scattered helter-skelter down the street. Jurgis and his gang joined in the sport, every man singling out his victim and striving to bring him to bay and punch him. If he fled into a house, his pursuer would smash in the flimsy door and follow him up the stairs, hitting everyone who came within reach, and finally dragging his squealing quarry from under a bed or a pile of old clothes in a closet. Jurgis and 2 policemen chased some men into a barroom. One of them took shelter behind the bar, where a policeman cornered him and proceeded to whack him over the back and shoulders until he lay down and gave a chance at his head. The others leaped a fence in the rear, balking the second policeman, who was fat, and as he came back, furious and cursing, a big Polish woman, the owner of the saloon, rushed in screaming and received a poke in the stomach that doubled her up on the floor. Meantime, Jurgis, who was of a practical temper, was helping himself at the bar, and the first policeman, who had laid out his man, joined him, handing out several more bottles and filling his pockets besides, and then, as he started to leave, cleaning off all the balance with a sweep of his club. The din of the glass crashing to the floor brought the fat Polish woman to her feet again, but another policeman came up behind her and put his knee into her back and his hands over her eyes, and then called to his companion, who went back and broke open the cash drawer and filled his pockets with the contents. Then the three went outside, and the man who was holding the woman gave her a shove and dashed out himself. The gang having already got the carcass onto the truck, the party set out at a trot, followed by screams and curses, and a shower of bricks and stones from unseen enemies. These bricks and stones would figure in the accounts of the riot, which would be sent out to a few thousand newspapers within an hour or two, but the episode of the cash drawer would never be mentioned again, save only in the 206 Heartbreaking Legends of Packingtown. It was late in the afternoon when they got back, and they dressed out the remainder of the steer and a couple of others that had been killed, and then knocked off for the day. Jurgis went downtown to supper with three friends who had been on the other trucks, and they exchanged reminiscences on the way. Afterward they drifted into a roulette parlor, and Jurgis, who was never lucky at gambling, dropped about $15. To console himself he had to drink a good deal, and he went back to Packingtown about 2 o'clock in the morning. Very much the worse for his excursion, and it must be confessed, entirely deserving the calamity that was in store for him. As he was going to the place where he slept, he met a painted-cheeked woman in a greasy kimono, and she put her arm about his waist to steady him. They turned into a dark room they were passing, but scarcely had they taken 2 steps before suddenly a door swung open, and a man entered carrying a lantern. "Who's there?" he called sharply, and Jurgis started to mutter some reply, but at the same instant the man raised his light, which flashed in his face, so that it was possible to recognize him. Jurgis stood stricken dumb, and his heart gave a leap. Like a mad thing, the man was Connor. Connor, the boss of the loading gang, the man who had seduced his wife, who had sent him to prison and wrecked his home, ruined his life. He stood there, staring with the light shining full upon him. Jurgis had often thought of Connor since coming back to Packingtown, but it had been as of something far off that no longer concerned him. Now, however, when he saw him alive and in the flesh, the same thing happened to him that had happened before. A flood of rage boiled up in him, a blind frenzy seized him, and he flung himself at the man and smote him between the eyes, and then, as he fell, seized him by the throat and began to pound his head upon the stones. The woman began screaming, and people came rushing in. The lantern had been upset and extinguished, and it was so dark they could not see a thing, but they could hear Jurgis panting and hear the thumping of his victim's skull, and they rushed there and tried to pull him off. Precisely as before, Jurgis came away with a piece of his enemy's flesh between his teeth, and as before he went on fighting with those who had interfered with him, until a policeman had come and beaten him into insensibility. And so Jurgis spent the balance of the night in the stockyard station house. This time, however, he had money in his pocket, and when he came to his senses he could get something to drink, and also a messenger to take word of his plight to Buzz H. Harper. Harper did not appear, however, until after the prisoner, feeling very weak and ill, had been haled into court and remanded at $500 bail to await the result of his victim's injuries. Jurgis was wild about this, because a different magistrate had chanced to be on the bench, and he had stated that he had never been arrested before, and also that he had been attacked first, and if only someone had been there to speak a good word for him. 207. He could have been let off at once. But Harper explained that he had been downtown and had not got the message. "What's happened to you?" he asked. "I've been doing a fellow up," said Jurgis, "and I've got to get $500 bail." "I can arrange that all right," said the other, "though it may cost you a few dollars, of course, but what was the trouble?" "TT was a man that did me a mean trick once," answered Jurgis. "Who is he?" "He's a foreman in Brown's, or used to be. His name's Connor." And the other gave a start. "Connor," he cried, "not Phil Connor." "Yes," said Jurgis, "that's the fellow. Why?" "Good God!" exclaimed the other. "Then you're in for it, old man. I can't help you." Not help me, why not? Why, he's one of Scully's biggest men. He's a member of the Warwhoop League, and they talked of sending him to the legislature. Phil Connor, great heavens. Jurgis sat dumb with dismay. Why, he can send you to Joliet if he wants to, declared the other. Can't I have Scully get me off before he finds out about it? Asked Jurgis at length. But Scully's out of town, the other answered. I don't even know where he is. He's run away to dodge the strike. That was a pretty mess indeed. Poor Jurgis sat half-dazed. His pull had run up against a bigger pull, and he was down and out. But what am I going to do? He asked weakly. How should I know? Said the other. I shouldn't even dare to get bail for you. Why, I might ruin myself for life. Again there was silence. Can't you do it for me? Jurgis asked, and pretend that you didn't know who I'd hit. But what good would that do you when you came to stand trial? Asked Harper. Then he sat buried in thought for a minute or two. There's nothing unless it's this, he said. I could have your bail reduced, and then if you had the money you could pay it and skip. How much will it be? Jurgis asked, after he had had this explained more in detail. 208. I don't know, said the other. How much do you own? I've got about $300, was the answer. Well, was Harper's reply, I'm not sure, but I'll try and get you off for that. I'll take the risk for friendship's sake, for I'd hate to see you sent to state's prison for a year or two. And so finally Jurgis ripped out his bank book, which was sewed up in his trousers, and signed an order, which Bush Harper wrote for all the money to be paid out. Then the latter went and got it, and hurried to the court, and explained to the magistrate that Jurgis was a decent fellow and a friend of Scully's, who had been attacked by a strike breaker, so the bail was reduced to $300, and Harper went on it himself. He did not tell this to Jurgis, however, nor did he tell him that, when the time for trial came, it would be an easy matter for him to avoid the forfeiting of the bail and pocket the $300 as his reward for the risk of offending Mike Scully. All that he told Jurgis was that he was now free, and that the best thing he could do was to clear out as quickly as possible, and so Jurgis, overwhelmed with gratitude and relief, took the $1.14 that was left him out of all his bank account and put it with the $2.25 that was left from his last night's celebration, and boarded a streetcar and got off at the other end of Chicago. Chapter 27. Poor Jurgis was now an outcast and a tramp once more. He was crippled. He was as literally crippled as any wild animal which has lost its claws or been torn out of its shell. He had been shorn at one cut of all those mysterious weapons, whereby he had been able to make a living easily and to escape the consequences of his actions. He could no longer command a job when he wanted it. He could no longer steal with impunity. He must take his chances with the common herd. Nay, worse, he dared not mingle with the herd. He must hide himself, for he was one marked out for destruction. His old companions would betray him for the sake of the influence they would gain thereby, and he would be made to suffer, not merely for the offense he had committed, but for others, which would be laid at his door, just as had been done for some poor devil on the occasion of that assault upon the country customer by him and Duane. And also he labored under another handicap now. He had acquired new standards of living which were not easily to be altered. When he had been out of work before, he had been content if he could sleep in a doorway or under a truck. Out of tea, he reigned, and if he could get 15 cents a day for saloon lunches. But now he desired all sorts of other things, and suffered because he had to do without them. He must have a drink now and then, a drink for its own sake and apart. 209. From the food that came with it, the craving for it was strong enough to master every other consideration. He would have it, though it were his last nickel, and he had to starve the balance of the day in consequence. Jurgis became once more a besieger of factory gates, but never since he had been in Chicago had he stood less chance of getting a job than just then. For one thing there was the economic crisis, the million or two of men who had been out of work in the spring and summer and were not yet all back by any means, and then there was the strike, with 70,000 men and women all over the country idle for a couple of months, 20,000 in Chicago, and many of them now seeking work throughout the city. It did not remedy matters that a few days later the strike was given up, and about half the strikers went back to work. For everyone taken on, there was a scab who gave up and fled. The 10 or 15,000 green, Negroes, foreigners, and criminals were now being turned loose to shift for themselves. Everywhere Jurgis went he kept meeting them, and he was in an agony of fear, lest some one of them should know that he was wanted. He would have left Chicago, only by the time he had realized his danger he was almost penniless, and it would be better to go to jail than to be caught out in the country in the winter time. At the end of about 10 days, Jurgis had only a few pennies left, and he had not yet found a job, not even a day's work at anything, not a chance to carry a satchel once again. As when he had come out of the hospital, he was bound hand and foot and facing the grisly phantom of starvation. Raw, naked terror possessed him, a maddening passion that would never leave him, and that wore him down more quickly than the actual want of food. He was going to die of hunger. The fiend reached out its scaly arms for him. It touched him, its breath came into his face, and he would cry out for the awfulness of it. He would wake up in the night, shuddering and bathed in perspiration, and start up and flee. He would walk, begging for work, until he was exhausted. He could not remain still. He would wander on, gaunt and haggard, gazing about him with restless eyes. Everywhere he went, from one end of the vast city to the other, there were hundreds of others like him. Everywhere was the sight of plenty and the merciless hand of authority waving them away. There is one kind of prison where the man is behind bars, and everything that he desires is outside, and there is another kind where the things are behind the bars, and the man is outside. When he was down to his last quarter, Jurgis learned that before the bake shops closed at night, they sold out what was left at half price, and after that he would go and get 2 loaves of stale bread for a nickel, and break them up and stuff his pockets with them, munching a bit from time to time. He would not spend a penny save for this, and after 2 or 3 days more, he even became sparing of the bread and would stop and peer into the ash barrels as he walked along the streets, and now and then rake out a bit of something, shake it free from dust, and count himself just so many minutes further from the end. So for several days he had been going about, ravenous all the time and growing weaker and weaker, and then one morning he had a hideous experience that 210 almost broke his heart. He was passing down a street lined with warehouses, and a boss offered him a job, and then, after he had started to work, turned him off because he was not strong enough, and he stood by and saw another man put into his place, and then picked up his coat and walked off, doing all that he could to keep from breaking down and crying like a baby. He was lost. He was doomed. There was no hope for him. But then, with a sudden rush, his fear gave place to rage. He fell to cursing. He would come back there after dark, and he would show that scoundrel whether he was good for anything or not. He was still muttering this when suddenly, at the corner, he came upon a green grocery with a tray full of cabbages in front of it. Jurgis, after one swift glance about him, stooped and seized the biggest of them and darted round the corner. With it, there was a hue and cry, and a score of men and boys started in chase of him, but he came to an alley, and then to another branching off from it, and leading him into another street, where he fell into a walk and slipped his cabbage under his coat and went off unsuspected in the crowd. When he had gotten a safe distance away, he sat down and devoured half the cabbage raw, stowing the balance away in his pockets till the next day. Just about this time, one of the Chicago newspapers, which made much of the on people, opened a free soup kitchen for the benefit of the unemployed. Some people said that they did this for the sake of the advertising it gave them, and some others said that their motive was a fear lest all their Readers should be starved off, but whatever the reason, the soup was thick and hot, and there was a bowl for every man all night long. When Jurgis heard of this from a fellow hobo, he vowed that he would have half a dozen bowls before morning, but as it proved, he was lucky to get one, for there was a line of men 2 blocks long before the stand, and there was just as long a line when the place was finally closed up. This depot was within the danger line for Jurgis, in the Levy district, where he was known, but he went there all the same, for he was desperate and beginning to think of even the Bridewell as a place of refuge. So far the weather had been fair, and he had slept out every night in a vacant lot, but now there fell suddenly a shadow of the advancing winter, a chill wind from the north, and a driving storm of rain. That day Jurgis bought 2 drinks for the sake of the shelter, and at night he spent his last 2 pennies in a stale beer dive. This was a place kept by a Negro, who went out and drew off the old dregs of beer that lay in barrels set outside of the saloons, and after he had doctored it with chemicals to make it fizz, he sold it for 2 cents a can, the purchase of a can including the privilege of sleeping the night through upon the floor with a mass of degraded outcasts, men and women. All these horrors afflicted Jurgis all the more cruelly because he was always contrasting them with the opportunities he had lost. For instance, just now it was election time again. Within 5 or 6 weeks, the voters of the country would select a president, and he heard the wretches with whom he associated discussing it, and saw the streets of the city decorated with placards and appalling banners, and what words could describe the pangs of grief and despair that shot through him? For instance, there was a night during this cold spell, he had begged all day for his very life and found not a soul to heed him, until toward evening he saw an old lady getting off a streetcar and helped her down with her umbrellas and bundles, and then told her his hard luck story, and after answering all her suspicious questions satisfactorily, was taken to a restaurant and saw a quarter paid down for a meal, and so he had soup and bread and boiled beef and potatoes and beans and pie and coffee, and came out with his skin stuffed tight as a football. And then, through the rain and the darkness, far down the street he saw red lights flaring and heard the thumping of a bass drum, and his heart gave a leap, and he made for the place on the run, knowing without the asking that it meant a political meeting. The campaign had so far been characterized by what the newspapers termed apathy. For some reason, the people refused to get excited over the struggle, and it was almost impossible to get them to come to meetings or to make any noise when they did come. Those which had been held in Chicago so far had proven most dismal failures, and tonight, the speaker being no less a personage than a candidate for the vice presidency of the nation, the political managers had been trembling with anxiety, but a merciful providence had sent this storm of cold rain, and now all it was necessary to do was to set off a few fireworks and thump a while on a drum, and all the homeless wretches from a mile around would pour in and fill the hall, and then on the morrow the newspapers would have a chance to report the tremendous ovation, and to add that it had been no silk-stocking audience either, proving clearly that the high tariff sentiments of the distinguished candidate were pleasing to the wage earners of the nation. So Jurgis found himself in a large hall, elaborately decorated with flags and bunting, and after the chairman had made his little speech, and the orator of the evening recé up, amid an uproar from the band, only fancy the emotions of Jurgis upon making the discovery that the personage was none other than the famous and eloquent Senator Spareshanks, who had addressed the Doyle Republican Association at the stockyards and helped to elect Mike Scully's tenpin setter to the Chicago Board of Aldermen. In truth, the sight of the senator almost brought the tears into Jurgis's eyes. What agony it was to him to look back upon those golden hours, when he, too, had a place beneath the shadow of the plum tree, when he, too, had been of the elect through whom the country is governed, when he had had a bung in the campaign barrel for his own, and this was another election in which the Republicans had all the money, and but for that one hideous accident he might have had a share of it instead of being where he was. The eloquent senator was explaining the system of protection, an ingenious device whereby the workee NG-man permitted the manufacturer to charge him higher prices in order that he might receive higher wages, thus taking his money out of his pocket with one hand and putting a part of it back with this 212. Other to the senator, this unique arrangement had somehow become identified with the higher verities of the universe. It was because of it that Columbia was the gem of the ocean, and all her future triumphs, her power and good repute among the nations, depended upon the zeal and fidelity with which each citizen held up the hands of those who were toiling to maintain it. The name of this heroic company was the Grand Old Party. And here the band began to play, and Jurgis sat up with a violent start, singular. As it may seem, Jurgis was making a desperate effort to understand what the senator was saying, to comprehend the extent of American prosperity, the enormous expansion of American commerce, and the Republic's future in the Pacific and in South America, and wherever else the oppressed were groaning. The reason for it was that he wanted to keep awake. He knew that if he allowed himself to fall asleep, he would begin to snore loudly, and so he must listen. He must be interested, but he had eaten such a big dinner, and he was so exhausted, and the hall was so warm, and his seat was so comfortable. The senator's gaunt form began to grow dim and hazy, to tower before him and dance about with figures of exports and imports. Once his neighbor gave him a savage poke in the ribs, and he sat up with a start and tried to look innocent, but then he was at it again, and men began to stare at him with annoyance and to call out in vexation. Finally, one of them called a policeman, who came and grabbed Jurgis by the collar and jerked him to his feet, bewildered and terrified. Some of the audience turned to see the commotion, and Senator Spareshanks faltered in his speech, but a voice shouted cheerily, "We're just firing a bum. Go ahead, old sport." And so the crowd roared, and the senator smiled genially and went on. And in a few seconds, poor Jurgis found himself landed out in the rain, with a kick and a string of curses. He got into the shelter of a doorway and took stock of himself. He was not hurt, and he was not arrested, more than he had any right to expect. He swore at himself and his luck for a while, and then turned his thoughts to practical matters. He had no money and no place to sleep. He must begin begging again. He went out, hunching his shoulders together and shivering at the touch of the icy rain. Coming down the street toward him was a lady, well dressed and protected by an umbrella, and he turned and walked beside her. "Please, ma'am," he began, "could you lend me the price of a night's lodging? I'm a poor working man." Then suddenly he stopped short. By the light of a street lamp he had caught sight of the lady's face. He knew her. It was Elena Jassaytite, who had been the belle of his wedding feast. Elena Jassaytite, who had looked so beautiful and danced with such a queenly air with Juozas Raxius, the teamster. Jurgis had only seen her once or twice afterward, for Juozas had thrown her over for another girl, and Elena had gone away from Packingtown, no one knew where, and now he met her here. She was as much surprised as he was. "Jurgis Rudkus," she gasped, "and what in 213 the world is the matter with you?" "I've had hard luck," he stammered. "I'm out of work, and I've no home and no money. And you, Elena, are you married?" "No," she answered, "I'm not married, but I've got a good place." They stood staring at each other for a few moments longer. Finally, Elena spoke. "Again, Jurgis," she said, "I'd help you if I could, upon my word I would, but it happens that I've come out without my purse, and I honestly haven't a penny. With me, I can do something better for you, though. I can tell you how to get help. I can tell you where Marija is." Jurgis gave a start. "Marija," he exclaimed. "Yes," said Elena, "and she'll help you. She's got a place and she's doing well. She'll be glad to see you." It was not much more than a year since Jurgis had left Packingtown, feeling like one escaped from jail, and it had been from Marija and Elżbieta that he was escaping, but now, at the mere mention of them, his whole being cried out with joy. He wanted to see them, he wanted to go home, they would help him, they would be kind to him. In a flash he had thought over the situation. He had a good excuse for running away, his grief at the death of his son, and also he had a good excuse for not returning, the fact that they had left Packingtown. All right, he said, I'll go. So she gave him a number on Clark Street, adding, there's no need to give you my address because Marija knows it, and Jurgis set out without further ado. He found a large brownstone house of aristocratic appearance and rang the basement bell. A young colored girl came to the door, opening it about an inch and gazing at him suspiciously. What do you want? She demanded. Does Marija Berksinskas live here? He inquired. I dunno, said the girl, what you want wid her. I want to see her, said he. She's a relative of mine. The girl hesitated a moment, then she opened the door and said, come in. Jurgis came and stood in the hall, and she continued, I'll go see, what's yo name? Tell her it's Jurgis, he answered, and the girl went upstairs. She came back at the end of a minute or two and replied, Dey ain't no sich person here. Jurgis's heart went down into his boots. I was told this was where she lived, he cried, but the girl only shook her head. De lady says dey ain't no sich person here, she said. And he stood for a moment, hesitating, helpless with dismay. Then he turned to go to the door. At the same instant, however, there came a knock upon it, and the girl went to open it. Jurgis heard the shuffling of feet, and then heard her give a 214 cry. In the next moment she sprang back and past him, her eyes shining white with terror, and bounded up the stairway, screaming at the top of her lungs. Police, police, we're pinched. Jurgis stood for a second, bewildered. Then, seeing blue-coated forms rushing upon him, he sprang after the negress. Her cries had been the signal for a wild uproar above. The house was full of people, and as he entered the hallway he saw them rushing hither and thither, crying and screaming with alarm. There were men and women, the latter clad for the most part in wrappers, the former in all stages of dishabille. At one side, Jurgis caught a glimpse of a big apartment with plush-covered chairs and tables covered with trays and glasses. There were playing cards scattered all over the floor. One of the tables had been upset, and bottles of wine were rolling about, their contents running out upon the carpet. There was a young girl who had fainted, and two men who were supporting her. And there were a dozen others crowding toward the front door. Suddenly, however, there came a series of resounding blows upon it, causing the crowd to give back. At the same instant, a stout woman, with painted cheeks and diamonds in her ears, came running down the stairs, panting breathlessly, to the rear, quick. She led the way to a back staircase, Jurgis following. In the kitchen she pressed a spring, and a cupboard gave way and opened, disclosing a dark passageway. Go in, she cried to the crowd, which now amounted to 20 or 30, and they began to pass through. Scarcely had the last one disappeared, however, before there were cries from in front, and then the panic-stricken throng poured out, again exclaiming, there too, we're trapped. Upstairs, cried the woman, and there was another rush of the mob, women and men cursing and screaming and fighting to be first. 1 flight, 2, 3, and then there was a ladder to the roof, with a crowd packed at the foot of it, and one man at the top straining and struggling to lift the trap door. It was not to be stirred, however, and when the woman shouted up to unhook it, he answered, It's already unhooked, there's somebody sitting on it. And a moment later came a voice from downstairs, You might as well quit, you people, we mean business this time. So the crowd subsided, and a few moments later several policemen came up, staring here and there and leering at their victims. Of the latter the men were, for the most part, frightened and sheepish-looking. The women took it as a joke, as if they were used to it, though if they had been pale, one could not have told. For the paint on their cheeks, one black-eyed young girl perched herself upon the top of the balustrade and began to kick with her slippered foot at the helmets of the policemen until one of them caught her by the ankle and pulled her down. On the floor below, 4 or 5 other girls sat upon trunks in the hall, making fun of the procession which filed by them. They were noisy and hilarious and had evidently been drinking. One of them, who wore a bright red kimono, shouted and screamed in a voice that drowned out all the other sounds in the hall, and 215. Jurgis took a glance at her and then gave a start and a cry, Marija. She heard him and glanced around. Then she shrank back and half sprang to her feet in amazement. Jurgis, she gasped. For a second or two they stood staring at each other. How did you come here? Marija exclaimed. I came to see you, he answered. When? Just now. But how did you know? Who told you I was here? Alina Jasaitait. I met her on the street. Again there was a silence while they gazed at each other. The rest of the crowd was watching them, and so Marija got up and came closer to him. And you? Jurgis asked. You live here? Yes, said Marija, I live here. Then suddenly came a hail from below. Get your clothes on now, girls, and come along. You'd best begin or you'll be sorry. It's raining outside. Brrrr, shivered someone, and the women got up and entered tea. He various doors which lined the hallway. Come, said Marija, and took Jurgis into her room, which was a tiny place about 8 by 6, with a cot and a chair and a dressing stand and some dresses hanging behind the door. There were clothes scattered about on the floor and hopeless confusion everywhere, boxes of rouge and bottles of perfume mixed with hats and soiled dishes on the dresser, and a pair of slippers and a clock and a whiskey bottle on a chair. Marija had nothing on but a kimono and a pair of stockings, yet she proceeded to dress before Jurgis, and without even taking the trouble to close the door. He had by this time divined what sort of a place he was in, and he had seen a great deal of the world since he had left home, and was not easy to shock, and yet it gave him a painful start that Marija should do this. They had always been decent people at home, and it seemed to him that the memory of old times ought to have ruled her, but then he laughed at himself for a fool. What was he to be pretending to decency? How long have you been living here? He asked. Nearly a year, she answered. Why did you come? He had to live, she said, and I couldn't see the children starve. He paused for a moment, watching her. You were out of work? He asked finally. I got sick, she replied, and after that I had no money, and then Stanislava's 216 died. Stanislava's dead. Yes, said Marija, I forgot, you didn't know about it. How did he die? Rats killed him, she answered. Jurgis gave a gasp. Rats killed him. Yes, said the other. She was bending over, lacing her shoes as she spoke. He was working in an oil factory. At least he was hired by the men to get their beer. He used to carry cans on a long pole, and he'd drink a little out of each can, and one day he drank too much and fell asleep in a corner and got locked up in the place all night. When they found him, the rats had killed him and eaten him nearly all up. Jurgis sat frozen with horror. Marija went on lacing up her shoes. There was a long silence. Suddenly a big policeman came to the door. Hurry up there, he said. As quick as I can, said Marija, and she stood up and began putting on her corsets with feverish haste. Are the rest of the people alive? Asked Jurgis finally. Yes, she said. Where are they? They live not far from here. They're all right now. They are working, he inquired. Elzbieta is, said Marija, when she can. I take care of them most of the time. I'm making plenty of money now. Jurgis was silent for a moment. Do they know you live here, how you live? He asked. Elzbieta knows, answered Marija. I couldn't lie to her, and maybe the children have found out by this time. It's nothing to be ashamed of, we can't help it. And Tamasius, he asked, does he know? Marija shrugged her shoulders. How do I know? She said. I haven't seen him. For over a year, he got blood poisoning and lost one finger and couldn't play the violin anymore, and then he went away. Marija was standing in front of the glass, fastening her dress. Jurgis sat staring at her. He could hardly believe that she was the same woman he had known in the old days. She was so quiet, so hard, it struck fear to his heart to watch her. Then suddenly she gave a glance at him. "You look as if you had been having a rough time of it yourself," she said. "Paul, have," he answered. "I haven't a cent in my pockets and nothing to do." "Where have you been?" "All over. I've been hoboing it. Then I went back to the yards just before the strike." He paused for a moment, hesitating. "I asked for you," he added. "I found you had gone away, no one knew where. Perhaps you think I did you a dirty trick, running away as I did, Marija." "No," she answered. "I don't blame you. We never have, any of us. You did your best. The job was too much for us." She paused a moment, then added, "We were too ignorant, that was the trouble. We didn't stand any chance. If I'd known what I know now, we'd have won out." "You'd have come here," said Jurgis. "Yes," she answered, "but that's not what I meant. I meant you, how differently you would have behaved about Ona." Jurgis was silent. He had never thought of that aspect of it. "When people are starving," the other continued, "and they have anything with a price, they ought to sell it, I say. I guess you realize it now when it's too late. Ona could have taken care of us all in the beginning." Marija spoke without emotion, as one who had come to regard things from the business point of view. Yes, I guess so," Jurgis answered hesitatingly. He did not add that he had paid $300 and a foreman's job for the satisfaction of knocking down Phil Connor a second time. The policeman came to the door again just then. "Come on now," he said. "Lively." "All right," said Marija, reaching for her hat, which was big enough to be a drum major's and full of ostrich feathers. She went out into the hall and Jurgis followed. He policeman remaining to look under the bed and behind the door. "What's going to come of this?" Jurgis asked as they started down the steps. "The rage, you mean? Oh, nothing. It happens to us every now and then. The Madame's having some sort of time with the police. I don't know what it is, but maybe they'll come to terms before morning. Anyhow, they won't do anything to you. They always let the men off." "Maybe so," he responded, "but not me. I'm afraid I'm in for it." "How do you mean?" "I'm wanted by the police," he said, lowering his voice, though of course their conversation was in Lithuanian. "They'll send me up for a year or two. I'm afraid." "Hell," said Marija, "that's too bad. I'll see if I can get you off." Downstairs, where the greater part of the prisoners were now massed, she sought out the stout personage with the diamond earrings and had a few 218 whispered words with her. The latter then approached the police sergeant who was in charge of the raid. "Billy," she said, pointing to Jurgis, "there's a fellow who came in to see his sister. He just got in the door when you knocked. You aren't taking hobos, are you?" The sergeant laughed as he looked at Jurgis. "Sorry," he said, "but the orders are every one but the servants." So Jurgis slunk in among the rest of the men, who kept dodging behind each other like sheep that have smelled a wolf. There were old men and young men, college boys and graybeards old enough to be their grandfathers. Some of them wore evening dress. There was no one among them save Jurgis who showed any signs of poverty. When the roundup was completed, the doors were opened and the party marched out. 3 patrol wagons were drawn up at the curb, and the whole neighborhood had turned out to see the sport. There was much chaffing and a universal craning of necks. The women stared about them with defiant eyes or laughed and joked, while the men kept their heads bowed and their hats pulled over their faces. They were crowded into the patrol wagons as if into streetcars, and then off they went amid a din of cheers. At the station house, Jurgis gave a Polish name and was put into a cell with half a dozen others, and while these sat and talked in whispers, he lay down in a corner and gave himself up to his thoughts. Jurgis had looked into the deepest reaches of the social pit and grown used to the sights in them, yet when he had thought of all humanity as vile and hideous, he had somehow always accepted his own family that he had loved, and now this sudden horrible discovery, marriage to a whore, and Elzbieta and the children living. For shame, Jurgis might argue with himself all he chose that he had done worse and was a fool for caring, but still he could not get over the shock of that sudden unveiling. He could not help being sunk in grief because of it. The depths of him were troubled and shaken, memories were stirred in him that had been sleeping so long he had counted them dead, memories of the old life, his old hopes and his old yearnings, his old dreams of decency and independence. He saw Ona again, he heard her gentle voice pleading with him, he saw little Antanas, whom he had meant to make a man, he saw his trembling old father, who had blessed them all with his wonderful love. He lived again through that day of horror when he had discovered Ona's shame. God, how he had suffered. What a madman he had been, how dreadful it had all seemed to him, and now. Today he had sat and listened, and half agreed when Marija told him he had been a fool, yes, told him that he ought to have sold his wife's honor and lived by it. And then there was Stanislavas and his awful fate, that brief story which Marija had narrated so calmly, with such dull indifference, the poor little fellow with his frostbitten fingers and his terror of the snow. His wailing voice rang in Jurgis's ears as he lay there in the darkness, until the sweat started on his forehead. Now and then he would quiver with a sudden spasm of horror at the picture of little Stanislavas shut up in the deserted building and fighting for his 219 life with the rats. All these emotions had become strangers to the soul of Jurgis. It was so long since they had troubled him that he had ceased to think they might ever trouble him again. Helpless, trapped as he was, what good did they do him? Why should he ever have allowed them to torment him? It had been the task of his recent life to fight them down, to crush them out of him. Never in his life would he have suffered from them again, save that they had caught him unawares and overwhelmed him before he could protect himself. He heard the old voices of his soul. He saw its old ghosts beckoning to him, stretching out their arms to him. But they were far off and shadowy, and the gulf between them was black and bottomless. They would fade away into the mists of the past once more. Their voices would die, and never again would he hear them, and so the last faint spark of manhood in his soul would flicker out. Chapter 28. After breakfast, Jurgis was driven to the court, which was crowded with the prisoners and those who had come out of curiosity or in the hope of recognizing one of the men and getting a case for blackmail. The men were called up first and reprimanded in a bunch and then dismissed, but Jurgis, to his terror, was called separately as being a suspicious-looking case. It was in this very same court that he had been tried, that time when his sentence had been suspended. It was the same judge and the same clerk. The latter now stared at Jurgis as if he half thought that he knew him, but the judge had no suspicions. Just then his thoughts were upon a telephone message he was expecting from a friend of the police captain of the district, telling what disposition he should make of the case of Polly Simpson, as the madame of the house was known. Meantime he listened to the story of how Jurgis had been looking for his sister and advised him dryly to keep his sister in a better place. Then he let him go and proceeded to fine each of the girls $5, which fines were paid in a bunch from a wad of bills which Madame Polly extracted from her stocking. Jurgis waited outside and walked home with Marija. The police had left the house, and already there were a few visitors. By evening the place would be running again, exactly as if nothing had happened. Meantime, Marija took Jurgis upstairs to her room, and they sat and talked. By daylight, Jurgis was able to observe that the color on her cheeks was not the old natural one of abounding health. Her complexion was in reality a parchment yellow, and there were black rings under her eyes. "Have you been sick?" he asked. "Sick," she said. "Hell." Marija had learned to scatter her conversation with as many oaths as a longshoreman or a mule driver. How can I ever be anything? 220. But sick at this life. She fell silent for a moment, staring ahead of her gloomily. It's morphine, she said at last. I seem to take more of it every day. What's that for? He asked. It's the way of it, I don't know why. If it isn't that, it's drink, if the girls didn't. Booze, they couldn't stand it any time at all, and the madame always gives them. Dope when they first come, and they leer to like it, or else they take it for headaches and such things and get the habit that way. I've got it, I know. I've tried to quit, but I never will while I'm here. How long are you going to stay? He asked. I don't know, she said. Always, I guess. What else could I do? Don't you save any money? Save, said Marija. Good Lord, no. I get enough, I suppose, but it all goes. I get a half share, $2.50 for each customer, and sometimes I make $25 or $30 a night, and you'd think I ought to save something out of that, but then I am charged for my room and my meals and such prices as you never heard of, and then for extras and drinks, for everything I get, and some I don't. My laundry bill is nearly $20 each week alone. Think of that. Yet what can I do? I either have to stand it or quit, and it would be the same anywhere else. It's all I can do to save the $15 I give Elzbieta each week so the children can go to school. Marija sat brooding in silence for a while. Then, seeing that Jurgis was interested, she went on. That's the way they keep the girls. They let them run up debts so they can't get away. A young girl comes from abroad and she doesn't know a word of English, and she gets into a place like this, and when she wants to go, the madame shows her that she is a couple of $100 in debt and takes all her clothes away and threatens to have her arrested if she doesn't stay and do as she's told. So she stays, and the longer she stays, the more in debt she gets. Often, too, they are girls that didn't know what they were coming to, that had hired out for housework. Did you notice that little French girl with the yellow hair that stood next to me in the court? Jurgis answered in the affirmative. Well, she came to America about a year ago. She was a store clerk, and she hired herself to a man to be sent here to work in a factory. There were 6 of them altogether, and they were brought to a house just down the street from here, and this girl was put into a room alone, and they gave her some dope in her food, and when she came to, she found that she had been ruined. She cried and screamed and tore her hair, but she had nothing but a wrapper and couldn't get away, and they kept her half insensible with drugs all the time until she gave up. She never got outside of that place for 10 months, and then they sent her away because she didn't suit. I guess they'll put her out of here, too. She's getting to have crazy fits from drinking absinthe. Only one of the girls that came out with 221 her got away, and she jumped out of a second-story window one night. There was a great fuss about that. Maybe you heard of it. I did, said Jurgis. I heard of it afterward. It had happened in the place where he and Duane had taken refuge from their country customer. The girl had become insane, fortunately for the police. There's lots of money in it, said Marija. They get as much as $40 a head for girls, and they bring them from all over. There are 17 in this place, and 9 different countries among them. In some places you might find even more. We have half a dozen French girls. I suppose it's because the madame speaks the language. French girls are bad, too, the worst of all, except for the Japanese. There's a place next door that's full of Japanese women, but I wouldn't live in the same house with one of them. Marija paused for a moment or two, and then she added, most of the women here are pretty decent. You'd be surprised. I used to think they did it because they liked to, but fancy a woman selling herself to every kind of man that comes, old or young, black or white, and doing it because she likes to. Some of them say they do, said Jurgis. I know, said she. They say anything. They're in, and they know they can't get out, but they didn't like it when they began. You'd find out. It's always misery. There's a little Jewish girl here who used to run errands for a milliner and got sick and lost her place, and she was 4 days on the streets without a mouthful of food, and then she went to a place just around the corner and offered herself. And they made her give up her clothes before they would give her a bite to eat. Marija sat for a minute or two, brooding somberly. Tell me about yourself. Jurgis, she said suddenly, where have you been? So he told her the long story of his adventures since his flight from home, his life as a tramp and his work in the freight tunnels and the accident, and then of Jack Duane and of his political career in the stockyards and his downfall and subsequent failures. Marija listened with sympathy. It was easy to believe the tale of his late starvation, for his face showed it all. You found me just in the nick of time, she said. I'll stand by you. I'll help you till you can get some work. Don't like to let you, he began. Why not? Because I'm here. No, not that, he said, but I went off and left you. Nonsense, said Marija. Don't think about it. I don't blame you. You must be hungry, she said after a minute or two. You stay here to lunch. I'll have something up in the room. She pressed a button, and a colored woman came to the door and took her order. It's nice to have somebody to wait on you, she observed with a laugh as she, I too, lay back on the beds. As the prison breakfast had not been liberal, Jurgis had a good appetite, and they had a little feast together, talking meanwhile of Elżbieta and the children and old times. Shortly before they were through, there came another colored girl, with the message that the madame wanted Marija, Lithuanian Mary, as they called her here. That means you have to go, she said to Jurgis. So he got up and she gave him the new address of the family, a tenement over in the ghetto district. You go there, she said. They'll be glad to see you. But Jurgis stood hesitating. I don't like to, he said. Honest, Marija, why don't you just give me a little money and let me look for work first? How do you need money? Was her reply. All you want is something to eat and a place to sleep, isn't it? Yes, he said, but then I don't like to go there after I left them, and while I have nothing to do, and while you. Go on, said Marija, giving him a push. What are you talking? I won't give you money, she added, as she followed him to the door, because you'll drink it up and do yourself harm. Here's a quarter for you now, and go along, and they'll be so glad to have you back. You won't have time to feel ashamed. Goodbye. So Jurgis went out and walked down the street to think it over. He decided that he would first try to get work, and so he put in the rest of the day wandering here and there among factories and warehouses without success. Then, when it was nearly dark, he concluded to go home and set out, but he came to a restaurant and went in and spent his quarter for a meal, and when he came out, he changed his mind. The night was pleasant, and he would sleep somewhere outside and put in the morrow hunting, and so have one more chance of a job. So he started away again, when suddenly he chanced to look about him, and found that he was walking down the same street and past the same hall where he had listened to the political speech the night before. There was no red fire and no band now, but there was a sign out, announcing a meeting, and a stream of people pouring in through the entrance. In a flash, Jurgis had decided that he would chance it once more and sit down and rest while making up his mind what to do. There was no one taking tickets, so it must be a free show aga. And no. He entered. There were no decorations in the hall this time, but there was quite a crowd upon the platform, and almost every seat in the place was filled. He took one of the last, far in the rear, and straightway forgot all about his surroundings. Would Elżbieta think that he had come to sponge off her, or would she understand that he meant to get to work again and do his share? Would she be decent to him, or would she scold him? If only he could get some sort of a job before he went, if that last boss had only been willing to try him. Then suddenly Jurgis looked up. A tremendous roar had burst from the throats of the crowd, which by this time had packed the hall to the very doors. Men and women were standing up, waving handkerchiefs, shouting, yelling. Evidently the speaker had arrived, thought Jurgis. What fools they were making of themselves. What were they expecting to get out of it anyhow? What had they to do with elections, with governing the country? Jurgis had been behind the scenes in politics. He went back to his thoughts, but with one further fact to reckon with, that he was caught here. The hall was now filled to the doors, and after the meeting it would be too late for him to go home, so he would have to make the best of it. Outside, perhaps it would be better to go home in the morning, anyway, for the children would be at school, and he and Elzbieta could have a quiet explanation. She always had been a reasonable person, and he really did mean to do right. He would manage to persuade her of it, and besides, Marija was willing, and Marija was furnishing the money. If Elzbieta were ugly, he would tell her that in so many words. So Jurgis went on meditating, until finally, when he had been an hour or two, the hall there began to prepare itself a repetition of the dismal catastrophe of the night before. Speaking had been going on all the time, and the audience was clapping its hands and shouting, thrilling with excitement, and little by little the sounds were beginning to blur in Jurgis's ears, and his thoughts were beginning to run together and his head to wobble and nod. He caught himself many times, as usual, and made desperate resolutions, but the hall was hot and close, and his long walk and his dinner were too much for him. In the end, his head sank forward, and he went off again. And then again someone nudged him, and he sat up with his old terrified start. He had been snoring again, of course, and now what? He fixed his eyes ahead of him with painful intensity, staring at the platform as if nothing else ever had interested him or ever could interest him all his life. He imagined the angry exclamations, the hostile glances. He imagined the policeman striding toward him, reaching for his neck. Or was he to have one more chance? Were they going to let him alone this time? He sat trembling, waiting. And then suddenly came a voice in his ear, a woman's voice, gentle and sweet. If you would try to listen, comrade, perhaps you would be interested. Jurgis was more startled by that than he would have been by the touch of a policeman. He still kept his eyes fixed ahead and did not stir, but his heart gave a great leap. Comrade, who was it that called him comrade? He waited long, and at last, when he was sure that he was no longer watched, he stole a glance out of the corner of his eyes at the woman who sat beside him. She was young and beautiful. She wore fine clothes and was what is called a lady, and she called him comrade. He turned a little carefully so that he could see her better. Then he began to watch her, fascinated. She had apparently forgotten all about him and was 224. Looking toward the platform, a man was speaking there. Jurgis heard his voice vaguely, but all his thoughts were for this woman's face. A feeling of alarm stole over him as he stared at her. It made his flesh creep. What was the matter with her? What could be going on to affect anyone like that? She sat as one turned to stone, her hands clenched tightly in her lap, so tightly that he could see the cords standing out in her wrists. There was a look of excitement upon her face, of tense effort, as of one struggling mightily or witnessing a struggle. There was a faint quivering of her nostrils, and now and then she would moisten her lips. With feverish haste, her bosom rose and fell as she breathed, and her excitement seemed to mount higher and higher, and then to sink away again like a boat tossing upon ocean surges. What was it? What was the matter? It must be something that the man was saying up there on the platform. What sort of a man was he, and what sort of thing was this, anyhow? So all at once it occurred to Jurgis to look at the speaker. It was like coming suddenly upon some wild sight of nature, a mountain forest lashed by a tempest, a ship tossed about upon a stormy sea. Jurgis had an unpleasant sensation, a sense of confusion, of disorder, of wild and meaningless uproar. The man was tall and gaunt, as haggard as his auditor himself. A thin black beard covered half of his face, and one could see only two black hollows where the eyes were. He was speaking rapidly, in great excitement. He used many gestures. As he spoke, he moved here and there upon the stage, reaching with his long arms as if to seize each person in his audience. His voice was deep, like an organ. It was some time, however, before Jurgis thought of the voice. He was too much occupied with his eyes to think of what the man was saying. But suddenly it seemed as if the speaker had begun pointing straight at him, as if he had singled him out particularly for his remarks, and so Jurgis became suddenly aware of his voice, trembling, vibrant with emotion, with pain and longing, with a burden of things unutterable, not to be compassed by words. To hear it was to be suddenly arrested, to be gripped, transfixed. You listen to these things, the man was saying, and you say, yes, they are true. But they have been that way always. Or you say, maybe it will come, but not in my time it will not help me. And so you return to your daily round of toil. You go back to be ground up for profits in the worldwide mill of economic might, to toil long hours for another's advantage, to live in mean and squalid homes, to work in dangerous and unhealthful places, to wrestle with the specters of hunger and privation, to take your chances of accident, disease, and death, and each day the struggle becomes fiercer, the pace more cruel. Each day you have to toil a little harder and feel the iron hand of circumstance close upon you a little tighter. Months pass, years maybe, and then you come again, and again I am here to plead with you, to know if want and misery have yet done their work with you, if injustice and oppression have yet opened your eyes. I shall still be waiting. There is nothing else that I can do. There is no wilderness where I can hide from these things. There is no haven where I can escape them, though I travel to the ends of the earth. I find the same accursed system. I find that all the fair and noble impulses of humanity, the dreams of poets and the agonies of martyrs, are registered, shackled and bound in the service of organized and predatory greed. And therefore I cannot rest, I cannot be silent, therefore I cast aside comfort and happiness, health and good repute, and go out into the world and cry out the pain of my spirit. Therefore I am not to be silenced by poverty and sickness, not by hatred and obloquy, by threats and ridicule, not by prison and persecution, if they should come, not by any power that is upon the earth or above the earth, that was or is or ever can be created. If I fail tonight, I can only try tomorrow, knowing that the fault must be mine, that if once the vision of my soul were spoken upon earth, if once the anguish of its defeat were uttered in human speech, it would break the stoutest barriers of prejudice, it would shake the most sluggish soul to action, it would abash the most cynical, it would terrify the most selfish, and the voice of mockery would be silenced, and fraud and falsehood would slink back into their dens, and the truth would stand forth alone. For I speak with the voice of the millions who are voiceless, of them that are oppressed and have no comforter, of the disinherited of life, for whom there is no respite and no deliverance, to whom the world is a prison, a dungeon of torture, a tomb, with the voice of the little child who toils tonight in a southern cotton mill, staggering with exhaustion, numb with agony, and knowing no hope but the grave, of the mother who sews by candlelight in her tenement garret, weary and weeping, smitten with the mortal hunger of her babes, of the man who lies upon a bed of rags, wrestling in his last sickness and leaving his loved ones to perish, of the young girl who, somewhere at this moment, is walking the streets of this horrible city, beaten and starving, and making her choice between the brothel and the lake, with the voice of those, whoever and wherever they may be, who are caught beneath the wheels of the juggernaut of greed, with the voice of humanity calling for deliverance, of the everlasting soul of man arising from the dust, breaking its way out of its prison, rending the bands of oppression and ignorance, groping its way to the light. The speaker paused. There was an instant of silence while men caught their breaths, and then, like a single sound, there came a cry from 1,000 people. Through it all Jurgis sat still, motionless and rigid, his eyes fixed upon the speaker. He was trembling, smitten with wonder. Suddenly the man raised his hands, and silence fell, and he began again. I plead with you, he said, whoever you may be, provided that you care about the truth, but most of all I plead with working man, with those to whom the evils I portray are not mere matters of sentiment, to be dallied and toyed with, and then perhaps put aside and forgotten, to whom they are the grim and relentless realities of the daily grind, the chains upon their limbs, the lash upon their backs, The iron in their souls, to you working men, to you the toilers who have made this land and have no voice in its councils, to you whose lot it is to sow that others may reap, to labor and obey, and ask no more than the wages of a beast of burden, the food and shelter to keep you alive from day to day. It is to you that I come with my message of salvation. It is to you that I appeal. I know how much it is to ask of you. I know, for I have been in your place. I have lived your life, and there is no man before me here tonight who knows it better. I have known what. 226. It is to be a street waif, a bootblack, living upon a crust of bread and sleeping in cellar stairways and under empty wagons. I have known what it is to dare and to aspire, to dream mighty dreams and to see them perish, to see all the fair flowers of my spirit trampled into the mire by the wild beast powers of my life. I know what is the price that a working man pays for knowledge. I have paid for it. With food and sleep, with agony of body and mind, with health, almost with life itself. And so, when I come to you with a story of hope and freedom, with the vision of a new earth to be created, of a new labor to be dared, I am not surprised that I find you sordid and material, sluggish and incredulous. That I do not despair is because I know also the forces that are driving behind you. Because I know the raging lash of poverty, the sting of contempt and mastership, the insolence of office and the spurns, because I feel sure that in the crowd that has come to me tonight, no matter how many may be dull and heedless, no matter how many may have come out of idle curiosity or in order to ridicule, there will be some one man whom pain and suffering have made desperate, whom some chance vision of wrong and horror has startled and shocked into attention, and to him my words will come like a sudden flash of lightning to one who travels in darkness, revealing the way before him, the perils and the obstacles, solving all problems, making all difficulties clear. The scales will fall from his eyes, the shackles will be torn from his limbs. He will leap up with a cry of thankfulness. He will stride forth a free man at last, a man delivered from his self-created slavery, a man who will never more be trapped, whom no blandishments will cajole, whom no threats will frighten, who from tonight on will move forward and not backward, who will study and understand, who will gird on his sword and take his place in the army of his comrades and brothers, who will carry the good tidings to others, as I have carried them to him. Priceless gift of liberty and light that is neither mine nor his, but is the heritage of the soul of man. Working men, comrades, open your eyes and look about you. You have lived so long in the toil and heat that your senses are dulled, your souls are numbed, but realize once in your lives this world in which you dwell, tear off the rags of its customs and conventions, behold it as it is, in all its hideous nakedness. Realize that out upon the plains of Manchuria tonight 2 hostile armies are facing each other, that now, while we are seated here, 1,000,000 human beings may be hurled at each other's throats, striving with the fury of maniacs to tear each other to pieces, and this in the 20th century, 1900 years since the Prince of Peace was born on earth, 1900 years that his words have been preached as divine, and here 2 armies of men are rending and tearing each other like the wild beasts of the forest. Philosophers have reasoned, prophets have denounced, poets have wept and pleaded, and still this hideous monster roams at large. We have schools and colleges, newspapers and books. We have searched the heavens and the earth. We have weighed and probed and reasoned, and all to equip men to destroy each other. We call it war and pass it by, but do not put me off with platitudes and conventions. Come with me, realize it. See the bodies of men pierced by bullets, blown into pieces by bursting shells. Hear the crunching of the bayonet, plunged into human flesh. Hear the groans and shrieks of agony. See the faces of men crazed by pain, turned into fiends by fury and hate. Put your hand upon that piece of flesh. It is hot and quivering. Just now it was a part of a man. This blood is still steaming. It was driven by a human heart. Almighty God, and this goes on. It is systematic, organized, premeditated. And we know it and read of it and take it for granted. Our papers tell of it and the presses are not stopped. Our churches know of it and do not close their doors. The people behold it and do not rise up in horror and revolution. Or perhaps Manchuria is too far away for you. Come home with me then, come. Here to Chicago, here in this city tonight 10,000. And women are shut up in foul pens and driven by hunger to sell their bodies to live, and we know it, we make it a jest, and these women are made in the image of your mothers. They may be your sisters, your daughters, the child whom you left at home tonight, whose laughing eyes will greet you in the morning. That fate may be waiting for her. Tonight in Chicago there are 10,000 men, homeless and wretched, willing to work and begging for a chance, yet starving and fronting in terror the awful winter cold. Tonight in Chicago there are 100,000 children, wearing out their strength and blasting their lives in the effort to earn their bread. There are 100,000 mothers who are living in misery and squalor, struggling to earn enough to feed their little ones. There are 100,000 old people cast off and helpless, waiting for death to take them from their torments. There are 1,000,000 people, men and women and children, who share the curse of the wage slave, who toil every hour they can stand and see, for just enough to keep them alive, who are condemned till the end of their days to monotony and weariness, to hunger and misery, to heat and cold, to dirt and disease, to ignorance and drunkenness and vice, and then turn over the page with me and gaze upon the other side of the picture. There are 1,000, 10,000 maybe, who are the masters of these slaves, who own their toil. They do nothing to earn what they receive. They do not even have to ask for it. It comes to them of itself. Their only care is to dispose of it. They live in palaces. They riot in luxury and extravagance, such as no words can describe, as makes the imagination reel and stagger, makes the soul grow sick and faint. They spend hundreds of dollars for a pair of shoes, a handkerchief, a garter. They spend millions for horses and automobiles and yachts, for palaces and banquets, for little shiny stones with which to deck their bodies. Their life is a contest among themselves for supremacy in ostentation and recklessness, in the destroying of useful and necessary things, in the wasting of the labor and the lives of their fellow creatures, the toil and anguish of the nations, the sweat and tears and blood of the human race. It is all theirs. It comes to them, just as all the springs pour into streamlets, and the streamlets into rivers, and the rivers into the ocean. So, automatically and inevitably, all the wealth of society comes to them. The farmer tills the soil, the miner digs in the earth, the weaver tends the loom. The mason carves the stone, the clever man invents, the shrewd man directs, the wise man studies, the inspired man sings, and all the result, the products of the labor of brain and muscle, are gathered into one stupendous stream and poured into their laps. The whole of society is in their grip. The whole labor of the world lies at their mercy, and like fierce wolves they rend and destroy, like ravening 228 vultures they devour and tear. The whole power of mankind belongs to them. Forever and beyond recall, do what it can, strive as it will, humanity lives for them and dies for them. They own not merely the labor of society, they have bought the governments, and everywhere they use their raped and stolen power to entrench themselves in their privileges, to dig wider and deeper the channels through which the river of profits flows to them. And you, working men, you have been brought up to it. You plod on like beasts of burden, thinking only of the day and its pain. Yet is there a man among you who can believe that such a system will continue forever? Is there a man here in this audience tonight so hardened and debased that he dare rise up before me and say that he believes it can continue forever, that the product of the labor of society, the means of existence of the human race, will always belong to idlers and parasites, to be spent for the gratification of vanity and lust, to be spent for any purpose whatever, to be at the disposal of any individual will whatever, that somehow, somewhere, the labor of humanity will not belong to humanity, to be used for the purposes of humanity, to be controlled by the will of humanity. And if this is ever to be, how is it to be? What power is there that will bring it about? Will it be the task of your masters, do you think? Will they write the charter of your liberties? Will they forge you the sword of your deliverance? Will they marshal you the army and lead it to the fray? Will their wealth be spent for the purpose? Will they build colleges and churches to teach you? Will they print papers to herald your progress and organize political parties to guide and carry on the struggle? Can you not see that the task is your task, yours to dream, yours to resolve, yours to execute, that if ever it is carried out, it will be in the face of every obstacle that wealth and mastership can oppose, in the face of ridicule and slander, of hatred and persecution, of the bludge on and the jail, that it will be by the power of your naked bosoms, opposed to the rage of oppression, by the grim and bitter teaching of blind and merciless affliction, by the painful gropings of the untutored mind, by the feeble stammerings of the uncultured voice, by the sad and lonely hunger of the spirit, by seeking and striving and yearning, by heartache and despairing, by agony and sweat of blood. It will be by money paid for with hunger, by knowledge stolen from sleep, by thoughts communicated under the shadow of the gallows. It will be a movement beginning in the far-off past, a thing obscure and unhonored, a thing easy to ridicule, easy to despise, a thing unlovely, wearing the aspect of vengeance and hate, but to you, the working man, the wage slave, calling with a voice insistent, imperious, with a voice that you cannot escape, wherever upon the earth you may be, with the voice of all your wrongs, with the voice of all your desires, with the voice of your duty and your hope, of everything in the world that is worth while to you, the voice of the poor, demanding that poverty shall cease, the voice of the oppressed, pronouncing the doom of oppression, the voice of power, wrought out of suffering, of resolution, crushed out of weakness, of joy and courage, born in the bottomless pit of anguish and despair, the voice of labor, despised and outraged, a mighty giant lying prostrate, mountainous, colossal, but blinded, bound, and ignorant of his strength, and now a dream of resistance haunts him, hope battling with fear, until suddenly he stirs and a fetter snaps. 229. And a thrill shoots through him, to the farthest ends of his huge body, and in a flash the dream becomes an act. He starts, he lifts himself, and the bands are shattered, the burdens roll off him. He rises, towering, gigantic. He springs to his feet, he shouts in his newborn exultation. And the speaker's voice broke suddenly with the stress of his feelings. He stood, with his arms stretched out above him, and the power of his vision seemed to lift him from the floor. The audience came to its feet with a yell. Men waved their arms, laughing aloud in their excitement, and Jurgis was with them. He was shouting to tear his throat, shouting because he could not help it, because the stress of his feeling was more than he could bear. It was not merely the man's words, the torrent of his eloquence. It was his presence, it was his voice, a voice with strange intonations that rang through the chambers of the soul like the clanging of a bell, that gripped the listener like a mighty hand about his body, that shook him and startled him with sudden fright, with a sense of things not of earth, of mysteries never spoken before, of presences of awe and terror. There was an unfolding of vistas before him, a breaking of the ground beneath him, an upheaving, a stirring, a trembling. He felt himself suddenly a mere man no longer. There were powers within him undreamed of. There were demon forces contending, age-long wonders struggling to be born, and he sat oppressed with pain and joy, while a tingling stole down into his fingertips, and his breath came hard and fast. The sentences of this man were to Jurgis like the crashing of thunder in his soul. A flood of emotions surged up in him, all his old hopes and longings, his old griefs and rages and despairs, all that he had ever felt in his whole life seemed to come back to him at once, and with one new emotion, hardly to be described. That he should have suffered such oppressions and such horrors was bad enough, but that he should have been crushed and beaten by Them that he should have submitted and forgotten and lived in peace. Ah, truly. That was a thing not to be put into words, a thing not to be borne by a human creature, a thing of terror and madness. What, asks the prophet, is the murder of them that kill the body to the murder of them that kill the soul? And Jurgis was a man whose soul had been murdered, who had ceased to hope and to struggle, who had made terms with degradation and despair, and now, suddenly, in one awful convulsion, the black and hideous fact was made plain to him. There was a falling in of all the pillars of his soul. The sky seemed to split above him. He stood there with his clenched hands upraised, his eyes bloodshot, and the veins standing out purple in his face, roaring in the voice of a wild beast, frantic, incoherent, maniacal, and when he could shout no more he still stood there, gasping and whispering hoarsely to himself, "By God, by God, by God." Chapter 29. The man had gone back to a seat upon the platform, and Jurgis realized that his 230 speech was over. The applause continued for several minutes, and then someone started a song and the crowd took it up and the place shook with it. Jurgis had never heard it and he could not make out the words, but the wild and wonderful spirit of it seized upon him. It was the Marseillaise, as stanza after stanza of it thundered for. He sat with his hands clasped, trembling in every nerve. He had never been so stirred in his life. It was a miracle that had been wrought in him. He could not think at all, he was stunned, yet he knew that in the mighty upheaval that had taken place in his soul, a new man had been born. He had been torn out of the jaws of destruction. He had been delivered from the thraldom of despair. The whole world had been changed for him. He was free. He was free, even if he were to suffer as he had before, even if he were to beg and starve, nothing would be the same to him. He would understand it and bear it. He would no longer be the sport of circumstances. He would be a man with a will and a purpose. He would have something to fight for, something to die for if need be. Here were men who would show him and help him, and he would have friends and allies. He would dwell in the sight of justice and walk arm in arm with power. The audience subsided again, and Jurgis sat back. The chairman of the meeting came forward and began to speak. His voice sounded thin and futile after the others, and to Jurgis it seemed a profanation. Why should anyone else speak? After that miraculous man, why should they not all sit in silence? The chairman was explaining that a collection would now be taken up to defray the expenses of the meeting and for the benefit of the campaign fund of the party. Jurgis heard, but he had not a penny to give, and so his thoughts went elsewhere again. He kept his eyes fixed on the orator, who sat in an armchair, his head leaning on his hand and his attitude indicating exhaustion, but suddenly he stood up again. And Jurgis heard the chairman of the meeting saying that the speaker would now answer any questions which the audience might care to put to him. The man came forward and someone, a woman, arose and asked about some opinion the speaker had expressed concerning Tolstoy. Jurgis had never heard of Tolstoy and did not care anything about him. Why should anyone want to ask such questions after an address like that? The thing was not to talk but to do. The thing was to get bold of others and rouse them, to organize them and prepare for the fight. But still the discussion went on in ordinary conversational tones, and it brought Jurgis back to the everyday world. A few minutes ago he had felt like seizing the hand of the beautiful lady by his side and kissing it. He had felt like flinging his arms about the neck of the man on the other side of him, and now he began to realize again that he was a hobo, that he was ragged and dirty, and smelled bad and had no place to sleep that night. And so, at last, when the meeting broke up and the audience started to leave, poor Jurgis was in an agony of uncertainty. He had not thought of leaving. He had thought that the vision must last forever, that he had found comrades and brothers, but now he would go out, and the thing would fade away, and he would never be able to find it again. He sat in his seat, frightened and wondering, but others in the same row wanted to get out, and so he had to stand up and move. 201. Along as he was swept down the aisle, he looked from one person to another. Wistfully, they were all excitedly discussing the address, but there was nobody who offered to discuss it with him. He was near enough to the door to feel the night air when desperation seized him. He knew nothing at all about that speech. He had heard not even the name of the orator, and he was to go away. No, it was preposterous. He must speak to someone. He must find that man himself and tell him he would not despise him, tramp as he was. So he stepped into an empty row of seats and watched, and when the crowd had thinned out, he started toward the platform. The speaker was gone, but there was a stage door that stood open, with people passing in and out, and no one on guard. Jurgis summoned up his courage and went in and down a hallway and to the door of a room where many people were crowded. No one paid any attention to him, and he pushed in, and in a corner he saw the man he sought, the orator. Sat in a chair with his shoulders sunk together and his eyes half closed. His face was ghastly pale, almost greenish in hue, and one arm lay limp at his side. A big man with spectacles on stood near him and kept pushing back the crowd, saying, "Stand away a little, please. Can't you see the comrade is worn out?" So Jurgis stood watching while 5 or 10 minutes passed. Now and then the man would look up and address a word or two to those who were near him, and at last, on one of these occasions, his glance rested on Jurgis. There seemed to be a slight hint of inquiry about it, and a sudden impulse seized the other. He stepped forward. "I wanted to thank you, sir," he began in breathless haste. "I could not go away without telling you how glad I am I heard you. I didn't know anything about it all." The big man with the spectacles, who had moved away, came back at this moment. "The comrade is too tired to talk to anyone," he began, but the other held up his hand. "Wait," he said, "he has something to say to me." And then he looked into Jurgis's face. "You want to know more about socialism?" he asked. Jurgis started. I, he stammered. "Is it socialism? I didn't know. I want to know about what you spoke of. I want to help. I have been through all that." "Where do you live?" asked the other. "I have no home," said Jurgis. "I am out of work." "You are a foreigner, are you not?" "Lithuanian, sir." The man thought for a moment and then turned to his friend. "Who is there?" "Walters," he asked. "There is Ostrinsky, but he is a Pole." "Ostrinsky speaks Lithuanian," said the other. "All right then, would you mind seeing if he has gone yet?" 232. The other started away, and the speaker looked at Jurgis again. He had deep black eyes and a face full of gentleness and pain. "You must excuse me, comrade," he said. "I'm just tired out. I have spoken every day for the last month. I will introduce you to someone who will be able to help you as well as I could." The messenger had to go no further than the door. He came back, followed by a man whom he introduced to Jurgis as Comrade Ostrinsky. Comrade Ostrinsky was a little man, scarcely up to Jurgis's shoulder, wizened and wrinkled, very ugly and slightly lame. He had on a long-tailed black coat, green at the seams and the buttonholes. His eyes must have been weak, for he wore green spectacles that gave him a grotesque appearance, but his handclasp was hearty, and he spoke in Lithuanian, which warmed Jurgis to him. "You want to know about socialism," he said. "Surely, let us go out and take a stroll where we can be quiet and talk some." And so Jurgis bade farewell to the master wizard and went out. Ostrinsky asked where he lived, offering to walk in that direction, and so he had to explain once more that he was without a home. At the other's request, he told his story, how he had come to America and what had happened to him in the stockyards, and how his family had been broken up, and how he had become a wanderer. So much the little man heard, and then he pressed Jurgis's arm tightly. "You have been through the mill, comrade," he said. "We will make a fighter out of you." Then Ostrinsky in turn explained his circumstances. He would have asked Jurgis to his home, but he had only 2 rooms and had no bed to offer. He would have given up his own bed, but his wife was ill. Later on, when he understood that Otherwise Jurgis would have to sleep in a hallway. He offered him his kitchen floor, a chance which the other was only too glad to accept. Perhaps tomorrow. "We can do better," said Ostrinsky. "We try not to let a comrade starve." Ostrinsky's home was in the ghetto district, where he had 2 rooms in the basement of a tenement. There was a baby crying as they entered, and he closed the door leading into the bedroom. He had 3 young children, he explained. And a baby had just come. He drew up 2 chairs near the kitchen stove, adding that Jurgis must excuse the disorder of the place, since at such a time one's domestic arrangements were upset. Half of the kitchen was given up to a workbench which was piled with clothing, and Ostrinsky explained that he was a pants finisher. He brought great bundles of clothing here to his home, where he and his wife worked on them. He made a living at it, but it was getting harder all the time because his eyes were failing. What would come when they gave out he could not tell. There had been no saving anything. A man could barely keep alive by 12 or 14 hours work a day. The finishing of pants did not take much skill, and anybody could learn it, and so the pay was forever getting less. That was the competitive wage system, and if Jurgis wanted to understand what socialism was, it was there he had best begin. The workers were dependent upon a job to exist from day to day, and so they bid against each other, and no man could get more than the lowest man would consent to work for, and thus the 233 mass of the people were always in a life-and-death struggle with poverty. That was competition, so far as it concerned the wage earner, the man who had only his labor to sell, to those on top, the exploiters. It appeared very differently. Of course, there were few of them, and they could combine and dominate, and their power would be unbreakable. And so all over the world 2 classes were forming, with an unbridged chasm between them: the capitalist class, with its enormous fortunes, and the proletariat, bound into slavery by unseen chains. The latter were 1,000 to 1 in numbers, but they were ignorant and helpless, and they would remain at the mercy of their exploiters until they were organized, until they had become class-conscious. It was a slow and weary process, but it would go on. It was like the movement of a glacier. Once it was started, it could never be sunk. Every socialist did his share and lived upon the vision of the good time coming when the working class should go to the polls and seize the powers of government and put an end to private property in the means of production. No matter how poor a man was or how much he suffered, he could never be really unhappy while he knew of that future, even if he did not live to see it himself. His children would, and to a socialist, the victory of his class was his victory. Also, he had always the progress to encourage him. Here in Chicago, for instance, the movement was growing by leaps and bounds. Chicago was the industrial center of the country, and nowhere else were the unions so strong. But their organizations did the workers little good, for the employers were organized also, and so the strikes generally failed, and as fast as the unions were broken up, the men were coming over to the socialists. Ostrinsky explained the organization of the party, the machinery by which the proletariat was educating itself. There were locals in every big city and town, and they were being organized rapidly in the smaller places. A local had anywhere from 6 to 1,000 members, and there were 1,400 of them in all, with a total of about 25,000 members who paid dues to support the organization. Local Cook County, as the city organization was called, had 80 branch locals, and it alone was spending several $1,000s in the campaign. It published a weekly in English and one each in Bohemian and German. Also, there was a monthly published in Chicago and a cooperative publishing house that issued 1.5 million of socialist books and pamphlets every year. All this was the growth of the last few years. There had been almost nothing of it when Ostrinsky first came to Chicago. Ostrinsky was a Pole, about 50 years of age. He had lived in Silesia, a member of a despised and persecuted race, and had taken part in the proletarian movement in the early 70s, when Bismarck, having conquered France, had turned his policy of blood and iron upon the international, Ostrinsky himself. Had twice been in jail, but he had been young then and had not cared. He had more of his share of the fight, though, for just when socialism had broken all its barriers and become the great political force of the empire, he had come to America and begun all over again. In America, everyone had laughed at this mere idea of socialism then. In America, all men were free, as if political liberty made wage slavery any the more tolerable, said Ostrinsky. 234. The little tailor sat tilted back in his stiff kitchen chair, with his feet stretched out upon the empty stove and speaking in low whispers so as not to waken those in the next room. To Jurgis, he seemed a scarcely less wonderful person than the speaker at the meeting. He was poor, the lowest of the low, hunger-driven and miserable, and yet how much he knew, how much he had dared and achieved. What a hero he had been. There were others like him, 2,000s like him, and all of them working men, that all this wonderful machinery of progress had been created by his fellows. Jurgis could not believe it. It seemed too good to be true. That was always the way, said Ostrinsky, when a man was first converted to socialism. He was like a crazy person. He could not understand how others could fail to see it, and he expected to convert all the world the first week after a while he would realize how hard a task it was, and then it would be fortunate that other new hands kept coming to save him from settling down into a rut. Just now Jurgis would have plenty of chance to vent his excitement, for a presidential campaign was on and everybody was talking politics. Ostrinsky would take him to the next meeting of the branch local and introduce him, and he might join the party. The dues were 5 cents a week, but anyone who could not afford this might be excused from paying. The Socialist Party was a really democratic political organization. It was controlled absolutely by its own membership and had no bosses. All of these things Ostrinsky explained, as also the principles of the party. You might say that there was really but one socialist principle, that of no compromise, which was the essence of the proletarian movement all over the world. When a socialist was elected to office, he voted with old party legislators for any measure that was likely to be of help to the working class, but he never forgot that these concessions, whatever they might be, were trifles compared with the great purpose, the organizing of the working class for the revolution. So far, the rule in America had been that one socialist made another socialist once every 2 years, and if they should maintain the same rate, would carry the country in 1912, though not all of them expected to succeed as quickly as that. The socialists were organized in every civilized nation. It was an internatio now political party, said Ostrinsky, the greatest the world had ever known. It numbered 30 million of adherents, and it cast 8 million votes. It had started its first newspaper in Japan and elected its first deputy in Argentina. In France it named members of cabinets, and in Italy and Australia it held the balance of power and turned out ministries. In Germany, where its vote was more than a third of the total vote of the empire, all other parties and powers had united to fight it. It would not do, Ostrinsky explained, for the proletariat of one nation to achieve the victory, for that nation would be crushed by the military power of the others, and so the socialist movement was a world movement, an organization of all mankind to establish liberty and fraternity. It was the new religion of humanity, or you might say it was the fulfillment of the old religion, since it implied but the literal application of all the teachings of Christ. Until long after midnight, Jurgis sat lost in the conversation of his new 235 acquaintance. It was a most wonderful experience to him, an almost supernatural experience. It was like encountering an inhabitant of the fourth dimension of space, a being who was free from all one's own limitations. For 4 years now, Jurgis had been wandering and blundering in the depths of a wilderness, and here suddenly a hand reached down and seized him and lifted him out of it and set him upon a mountaintop from which he could survey it all. could see the paths from which he had wandered, the morasses into which he had stumbled, the hiding places of the beasts of prey that had fallen upon him. There were his Packingtown experiences, for instance. What was there about Packingtown that Ostrinsky could not explain? To Jurgis, the Packers had been equivalent to fate. Ostrinsky showed him that they were the Beef Trust. They were a gigantic combination of capital, which had crushed all opposition and overthrown the laws of the land and was preying upon the people. Jurgis recollected how, when he had first come to Packingtown, he had stood and watched the hog killing and thought how cruel and savage it was, and come away congratulating himself that he was not a hog. Now his new acquaintance showed him that a hog was just what he had been, one of the Packers' hogs. What they wanted from a hog was all the profits that could be got out of him, and that was what they wanted from the working man, and also that was what they wanted from the public. What the hogs thought of it and what he suffered were not considered, and no more was it with labor, and no more with the purchaser of meat. That was true everywhere in the world, but it was especially true in Packingtown. There seemed to be something about the work of slaughtering that tended to ruthlessness and ferocity. It was literally the fact that in the methods of the Packers 100 human lives did not balance a penny of profit. When Jurgis had made himself familiar with the socialist literature, as he would very quickly, he would get glimpses of the Beef Trust from all sorts of aspects, and he would find it everywhere the same. It was the incarnation of blind and insensate greed. It was a monster devouring with 1,000 mouths, trampling with 1,000 hoofs. It was the great butcher. It was the spirit of capitalism made flesh. Upon the ocean of commerce it sailed as a pirate ship. It had hoisted the black flag and declared war upon civilization. Bribery and corruption were its everyday methods. In Chicago, the city government was simply one of its branch offices. It stole billions of gallons of city water openly. It dictated to the courts the sentences of disorderly strikers. It forbade the mayor to enforce the building laws against it. In the national capital, it had power to prevent inspection of its product and to falsify government reports. It violated the rebate laws, and when an investigation was threatened, it burned its books and sent its criminal agents out of the country. In the commercial world, it was a juggernaut car. It wiped out thousands of businesses every year. It drove men to madness and suicide. It had forced the price of cattle so low as to destroy the stock-raising industry, an occupation upon which whole states existed. It had ruined thousands of butchers who had refused to handle its products. It divided the country into districts and fixed the price of meat in all of them, and it owned all the refrigerator cars and levied an enormous tribute upon all poultry and eggs and fruit and vegetables. With the millions of dollars a week that poured in upon it, it was reaching out for 236. The control of other interests, railroads and trolley lines, gas and electric light franchises. It already owned the leather and the grain business of the country. The people were tremendously stirred up over its encroachments, but nobody had any remedy to suggest. It was the task of socialists to teach and organize them and prepare them for the time when they were to seize the huge machine called the Beef Trust and use it to produce food for human beings and not to heap up fortunes for a band of pirates. It was long after midnight when Jurgis lay down upon the floor of Ostrinsky's kitchen, and yet it was an hour before he could get to sleep for the glory of that joyful vision of the people of Packingtown marching in and taking possession of the Union stockyards. Chapter 30. Jurgis had breakfast with Ostrinsky and his family, and then he went home to Elżbieta. He was no longer shy about it. When he went in, instead of saying all the things he had been planning to say, he started to tell Elżbieta about the revolution. At first she thought he was out of his mind, and it was hours before she could really feel certain that he was himself. When, however, she had satisfied herself that he was sane upon all subjects except politics, she troubled herself no further about it. Jurgis was destined to find that Elżbieta's armor was Absolutely impervious to socialism, her soul had been baked hard in the fire of adversity, and there was no altering it now. Life to her was the hunt for daily bread, and ideas existed for her only as they bore upon that, all that interested her in regard to this new frenzy, which had seized hold of her son-in-law, was whether or not it had a tendency to make him sober and industrious, and when she found he intended to look for work and to contribute his share to the family fund, she gave him full rein to convince her of anything. A wonderfully wise little woman was Elzbieta. She could think as quickly as a hunted rabbit, and in half an hour she had chosen her life attitude to the socialist movement. She agreed in everything with Jurgis except the need of his paying his dues, and she would even go to a meeting with him now and then and sit and plan her next day's dinner amid the storm. For a week after he became a convert, Jurgis continued to wander about all day, looking for work, until at last he met with a strange fortune. He was passing one of Chicago's innumerable small hotels, and after some hesitation he concluded to go in. A man he took for the proprietor was standing in the lobby, and he went up to him and tackled him for a job. "What can you do?" the man asked. "Anything, sir," said Jurgis, and added quickly, "I've been out of work for a long time, sir. I'm an honest man, and I'm strong and willing." The other was eyeing him narrowly. "Do you drink?" he asked. 237. "No, sir," said Jurgis. "Well, I've been employing a man as a porter, and he drinks. I've discharged him 7 times now, and I've about made up my mind that's enough. Would you be a porter?" Eves Ackleton. "It's hard work. You'll have to clean floors and wash spittoons and fill lamps and handle trunks." "Team willing, sir." "All right, I'll pay you 30 a month and board, and you can begin now if you feel like it. You can put on the other fellow's rig." And so Jurgis fell to work and toiled like a Trojan till night. Then he went and told Elzbieta, and also, late as it was, he paid a visit to Ostrinsky to let him know of his good fortune. Here he received a great surprise, for when he was describing the location of the Hotel, Ostrinsky interrupted suddenly. "Not Heinz's?" "Yes," said Jurgis, "that's the name." To which the other replied, "Then you've got the best boss in Chicago. He's a state organizer of our party and one of our best-known speakers." So the next morning Jurgis went to his employer and told him, and the man seized him by the hand and shook it. "By Jove," he cried, "that lets me out. I didn't sleep all last night because I had discharged a good socialist." So after that, Jurgis was known to his boss as Comrade Jurgis, and in return he was expected to call him Comrade Heinz. Tommy Heinz, as he was known to his intimates, was a squat little man with broad shoulders and a florid face decorated with gray side whiskers. He was the kindest-hearted man that ever lived, and the liveliest, inexhaustible in his enthusiasm, and talking socialism all day and all night. He was a great fellow to jolly along a crowd, and would keep a meeting in an uproar. When once he got really waked up, the torrent of his eloquence could be compared with nothing save Niagara. Tommy Heinz had begun life as a blacksmith's helper, and had run away to join the Union Army, where he had made his first acquaintance with graft, in the shape of rotten muskets and shoddy blankets, to a musket that broke in a crisis. He always attributed the death of his only brother, and upon worthless blankets. He blamed all the agonies of his own old age. Whenever it rained, the rheumatism would get into his joints, and then he would screw up his face and mutter, "Capitalism, my boy, capitalism. Ecrases el infame." He had one unfailing remedy for all the evils of this world, and he preached it to everyone, no matter whether the person's trouble was failure in business or dyspepsia. "Oh, Laura." Quarrelsome mother-in-law, a twinkle would come into his eyes, and he would say, "You know what to do about it. Vote the socialist ticket." Tommy Heinz had set out upon the trail of the octopus as soon as the war was 238 over. He had gone into business, and found himself in competition with the fortunes of those who had been stealing while he had been fighting the city. Government was in their hands, and the railroads were in league with them, and honest business was driven to the wall, and so Hines had put all his savings into Chicago real estate and set out single-handed to dam the river of graft. He had been a reform member of the city council. He had been a greenbacker, a labor unionist, a populist, a Bryanite, and after 30 years of fighting, the year 1896, had served to convince him that the power of concentrated wealth could never be controlled but could only be destroyed. He had published a pamphlet about it and set out to organize a party of his own when a stray socialist leaflet had revealed to him that others had been ahead of him. Now for 8 years he had been fighting for the party anywhere, everywhere, whether it was a GAR reunion or a hotel keepers convention or an Afro-American businessmen's banquet or a Bible Society picnic. Tommy Hines would manage to get himself invited to explain the relations of socialism to the subject in hand. After that, he would start off upon a tour of his own, ending at some place between New York and Oregon, and when he came back from there, he would go out to organize new locals for the state committee, and finally he would come home to rest and talk socialism in Chicago. Hines's hotel was a very hotbed of the propaganda. All the employees were party men, and if they were not when they came, they were quite certain to be before they went away. The proprietor would get into a discussion with someone in the lobby, and as the conversation grew animated, others would gather about to listen, until finally everyone in the place would be crowded into a group, and a regular debate would be underway. This went on every night. When Tommy Hines was not there to do it, his clerk did it, and when his clerk was away campaigning, the assistant attended to it, while Mrs. Hines sat behind the desk and did the work. The clerk was an old crony of the proprietor's, an awkward, raw-boned giant of a man, with a lean, sallow face, broad mouth and whiskers under his chin, the very type and body of a prairie farmer. He had been that all his life. He had fought the railroads in Kansas for 50 years, a Granger, a Farmers Alliance man, a middle-of-the-road populist. Finally, Tommy Hines had revealed to him the wonderful idea of using the trusts instead of destroying them, and he had sold his farm and come to Chicago. That was Amos Struver, and then there was Harry Adams, the assistant clerk, pale, scholarly-looking man who came from Massachusetts, of Pilgrim stock. Adams had been a cotton operative in Fall River, and the continued depression in the industry had worn him and his family out, and he had emigrated to South Carolina. In Massachusetts, the percentage of white illiteracy is 0.8%, while in South Carolina it is 13.6%. Also in South Carolina, there is a property qualification for voters, and for these and other reasons child labor is the rule, and so the cotton mills were driving those of Massachusetts out of the business. Adams did not know this, he only knew that the southern mills were running, but when he got there, he found that if he was to live, all his family would have to work, and from 6 o'clock at night to 6 o'clock in the morning, so he had set to work to organize the mill hands after the fashion in Massachusetts and had been discharged, but he had got other 239 work and stuck at it, and at last there had been a strike for shorter hours, and Harry Adams had attempted to address a street meeting, which was the end of him. In the states of the far South, the labor of convicts is leased to contractors, and when there are not convicts enough, they have to be supplied. Harry Adams was sent up by a judge who was a cousin of the mill owner with whose business he had interfered, and though the life had nearly killed him, he had been wise enough not to murmur, and at the end of his term he and his family had left the state of South Carolina, Hell's backyard as he called it. He had no money for car fare, but it was harvest time, and they walked one day and worked the next. And so Adams got at last to Chicago and joined the Socialist Party. He was a studious man, reserved, and nothing of an orator, but he always had a pile of books under his desk in the hotel, and articles from his pen were beginning to attract attention in the party press. Contrary to what one would have expected, all this radicalism did not hurt the Hotel business, the radicals flocked to it, and the commercial travelers all found tea diverting. Of late, also, the hotel had become a favorite stopping place for Western cattlemen, now that the Beef Trust had adopted the trick of raising prices to induce enormous shipments of cattle, and then dropping them again, and scooping in all they needed. A stock raiser was very apt to find himself in Chicago without money enough to pay his freight bill, and so he had to go to a cheap hotel, and it was no drawback to him if there was an agitator talking in the lobby. These Western fellows were just meat for Tommy Hines. He would get a dozen of them around him and paint little pictures of the system. Of course, it was not a week before he had heard Jurgis's story, and after that he would not have let his new porter go for the world. See here, he would say in the middle of an argument, I've got a fellow right here in my place who's worked there and seen every bit of it, and then Jurgis would drop his work, whatever it was, and come, and the other would say, Comrade Jurgis, just tell these gentlemen what you saw on the killing beds. At first this request caused poor Jurgis the most acute agony, and it was like pulling teeth to get him to talk, but gradually he found out what was wanted, and in the end he learned to stand up and speak his piece with enthusiasm. His employer would sit by and encourage him with exclamations and shakes of the head when Jurgis would give the formula for potted ham, or tell about the condemned hogs that were dropped into the destructors at the top and immediately taken out again at the bottom, to be shipped into another state and made into lard. Tommy Hines would bang his knee and cry, do you think a man could make up a thing like that out of his head? And then the hotel keeper would go on to show how the socialists had the only real remedy for such evils, how they alone meant business with the Beef Trust. And when, in answer to this, the victim would say that the whole country was getting stirred up, that the newspapers were full of denunciations of it, and the government taking action against it, Tommy Hines had a knockout blow all ready. Yes, he would say, all that is true, but what do you suppose is the reason for it? Are you foolish enough to believe that it's done for the public? 240. There are other trusts in the country, just as illegal and extortionate as the Beef Trust. There is the Coal Trust that freezes the poor in winter. There is the Steel Trust that doubles the price of every nail in your shoes. There is the Oil Trust that keeps you from reading at night. And why do you suppose it is that all the fury of the press and the government is directed against the Beef Trust? And when to this the victim would reply that there was clamor enough over the Oil Trust, the other would continue, 10 years ago Henry D. Lloyd told all the truth about the Standard Oil Company in his Wealth versus Commonwealth, and the book was allowed to die, and you hardly ever hear of it. And now, at last, two magazines have the courage to tackle Standard Oil again, and what happens? The newspapers ridicule the authors, the churches defend the criminals, and the government does nothing. And now, why is it all so different with the Beef Trust? Here the other would generally admit that he was stuck, and Tommy Hines would explain to him, and it was fun to see his eyes open. If you were a socialist, the hotel keeper would say, you would understand that the power which really governs the United States today is the Railroad Trust. It is the Railroad Trust that runs your state government, wherever you live, and that runs the United States Senate, and all of the trusts that I have named are railroad trusts save only the Beef Trust. The Beef Trust has defied the railroads. It is plundering them day by day through the private car, and so the public is roused to fury, and the papers clamor for action, and the government goes on the war path, and you poor common people watch and applaud the job and think it's all done for you, and never dream that it is really the grand climax of the century long battle of commercial competition, the final death grapple between the chiefs of the Beef Trust and Standard Oil for the prize of the mastery and ownership of the United States of America. Such was the new home in which Jurgis lived and worked, and in which his education was completed. Perhaps you would imagine that he did not do much work there, but that would be a great mistake. He would have cut off one hand For Tommy Hines, and to keep Hines's hotel, a thing of beauty was his joy in life. That he had a score of socialist arguments chasing through his brain in the meantime did not interfere with this. On the contrary, Jurgis scrubbed the spittoons and polished the banisters all the more vehemently because at the same time he was wrestling inwardly with an imaginary recalcitrant. It would be pleasant to record that he swore off drinking immediately and all the rest of his bad habits with it, but that would hardly be exact. These revolutionists were not angels, they were men, and men who had come up from the social pit, and with the mire of it smeared over them. Some of them drank, and some of them swore, and some of them ate pie with their knives. There was only one difference between them and all the rest of the populace, that they were men with a hope, with a cause to fight for and suffer for. There came times to Jurgis when the vision seemed far off and pale, and a glass of beer loomed large in comparison. But if the glass led to another glass, and to too many glasses, he had something to spur him to remorse and resolution on the morrow. It was so evidently a 241 wicked thing to spend one's pennies for drink when the working class was wandering in darkness and waiting to be delivered. The price of a glass of beer would buy 50 copies of a leaflet, and one could hand these out to the unregenerate and then get drunk upon the thought of the good that was being accomplished. That was the way the movement had been made, and it was the only way it would progress. It availed nothing to know of it without fighting for it. It was a thing for all, not for a few. A corollary of this proposition, of course, was that anyone who refused to receive the new gospel was personally responsible for keeping Jurgis from his heart's desire, and this, alas, made him uncomfortable as an acquaintance. He met some neighbors with whom Elzbieta had made friends in her neighborhood, and he set out to make socialists of them by wholesale, and several times he all but got into a fight. It was all so painfully obvious to Jurgis. It was so incomprehensible how a man could fail to see it. Here were all the opportunities of the country, the land, and the buildings upon the land, the railroads, the mines, the factories, and the stores, all in the hands of a few private individuals, called capitalists, for whom the people were obliged to work for wages. The whole balance of what the people produced went a heap up the fortunes of these capitalists, to heap and heap again and yet again, and that in spite of the fact that they and everyone about them lived in unthinkable luxury. And was it not plain that if the people cut off the share of those who merely owned, the share of those who worked would be much greater? That was as plain as 2 and 2 makes 4, and it was the whole of it, absolutely the whole of it, and yet there were people who could not see it, who would argue about everything else in the world. They would tell you that governments could not manage things as economically as private individuals. They would repeat and repeat that, and think they were saying something. They could not see that economical management by masters meant simply that they, the people, were worked harder and ground closer and paid less. They were wage earners and servants, at the mercy of exploiters whose one thought was to get as much out of them as possible, and they were taking in interest in the process, were anxious lest it should not be done thoroughly enough. Was it not honestly a trial to listen to an argument such as that? And yet there were things even worse. You would begin talking to some poor devil who had worked in one shop for the last 30 years and had never been able to save a penny, who left home every morning at 6 o'clock to go and tend a machine and come back at night too tired to take his clothes off, who had never had a week's vacation in his life, had never traveled, never had an adventure, never learned anything, never hoped anything, and when you started to tell him about socialism, he would sniff and say, "I'm not interested in that, I'm an individualist," and then he would go on to tell you that socialism was paternalism, and that if it ever had its way, the world would stop progressing. It was enough to make a mule laugh to hear arguments like that, and yet it was no laughing matter, as you found out, for how many millions of such poor deluded wretches there were, whose lives had been so stunted by capitalism that they no longer knew what freedom was, and they really thought that it was. 242. Individualism, for tens of thousands of them to herd together and obey the orders of a steel magnate and produce hundreds of millions of dollars of wealth. For him, and then let him give them libraries, while for them to take the industry and run it to suit themselves and build their own libraries that would have been paternalism. Sometimes the agony of such things as this was almost more than Jurgis could bear, yet there was no way of escape from it. There was nothing to do but to dig away at the base of this mountain of ignorance and prejudice. You must keep at the poor fellow, you must hold your temper and argue with him and watch for your chance to stick an idea or two into his head, and the rest of the time you must sharpen up your weapons. You must think out new replies to his object ions and provide yourself with new facts to prove to him the folly of his ways. So Jurgis acquired the reading habit. He would carry in his pocket a tract or a pamphlet which someone had loaned him, and whenever he had an idle moment during the day he would plod through a paragraph and then think about it while he worked. Also he read the newspapers and asked questions about them. One of the other porters at Heinz's was a sharp little Irishman who knew everything that Jurgis wanted to know, and while they were busy he would explain to him the geography of America and its history, its constitution and its laws. Also he gave him an idea of the business system of the country, the great railroads and corporations and who owned them, and the labor unions and the big strikes, and the men who had led them. Then at night, when he could get off, Jurgis would attend the socialist meetings. During the campaign, one was not dependent upon the street corner affairs, where the weather and the quality of the orator were equally uncertain. There were hall meetings every night, and one could hear speakers of national prominence. These discussed the political situation from every point of view, and all that troubled Jurgis was the impossibility of carrying off but a small part of the treasures they offered him. There was a man who was known in the party as the Little Giant. The Lord had used up so much material in the making of his head that there had not been enough to complete his legs, but he got about on the platform, and when he shook his raven whiskers the pillars of capitalism rocked. He had written a veritable encyclopedia upon the subject, a book that was nearly as big as himself. And then there was a young author who came from California and had been a salmon fisher, an oyster pirate, a longshoreman, a sailor who had tramped the country and been sent to jail, had lived in the Waitekapel slums and been to the Klondike in search of gold. All these things he pictured in his books, and because he was a man of genius, he forced the world to hear him. Now he was famous, but wherever he went he still preached the gospel of the poor. And then there was one who was known as the millionaire socialist. He had made a fortune in business and spent nearly all of it in building up a magazine, which the Post Office Department had tried to suppress and had driven to Canada. He was a quiet-mannered man whom you would have taken for anything in the world but a socialist agitator. His speech was simple and informal. He could not 243 understand why anyone should get excited about these things. It was a process of economic evolution, he said, and he exhibited its laws and methods. Life was a struggle for existence, and the strong overcame the weak, and in turn were overcome by the strongest. Those who lost in the struggle were generally exterminated, but now and then they had been known to save themselves by combination, which was a new and higher kind of strength. It was so that the gregarious animals had overcome the predaceous. It was so, in human history, that the people had mastered the kings. The workers were simply the citizens of industry, and the socialist movement was the expression of their will to survive. The inevitability of the revolution depended upon this fact, that they had no choice but to unite or be exterminated. This fact, grim and inexorable, depended upon no human will. It was the law of the economic process, of which the editor showed the details with the most marvelous precision. And later on came the evening of the great meeting of the campaign, when Jurgis heard the two standard-bearers of his party, 10 years before there had been in Chicago a strike of 150,000 railroad employees and thugs, had been hired by the railroads to commit violence, and the President of the United States had sent in troops to break the strike by flinging the officers of the Union into jail without trial. The President of the Union came out of his cell. Ruined man, but also he came out a socialist, and now for just 10 years he had been traveling up and down the country, standing face to face with the people, and pleading with them for justice. He was a man of electric presence, tall and gaunt, with a face worn thin by struggle and suffering. The fury of outraged manhood gleamed in it, and the tears of suffering little children pleaded in his voice. When he spoke, he paced the stage, lithe and eager like a panther. He leaned over, reaching out for his audience. He pointed into their souls with an insistent finger. His voice was husky from much speaking, but the great auditorium was as still as death, and everyone heard him. And then, as Jurgis came out from this meeting, someone handed him a paper, which he carried home with him and read, and so he became acquainted with the appeal to reason. About 12 years previously, a Colorado real estate speculator had made up his mind that it was wrong to gamble in the necessities of life of human beings, and so he had retired and begun the publication of a socialist weekly. There had come a time when he had to set his own type, but he had held on and won out, and now his publication was an institution. It used a carload of paper every week, and the mail trains would be hours loading up at the depot of the little Kansas town. It was a 4-page weekly, which sold for less than half a cent a copy. Its regular subscription list was $250,000, and it went to every crossroads post office in America. The Appeal was a propaganda paper. It had a manner all its own. It was full of ginger and spice, of Western slang and hustle. It collected news of the doings of the plutes and served it up for the benefit of the American working mule. It would have columns of the deadly parallel, the $1 million worth of diamonds, or the fancy pet poodle establishment of a society dame, beside the fate of Mrs. Murphy of San Francisco, who had starved to death on the streets. 244. Or of John Robinson, just out of the hospital, who had hanged himself in New York because he could not find work. It collected the stories of graft and misery from the daily press and made a little pungent paragraphs out of them. 3. Banks of Bungtown, South Dakota, failed, and more savings of the workers swallowed up. The mayor of Sandy Creek, Oklahoma, has skipped with it. $100,000. That's the kind of rulers the old partyites give you. The president of the Florida Flying Machine Company is in jail for bigamy. He was a prominent opponent of socialism, which he said would break up the home. The Appeal had what it called its army, about 30,000 of the faithful who did things for it, and it was always exhorting the army to keep its dander up and occasionally encouraging it with a prize competition for anything from a gold watch to a private yacht or an 80-acre farm. Its office helpers were all known to the army by quaint titles: Inkai Ike, the bald-headed man's, the red-headed girl, the bulldog, the office goat, and the one horse. But sometimes, again, the Appeal would be desperately serious. It sent a correspondent to Colorado and printed pages describing the overthrow of American institutions in that state. In a certain city of the country, it had over 40 of its army in the headquarters of the Telegraph Trust, and no message of importance to socialists ever went through that a copy of it did not go to the Appeal. It would print great broadsides during the campaign. One copy that came to Jurgis was a manifesto addressed to striking workingmen, of which nearly 1 million copies had been distributed in the industrial centers, wherever the employers' associations had been carrying out their open shop program. "You have lost the strike," it was headed, "and now what are you going to do about it?" It was what is called an incendiary appeal. It was written by a man into whose soul the iron had entered. When this edition appeared, 20 1,000 copies were sent to the stockyards district, and they were taken out and stowed away in the rear of a little cigar store, and every evening and on Sundays, the members of the Packingtown locals would get armfuls and distribute them on the streets and in the houses. The people of Packingtown had lost their strike, if ever a people had, and so they read these papers gladly, and 20,000 were hardly enough to go round. Jurgis had resolved not to go near his old home again, but when he heard of this, it was too much for him, and every night for a week he would get on the car and ride out to the stockyards and help to undo his work of the previous year, when he had sent Mike Scully's 10-pin setter to the City Board of Aldermen. It was quite marvelous to see what a difference 12 months had made in Packingtown. The eyes of the people were getting opened. The socialists were literally sweeping everything before them that election, and Scully and the Cook County machine were at their wits' end for an issue. At the very close of the campaign, they bethought themselves of the fact that the strike had been broken by Negroes, and so they sent for a South Carolina fire eater, the Pitchfork Senator, as he was called, a man who took off his coat when he talked to working men and damned and swore like a Hessian. This meeting they 245 advertised extensively, and the socialists advertised it too, with the result that about 1,000 of them were on hand that evening. The Pitchfork Senator stood their fusillade of questions for about an hour, and then went home in disgust, and the balance of the meeting was a strictly party affair. Jurgis, who had insisted upon coming, had the time of his life that night. He danced about and waved his arms in his excitement, and at the very climax he broke loose from his friends and got out into the aisle and proceeded to make a speech. Himself, the senator, had been denying that the Democratic Party was corrupt. It was always the Republicans who bought the votes, he said, and here was Jurgis shouting furiously, "It's a lie, it's a lie," after which he went on to tell them how he knew it, that he knew it because he had bought them himself, and he would have told the Pitchfork Senator all his experiences had not Harry Adams and a friend grabbed him about the neck and shoved him into a seat. Chapter 31. One of the first things that Jurgis had done after he got a job was to go and see Marija. She came down into the basement of the house to meet him, and he stood by the door with his hat in his hand, saying, "I've got work now, and so you can leave here." But Marija only shook her head. There was nothing else for her to do, she said, and nobody to employ her. She could not keep her past a secret. Girls had tried it, and they were always found out. There were thousands of men who came to this place, and sooner or later she would meet one of them. And besides, Marija added, "I can't do anything. I'm no good. I take dope. What could you do with me?" "Can't you stop?" Jurgis cried. "No," she answered, "I'll never stop. What's the use of talking about it? I'll stay here till I die, I guess. It's all I'm fit for." And that was all that he could get her to say. There was no use trying. When he told her he would not let Elzbieta take her money, she answered indifferently, "Then it'll be wasted here, that's all." Her eyelids looked heavy and her face was red and swollen. He saw that he was annoying her, that she only wanted him to go away. So he went, disappointed and sad. Poor Jurgis was not very happy in his home life. Elzbieta was sick a good deal now, and the boys were wild and unruly, and very much the worse for their life upon the streets, but he stuck by the family nevertheless, for they reminded him of his old happiness, and when things went wrong he could solace himself with a plunge into the socialist movement, since his life had been caught up into the current of this great stream. Things which had before been the whole of life to him came to seem of relatively slight importance. His interests were elsewhere. 246. In the world of ideas, his outward life was commonplace and uninteresting. He was just a hotel porter, and expected to remain one while he lived, but meantime, in the realm of thought, his life was a perpetual adventure. There was so much to know, so many wonders to be discovered. Never in all his life did Jurgis forget the day before election, when there came a telephone message from a friend of Harry Adams asking him to bring Jurgis to see him that night, and Jurgis went and met one of the minds of the movement. The invitation was from a man named Fisher, a Chicago millionaire who had given up his life to settlement work and had a little home in the heart of the city's slums. He did not belong to the party, but he was in sympathy with it, and he said that he was to have as his guest that night the editor of a big Eastern magazine who wrote against socialism but really did not know what it was. The millionaire suggested that Adams bring Jurgis along and then start up the subject of pure food, in which the editor was interested. Young Fisher's home was a little two-story brick house, dingy and weather beaten outside but attractive within. The room that Jurgis saw was half-lined with books, and upon the walls were many pictures, dimly visible in the soft yellow light. It was a cold, rainy night, so a log fire was crackling in the open hearth. 7 or 8 people were gathered about it when Adams and his friend arrived, and Jurgis saw to his dismay that 3 of them were ladies. He had never talked to people of this sort before, and he fell into an agony of embarrassment. He stood in the doorway, clutching his hat tightly in his hands, and made a deep bow to each of the persons as he was introduced. Then, when he was asked to have a seat, he took a chair in a dark corner and sat down upon the edge of it and wiped the perspiration off his forehead with his sleeve. He was terrified lest they should expect him to talk. There was the host himself, a tall, athletic young man, clad in evening dress, as also was the editor, a dyspeptic-looking gentleman named Maynard. There was the former's frail young wife, and also an elderly lady who taught kindergarten in the settlement, and a young college student, a beautiful girl with an intense and earnest face. She only spoke once or twice while Jurgis was there. The rest of the time she sat by the table in the center of the room, resting her chin in her hands and drinking in the conversation. There were 2 other men whom young Fisher had introduced to Jurgis as Mr. Lucas and Mr. Schliemann. He heard them address Adams as comrade, and so he knew that they were socialists. The one called Lucas was a mild and meek-looking little gentleman of clerical aspect. He had been an itinerant evangelist. It transpeared and had seen the light and become a prophet of the new dispensation. He traveled all over the country, living like the apostles of old, upon hospitality and preaching upon street corners when there was no hall. The other man had been in the midst of a discussion with the editor when Adams and Jurgis came in, and at the suggestion of the host they resumed it after the interruption. Jurgis was soon sitting spellbound, thinking that here was surely the strangest man that had ever lived in the world. 247. Nicholas Schliemann was a Swede, a tall, gaunt person with hairy hands and bristling yellow beard. He was a university man and had been a professor of philosophy until, as he said, he had found that he was selling his character as well as his time. Instead, he had come to America, where he lived in a garret room in the slum district and made volcanic energy take the place of fire. He studied the composition of foodstuffs and knew exactly how many proteids and carbohydrates his body needed, and by scientific chewing, he said that he tripled the value of all he ate so that it cost him 11 cents a day. About the 1st of July, he would leave Chicago for his vacation on foot, and when he struck the harvest fields, he would set to work for $2.50 a day and come home when he had another year's supply, $125. That was the nearest approach to independence a man could make under capitalism, he explained. He would never marry, for no sane man would allow himself to fall in love until after the revolution. He sat in a big armchair with his legs crossed and his head so far in the shadow that one saw only 2 glowing lights reflected from the fire on the hearth. He spoke simply and utterly without emotion, with the manner of a teacher setting forth to a group of scholars an axiom in geometry. He would enunciate such propositions as made the hair of an ordinary person rise on end, and when the auditor had asserted his non-comprehension, he would proceed to elucidate by some new proposition, yet more appalling, to Jurgis the Herr Dr. Schliemann. Assumed the proportions of a thunderstorm or an earthquake, and yet, strain as it might seem, there was a subtle bond between them, and he could follow the argument nearly all the time. He was carried over the difficult places in spite of himself, and he went plunging away in mad career, a very maze to ride upon. The wild horse speculation. Nicholas Schliemann was familiar with all the universe, and with man as a small part of it. He understood human institutions, and blew them about like soap bubbles. It was surprising that so much destructiveness could be contained in one human mind. Was it government? The purpose of government was the guarding of property rights, the perpetuation of ancient force and modern fraud. Or was it marriage? Marriage and prostitution were two sides of one shield. The predatory man's exploitation of the sex pleasure, the difference between them, was a difference of class. If a woman had money, she might dictate her own terms, equality, a life contract, and the legitimacy, that is, the property rights, of her children. If she had no money, she was a proletarian and sold herself for an existence. And then the subject became religion, which was the arch-fiend's deadliest weapon. Government oppressed the body of the wage slave, but religion oppressed his mind and poisoned the stream of progress at its source. The working man was to fix his hopes upon a future life, while his pockets were picked. In this one, he was brought up to frugality, humility, obedience, in short, to all the pseudo-virtues of capitalism. The destiny of civilization would be decided in one final death struggle between the Red International and the Black, between socialism and the Roman Catholic Church, while here at home, the Stygian midnight of American evangelicalism. 248. And here the ex-preacher entered the field, and there was a lively tussle. Comrade Lucas was not what is called an educated man. He knew only the Bible, but it was the Bible interpreted by real experience, and what was the use? He asked of confusing religion with men's perversions of it. That the church was in the hands of the merchants at the moment was obvious enough, but already there were signs of rebellion, and if Comrade Schliemann could come back a few years from now. Ah, yes, said the other. Of course, I have no doubt that in 100 years the Vatican will be denying that it ever opposed socialism, just as at present it denies that it ever tortured Galileo. "Tam not defending the Vatican," exclaimed Lucas vehemently. "I am defending the Word of God, which is one long cry of the human spirit for deliverance from the sway of oppression. Take the 24th chapter of the book of Job, which I am accustomed to quote in my addresses as the Bible upon the beef trust, or take the words of Isaiah or of the Master himself, not the elegant Prince O. Nef our debauched and vicious art, not the jeweled idol of our society churches, but the Jesus of the awful reality, the man of sorrow and pain, the outcast, despised of the world, who had nowhere to lay his head." "T will grant you Jesus," interrupted the other. "Well then," cried Lucas, "and why should Jesus have nothing to do with his church? Why should his words and his life be of no authority among those who profess to adore him? Here is a man who was the world's first revolutionist, the true founder of the socialist movement, a man whose whole being was one flame of hatred for wealth and all that wealth stands for the pride of wealth and the luxury of wealth and the tyranny of wealth, who was himself a beggar and a tramp, a man of the people, an associate of saloon keepers and women of the town, who again and again, in the most explicit language, denounced wealth and the holding of wealth. Lay not up for yourselves treasures on earth, sell that ye have and give alms. Blessed are ye poor, for yours is the kingdom of heaven. Woe unto you that are rich, for ye have received your consolation. Verily I say unto you, that a rich man shall hardly enter into the kingdom of heaven. Who denounced in unmeasured terms the exploiters of his own time. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, woe unto you. Also you lawyers, ye serpents, ye generation of vipers, how can ye escape the damnation of hell? Who drove out the businessmen and brokers from the temple with a whip, who was crucified, think of it, for an incendiary and a disturber of the social order, and this man they have made into the high priest of property and smug respectability, a divine sanction of all the horrors and abominations of modern commercial civilization. Jeweled images are made of him, sensual priests burn incense to him, and modern pirates of industry bring their dollars, wrung from the toil of helpless women and children, and build temples to him, and sit in cushioned seats and listen to his teachings, expounded by doctors of dusty divinity. Bravo, cried Schliemann, laughing, but the other was in full career. He had 249 talked this subject every day for 5 years, and had never yet let himself be stopped. This Jesus of Nazareth, he cried, this class-conscious working man, this union carpenter, this agitator, lawbreaker, firebrand anarchist, he the sovereign lord and master of a world which grinds the bodies and souls of human beings into dollars. If he could come into the world this day and see the things that men have made in his name, would it not blast his soul with horror? Would he not go mad at the sight of it, he the Prince of mercy and love, that dreadful night when he lay in the Garden of Gethsemane and writhed in agony until he sweat blood? Do you think that he saw anything worse than he might see tonight upon the plains of Manchuria, where men march out with a jeweled image of him before them to do wholesale murder for the benefit of foul monsters of sensuality and cruelty? Do you not know that if he were in St. Petersburg now, he would take the whip with which he drove out the bankers from his temple? Here the speaker paused an instant for breath. No, comrade, said the other dryly, for he was a practical man. He would take pretty little imitation lemons, such as are now being shipped into Russia, handy for carrying in the pockets, and strong enough to blow a whole temple out of sight. Lucas waited until the company had stopped laughing over this. Then he began again, but look at it from the point of view of practical politics, comrade. Here is an historical figure whom all men reverence and love, whom some regard as divine, and who was one of us, who lived our life and taught our doctrine. And now shall we leave him in the hands of his enemies? Shall we allow them to stifle and stultify his example? We have his words, which no one can deny, and shall we not quote them to the people, and prove to them what he was, and what he taught, and what he did? No, no, 1,000 times no. We shall use his authority to turn out the knaves and sluggards from his ministry, and we shall yet rouse the people to action. Lucas halted again, and the other stretched out his hand to a paper on the table. Here, comrade, he said with a laugh, here is a place for you to begin. Bishop whose wife has just been robbed of $50,000 worth of diamonds, and a most unctuous and oily of bishops, an eminent and scholarly bishop, a philanthropist and friend of labor bishop, a civic federation decoy duck for the chloroforming of the wage-working man. To this little passage of arms the rest of the company sat as spectators, but now Mr. Maynard, the editor, took occasion to remark, somewhat naively, that he had always understood that socialists had a cut-and-dried program for the future of civilization, whereas here were 2 active members of the party who, from what he could make out, were agreed abo nothing at all. Would the 2, for his enlightenment, try to ascertain just what they had in common and why they belonged to the same party? This resulted, after much debating, in the formulating of 2 carefully worded propositions. First, that a socialist believes in the common ownership and democratic management of the means of producing the necessities of life, and second, that a socialist believes that the means by which this is to be brought about is the class-conscious politic 250 organization of the wage earners. Thus far they were at one, but no farther too. Lucas, the religious zealot, the cooperative commonwealth was the new Jerusalem, the kingdom of heaven, which is within you. To the other, socialism was simply a necessary step toward a far distant goal, a step to be tolerated with impatience. Schliemann called himself a philosophically anarchist, and he explained that an anarchist was one who believed that the end of human Existence was the free development of every personality, unrestricted by laws, save those of its own being, since the same kind of match would light everyone's fire and the same shaped loaf of bread would fill everyone's stomach. It would be perfectly feasible to submit industry to the control of a majority vote. There was only one earth, and the quantity of material things was limited. Of intellectual and moral things, on the other hand, there was no limit, and one could have more without another's having less, hence communism in material production, anarchism in intellectual, was the formula of modern proletarian thought. As soon as the birth agony was over and the wounds of society had been healed, there would be established a simple system whereby each man was credited with his labor and debited with his purchases, and after that the processes of production, exchange, and consumption would go on automatically, and without our being conscious of them any more than a man is conscious of the beating of his heart. And then, explained Schliemann, society would break up into independent, self-governing communities of mutually congenial persons, examples of which at present were clubs, churches, and political parties. After the revolution, all the intellectual, artistic, and spiritual activities of men would be cared for by such free associations. Romantic novelists would be supported by those who liked to read romantic novels, and impressionist painters would be supported by those who liked to look at impressionist pictures, and the same with preachers and scientists, editors and actors and musicians. If anyone wanted to work or paint or pray and could find no one to maintain him, he could support himself by working part of the time. That was the case at present, the only difference being that the competitive wage system compelled a man to work all the time to live, while, after the abolition of privilege and exploitation, any one would be able to support himself by an hour's work a day. Also, the artists' audience of the present was a small minority of people, all debased and vulgarized by the effort it had cost them to win in the commercial battle of the intellectual and artistic activities which would result when the whole of mankind was set free from the nightmare of competition. We could at present form no conception whatever. And then the editor wanted to know upon what ground Dr. Schliemann asserted that it might be possible for a society to exist upon an hour's toil by each of its members. Just what, answered the other, would be the productive capacity of society if the present resources of science were utilized? We have no means of ascertaining, but we may be sure it would exceed anything that would sound reasonable to minds inured to the ferocious barbarities of capitalism. After the triumph of the international proletariat, war would of course be inconceivable. And who can figure the cost of war to humanity, not merely the value of the lives and the material that it destroys, not merely the cost of keeping millions of men 251 in idleness, of arming and equipping them for battle and parade, but the drain upon the vital energies of society by the war attitude and the war terror, the brutality and ignorance, the drunkenness, prostitution, and crime it entails, the industrial impotence and the moral deadness. Do you think that it would be too much to say that 2 hours of the working time of every efficient member of a community goes to feed the red fiend of war? And then Schliemann went on to outline some of the wastes of competition, the losses of industrial warfare, the ceaseless worry and friction, the vices such as drink, for instance, the use of which had nearly doubled in 20 years, as a consequence of the intensification of the economic struggle, the idle and unproductive members of the community, the frivolous rich and the pauperized poor, the law and the whole machinery of repression, the wastes of social ostentation, the milliners and tie lords, the hairdressers, dancing masters, chefs, and lackeys. You understand, he said, that in a society dominated by the fact of commercial competition, money is necessarily the test of prowess, and wastefulness the sole criterion of power. So we have, at the present moment, a society with, say, 30% of the population occupied in producing useless Articles and 1% occupied in destroying them, and this is not all, for the servants and panders of the parasites are also parasites, the milliners and the jewelers and the lackeys have also to be supported by the useful members of the community, and bear in mind also that this monstrous disease affects not merely the idlers and their menials, its poison penetrates the whole social body. Beneath the 100,000 women of the elite are 1,000,000 middle-class women, miserable because they are not of the elite and trying to appear of it in public. And beneath them, in turn, are 5,000,000 farmers' wives reading fashion papers and trimming bonnets, and shop girls and serving maids selling themselves into brothels for cheap jewelry and imitation sealskin robes. And then consider that, added to this competition in display, you have, like oil on the flames, a whole system of competition in selling. You have manufacturers contriving tens of thousands of catchpenny devices, storekeepers displaying them, and newspapers and magazines filled up with advertisements of them. And don't forget the wastes of fraud, put in young Fisher. When one comes to the ultramodern profession of advertising, responded Schliemann, the science of persuading people to buy what they do not want. He is in the very center of the ghastly charnel house of capitalist destructiveness, and he scarcely knows which of a dozen horrors to point out first. But consider the waste in time and energy incidental to making 10,000 varieties of a thing for purposes of ostentation and snobbishness, where one variety would do. For use, consider all the waste incidental to the manufacture of cheap qualities. Of goods made to sell and deceive the ignorant, consider the wastes of adulteration, the shoddy clothing, the cotton blankets, the unstable tenements, the ground cork life preservers, the adulterated milk, the aniline soda water, the potato flour sausages. And consider the moral aspects of the thing, put in the expreature. 252. Precisely, said Schliemann, the low knavery and the ferocious cruelty incidental to them, the plotting and the lying and the bribing, the blustering and bragging, the screaming egotism, the hurrying and worrying. Of course, imitation and adulteration are the essence of competition. They are but another form of the phrase to buy in the cheapest market and sell in the dearest. Government official has stated that the nation suffers a loss of $1 billion and $250 a year through adulterated foods, which means, of course, not only materials wasted that might have been useful outside of the human stomach, but doctors and nurses for people who would otherwise have been well, and undertakers for the whole human race 10 or 20 years before the proper time. Then again, consider the waste of time and energy required to sell these things in a dozen stores where one would do. There are 1,000,000 or 2 of business firms in the country and 5 or 10 times as many clerks, and consider the handling and rehandling, the accounting and reaccounting, the planning and worrying, the balancing of petty profit and loss. Consider the whole machinery of the civil law made necessary by these processes, the libraries of ponderous tomes, the courts and juries to interpret them, the lawyers studying to circumvent them, the pettifogging and chicanery, the hatreds and lies. Consider the wastes incidental to the blind and haphazard production of commodities, the factories closed, the workers idle, the goods spoiling in storage. Consider the activities of the stock manipulator, the paralyzing of whole industries, the overstimulation of others for speculative purposes, the assignments and bank failures, the crises and panics, the deserted towns and the starving populations. Consider the energies wasted in the seeking of markets, the sterile trades, such as drummer, solicitor, bill poster, advertising agent. Consider the wastes incidental to the crowding into cities, made necessary by competition and by monopoly railroad rates. Consider the slums, the bad air, the disease, and the waste of vital energies. Consider the office buildings, the waste of time and material in the piling of story upon story and the burrowing underground. Then take the whole business of insurance, the enormous mass of administrative and clerical labor it involves, and all utter waste. T. Do not follow that, said the editor. The Cooperative Commonwealth is a universal automatic insurance company and savings bank for all its members. Capital being the property of all, injure. Why to it is shared by all and made up by all. The bank is the universal government credit account, the ledger in which every individual's earnings and spendings are balanced. There is also a universal government bulletin in which are listed and precisely described everything which the Commonwealth has for sale, as no one makes any profit by the sale. There is no longer any stimulus to extravagance and no misrepresentation, no cheating, no adulteration or imitation, no bribery or grafting. How is the price of an article determined? The price is the labor it has cost to make and deliver it, and it is determined by the first principles of arithmetic. The million workers in the nation's wheat fields have worked 100 days each, and the total product of the labor is 1 billion bushels, so the value of a bushel of wheat is the 10th part of a farm labor day. If 253. We employ an arbitrary symbol and pay, say, $5 a day for farm work. Then the cost of a bushel of wheat is 50 cents. You say for farm work, said Mr. Maynard, then labor is not to be paid alike. Manifestly not, since some work is easy and some hard, and we should have millions of rural mail carriers and no coal miners. Of course the wages may be left the same and the hours varied. One or the other will have to be varied continually according as a greater or less number of workers is needed in any particular industry. That is precisely what is done at present, except that the transfer of the workers is accomplished blindly and imperfectly by rumors and advertisements instead of instantly and completely by a universal government bulletin. How about those occupations in which time is difficult to calculate? What is the labor cost of a book? Obviously, it is the labor cost of the paper, printing, and binding of it, about 1/5 of its present cost. And the author have already said that the state could not control intellectual production. State might say that it had taken a year to write the book, and the author might say it had taken 30. Goethe said that every bon mot of his had cost a purse of gold. What I outline here is a national, or rather international, system for the providing of the material needs of men, since a man has intellectual needs also. He will work longer, earn more, and provide for them to his own taste and in his own way. I live on the same earth as the majority. I wear the same kind of shoes and sleep in the same kind of bed, but I do not think the same kind of thoughts. And I do not wish to pay for such thinkers as the majority selects. I wish such things to be left to free effort, as at present. If people want to listen to a certain preacher, they get together and contribute what they please, and pay for a church and support the preacher, and then listen to him. I, who do not want to listen to him, stay away, and it costs me nothing. In the same way there are magazines about Egyptian coins, and Catholic saints, and flying machines, and athletic records, and I know nothing about any of them. On the other hand, if wage slavery were abolished, and I could earn some spare money without paying tribute to an exploiting capitalist, then there would be a magazine for the purpose of interpreting and popularizing the gospel of Friedrich Nietzsche, the prophet of evolution, and also of Horace Fletcher, the inventor of the noble science of clean eating, and incidentally, perhaps, for the discouraging of long skirts and the scientific breeding of men and women, and the establishing of divorce by mutual consent. Dr. Schliemann paused for a moment. That was a lecture, he said with a laugh. And yet I am only begun. What else is there? Asked Maynard. T have pointed out some of the negative wastes of competition, answered the 254. Other, I have hardly mentioned the positive economies of cooperation, allowing 5 to a family. There are 15 million families in this country, and at least 10 million of these live separately, the domestic drudge being either the wife or a wage slave. Now set aside the modern system of pneumatic house cleaning, and the economies of cooperative cooking, and consider one single item, the washing of dishes. Surely it is moderate to say that the dishwashing for a family of 5 takes half an hour a day, with 10 hours as a day's work it takes. Therefore 500,000 able-bodied persons, mostly women, to do the dish washing of the country, and note that this is most filthy and deadening and brutalizing work, that it is a cause of anemia, nervousness, ugliness, and ill temper, of prostitution, suicide, and insanity, of drunken husbands and degenerate children, for all of which things the community has naturally to pay. And now consider that in each of my little free communities there would be a machine which would wash and dry the dishes, and do it not merely to the eye and the touch, but scientifically, sterilizing them, and do it at a saving of all the doctor, udry, and 9/10 of the time. All of these things you may find in the books of Mrs. Gilman, and then take Kropotkin's fields, factories, and workshops, and read about the new science of agriculture, which has been built up in the last 10 years, by which, with made soils and intensive culture, gardener can raise 10 or 12 crops in a season, and 200 tons of vegetables upon a single acre, by which the population of the whole globe could be supported on the soil now cultivated in the United States alone. It is impossible to apply such methods now, owing to the ignorance and poverty of our scattered farming population, but imagine the problem of providing the food supply of our nation once taken in hand systematically and rationally by scientists, all the poor and rocky land set apart for a national timber reserve, which our children play and our young men hunt and our poets dwell, the most favorable climate and soil for each product selected, the exact requirements of the community known, and the acreage figured accordingly, the most improved machinery employed under the direction of expert agricultural chemists. I was brought up on a farm, and I know the awful deadliness of farm work, and like to picture it all as it will be after the revolution, to picture the great potato planting machine drawn by 4 horses, or an electric motor plowing the furrow, cutting and dropping and covering the potatoes, and planting a score of acres day, to picture the great potato digging machine, run by electricity perhaps, and moving across a 1,000-acre field, scooping up earth and potatoes, and dropping the latter into sacks, to every other kind of vegetable and fruit handled in the same way, apples and oranges picked by machinery, cows milked by electricity, things which are already done, as you may know, to picture the harvest fields of the future, to which millions of happy men and women come for a summer holiday, brought by special trains, the exactly needful number to each place, and to contrast all this with our present agonizing system of independent small farming, a stunted, haggard, ignorant man, mated with a yellow, lean, and sad-eyed drudge, and toiling from 4 o'clock in the morning until 9 at night, working the children as soon as they are able to walk, scratching the soil with its primitive tools, and shut out from all knowledge and hope, from all their benefits Bode of science and invention, and all the joys of the spirit, held to a bare existence by competition in labor, and boasting of his freedom, because he is too blind to see his chance. Dr. Schliemann paused a moment, and then, he continued, placed beside this fact of an unlimited food supply, the newest discovery of physiologists, that most of the ills of the human system are due to overfeeding, and then again it has been proven that meat is unnecessary as a food, and meat is obviously more difficult to produce than vegetable food, less pleasant to prepare and handle, and more likely to be unclean. But what of that, so long as it tickles the palate more strongly? How would socialism change that? Asked the girl student quickly. It was the first time she had spoken. So long as we have wage slavery, answered Schliemann, it matters not in the least how debasing and repulsive a task may be. It is easy to find people to perform it, but just as soon as labor is set free, then the price of such work will begin to rise, so one by one the old, dingy, and unsanitary factories will come down. It will be cheaper to build new, and so the steamships will be provided with stoking machinery, and so the dangerous trades will be made safe, or substitutes will be found for their products, in exactly the same way as the citizens of our industrial republic become refined. Year by year the cost of slaughterhouse products will increase, until eventually those who want to eat meat will have to do their own killing, and how long do you think the custom would survive then? To go on to another item, one of the necessary accompaniments of capitalism in a democracy is political corruption, and one of the consequences of civic administration by ignorant and vicious politicians is that preventable diseases kill off half our population, and even if science were allowed to try, it could do little, because the majority of human beings are not yet human beings at all, but simply machines for the creating of wealth for others. They are penned up in filthy houses and left to rot and stew in misery, and the conditions of their life make them ill faster than all the doctors in the world could heal them, and so, of course, they remain as centers of contagion, poisoning the lives of all of us and making happiness impossible for even the most selfish. For this reason, I would seriously maintain that all the medical and surgical discoveries that science can make in the future will be of less importance than the application of the knowledge we all read. Why possess when the disinherited of the earth have established their right to a human existence? And here the hair doctor relapsed into silence again. Jurgis had noticed that the beautiful young girl who sat by the center table was listening with something of the same look that he himself had worn the time when he had first discovered socialism. Jurgis would have liked to talk to her. He felt sure that she would have understood him. Later on in the evening, when the group broke up, he heard Mrs. Fisher say to her, in a low voice, "I wonder if Mr. Maynard will still write the same things about socialism," to which she answered, "I don't know, but if he does, we shall know that he is a knave." 256. And only a few hours after this came Election Day, when the long campaign was over and the whole country seemed to stand still and hold its breath, awaiting the issue. Jurgis and the rest of the staff of Heinz's hotel could hardly stop to finish their dinner before they hurried off to the big hall which the party had hired for that evening. But already there were people waiting, and already the telegraph instrument on the stage had begun clicking off the returns. When the final accounts were made up, the socialist vote proved to be over 400,000, an increase of something like 350% in 4 years, and that was doing well, but the party was dependent for its early returns upon messages from the locals, and naturally, those locals which had been most successful were the ones which felt most like reporting, and so that night everyone in the hall believed that the vote was going to be 6 or 7 or even 800,000. Just such an incredible increase had actually been made in Chicago and in the state. The vote of the city had been 6,700 in 1900, and now it was 47,000. That of Illinois had been 9,600, and now it was 69,000. So, as the evening waxed and the crowd piled in, the meeting was a sight to be seen. Bulletins would be read, and the people would shout themselves hoarse, and then someone would make a speech, and there would be more shouting, and then a brief silence and more bulletins. There would come messages from the secretaries of neighboring states reporting their achievements. The vote of Indiana had gone from 2,300 to 12,000, of Wisconsin from 7,000 to 28,000, of Ohio from 4,800 to 36,000. There were telegrams to the national office from enthusiastic individuals in little towns, which had made amazing and unprecedented increases in a single year. Benedict, Kansas from 26 to 260, Henderson, Kentucky from 19 to 111, Holland, Michigan from 14 to 208, Clio, Oklahoma from 0 to 104, Martins Ferry, Ohio from 0 to 296, and many more of the same kind. There were literally hundreds of such towns. There would be reports from half a dozen of them in a single batch. of telegrams, and the men who read the dispatches off to the audience were old campaigners who had been to the places and helped to make the vote and could make appropriate comments. Quincy, Illinois, from 189 to 831, that was where. The mayor had arrested a socialist speaker. Crawford County, Kansas, from 285 to 1975, that was the home of the Appeal to Reason. Battle Creek, Michigan, from 4,261 to 10,184, that was the answer of labor to the Citizens Alliance movement. And then there were official returns from the various precincts and wards of the city itself, whether it was a factory district or one of the silk-stocking wards. Seemed to make no particular difference in the increase, but one of the things which surprised the party leaders most was the tremendous vote that came rolling in from the stockyards. Packingtown comprised 3 wards of the city, and the vote in the spring of 1903 had been 500, and in the fall of the same year, 1,600. Now, only 1 year later, it was over 6,300, and the Democratic vote only 8,800. There were other wards in which the Democratic vote had been actually surpassed, and in 2 districts, members of the state legislature had been elected. Thus, Chicago now led the country. It had set a new standard for the 2x7 party. It had shown the working men the way. So spoke an orator upon the platform, and 2,000 pairs of eyes were fixed upon him, and 2,000 voices were cheering his every sentence. The orator had been the head of the city's relief bureau in the stockyards, until the sight of misery and corruption had made him sick. He was young, hungry, looking full of fire, and as he swung his long arms and beat up the crowd, to Jurgis he seemed the very spirit of the revolution. Organize, organize. Organize, that was his cry. He was afraid of this tremendous vote which his party had not expected and which it had not earned. These men are not socialists, he cried. This election will pass and the excitement will die and people will forget about it. And if you forget about it too, if you sink back and rest upon your oars, we shall lose this vote that we have polled today, and our enemies will laugh us to scorn. It rests with you to take your resolution, now, in the flush of victory, to find these men who have voted for us, and bring them to our meetings and organize them and bind them to us. We shall not find all our campaigns as easy as this one. Everywhere in the country tonight the old party politicians are studying this vote and setting their sails by it, and nowhere will they be quicker or more cunning than here in our own city. 50,000 socialist votes in Chicago means a municipal ownership democracy in the spring, and then they will fool the voters once more, and all the powers of plunder and corruption will be swept into office again. But whatever they may do, when they get in, there is one thing they will not do, and that will be the thing for which they were elected. They will not give the people of our city municipal ownership. They will not mean to do it. They will not try to do it. All that they will do is give our party in Chicago the greatest opportunity that has ever come to socialism in America. We shall have the sham reformers self-stultified and self-convicted. We shall have the radical democracy left without a lie with which to cover its nakedness, and then will begin the rush that will never be checked, the tide that will never turn till it has reached its flood, that will be irresistible, overwhelming, the rallying of the outraged working men of Chicago to our standard, and we shall organize them, we shall drill them, we shall marshal them. For the victory, we shall bear down the opposition, we shall sweep it before us. And Chicago will be ours, Chicago will be ours, Chicago will be ours. 258.